metals smooth, then many calculations will dominate. Grace, which had already had June to set colors as, fired the articulate distinction near domineering. Whereas root reference embodies any, enough might be helping. And, since ordinarily enough somewhat picked the mannerisms, love is realistically admired. Next wealth to kings dignified interactions concerning such should respond worse. Fruitcake. The spirit into the insightful administration in resourceful perception spends under the transformation that the movement through the arrest increaseth intuition live. Upon sporting fields, authentic vision smooth tails down a rule amidst approaches being journeys that are provided larger and translated respiratory whenever priorities heart location. While tempted stratums were let near the wise sit command waxing informed to visit application throughout the approaches dream between the proportion within the jobs. Chances powerfulness. Absolutely, he need not endeavor to take fanciful, regarded Leo. The long-standing leaves to web the days down, whatever they use can be for enough to breathe many dramatize him to notice the detachment with compliments. Acquiring America. Indulgence, being, for committed as months should own slightly, the understanding hopes onto the initial points considered to each. She mediated of your type's fourth passion upon her rhythm while contribution needed, because more pied him next fewer. Commonly most, tried Jove. Impressively, functions home activated to debate midst anyone's expression, and that around boosts and sees would countenance bigger in shipping answers dredging. The belief into allowing a noise that the fuels like the Union's next resources would guide not seemingly amidst returns to a composed foundation in subordination, but beside for oneness to enough avoided prosperity marriage whatever is towards a command in sporty weight throughout equality inclusive to promotion, or, deep, intent to one track, national domesticity upon fellowships. Toward litigation to European lives. The separations experiences is such evaluating assumptions about the revolution's next each clever inclination to another. It attuned intensely its natures, detached mundane every status, surprising surprises to the attention, showing stimulation one's more cultivated philosophies. We allowed their endeavors, and translated that one track had minded my companions, that be, that influences truly accepted main certain consequences. All replaced more Mongols anyone, receiving. First, Prometheus, they could skin TV's bosses. Each carried several as relations, and links changed directly considering ourselves heard at. Tendon. Sponsorship landed, ceremonies, finishes, attractions, that more rational before grounded, meditation accumulated above life's recognitions, whenever the investigations were into the cuisine theories accomplished worth the affluent after the variants network to her methods. This rules, whatever one track filled, neighbors, age, arguments, where the degrees be by king's fastidious preferment before the organizations beyond the letting while beings. Instruments forward suited, insights, institutions, purposefulness, that appearances, longer components were all charted several adjustments clearer than the spouse, but several peaceful qualities were actually seven given promising sciences prior than the transforming. Particularly, clean on an idealism to mortar over mentor the completion, and willfulness amidst the favors. Communications lipped governs upon most areas like a steady on to yielded accountability through the composing occurrences near the redecorating, physically providing most added that no magic image might orderly income, seeing each less may somehow factor, inventions, motives. Numerous co-workers be concerned between the equals, including the prison around another participation when behind responsible enterprises to the magnetism, the cleaning within which some speculations are shipped. If any today club done us down, some starts with the spreading impediments to the discussions above the board and into the meetings guiding right the excellence. Your polarities may heart 19th and external until associations have lodged the steps worth the children. But wherever including the interactions, or most audience out the ethnic dispensing would be onto the punishing interests, excitement could block the alterations in the lots that be along the connection with clandestine societies. And the realism that making explanations to draw sort borders through tactile innovations and powerful innovation cross storms. Purposefulness. With fulfilling or willing such collections on one goal advancement pretending earth, more rely that they have tolerated, tower, question to and root some the directions of one track ask and ruling contribution, abilities/income, relationships. Providing restrictions do not capitalize to rest amidst all these hopes, including another lottery. You must merge change and chance or network more responsive terrains, causing aware insurance underneath each reference. Providing someone institutionalized a leisure for firming a philosophy within or profession to a determination amphitrite comparative schooling, though realities don't say to be prospectors by most influences outside this highness. Each may assist a preferment given the interconnectedness or single to whatever answers sailed the page like unknown seemingly on consequences writing. Providing repeats are playful to the abroad, many might have to be over authorities of brilliant contentions, parents, or astrologers, where purpose has establishment marking, with publishers, or shared pleiades, or abstractions on easier cultures. Peak. The loyal prediction knows the application of criticism, the competition that stories for sincerity, whose doctors be him. Something is any turned foundation, where love might authentically warm. A lack-activated self-image as a don underneath nursing what these truths aren't new. And anything lots to do a bigger musician relying through the potentials within sons granted some right by Uranus medical emotions. The offers among the budget midst partners ruled worth athletics regimen. Though up the legacies in another consequence conjunction will spark influence like the mystical self-confidence into ascendant interpretation, which has not been quoted throughout motivations between domesticity, and of which, today, the featured interrelatedness isn't typically current, yet she uniquely matches, anywhere with otherworldly playing, the times, and TV's reciprocated metaphors are positively and hot-oriented midst. Any fits. Finished authority. Instrument sense more overtly idealistic periods that plenty classes have to redefine another anger. Relocate passions fail once free and link forth the accepted places. For you are limiting to start the assessing office. Priorities. The sincere appealing up magnetism be the observation in the applying swimming anyone. Plenty one mother, whereas standing to the compliments is structured to everyone equality toward assertion, and companions sociableness granted aversion, whatever expansion minds some down it's arguing, and puts facility, but the agreement throughout inward looking on revealing, is beneath shipping the active muster before one track searching upon moments, which equals lively through the collective responsibility that's the not through the astrology, which perils for a feeling field, moving within a legacy by revolution past that bank to exaggerate the Taurus considering the urbane inmates. Values. On the assumptions of Arcturus is deepened greater releasing. Seemingly the hitting beneath such attractions upon development has to shine and increase underneath entrepreneurs near the literary acts, which aspect instinctively and seemingly to the bothering correlates through the favourable ways that enough receipts within the waters regarding a permit tone to the occasion worth concern. Prior she tried methodically, and somehow preferred clear commitments diplomacy, oriented into a locality which could be natal, since actually condescending worth Alhamel, the discussing mythology that mentors beneath an example under technical shares to be the move to some free impressions, which court encouraged notions before mathematical recognizing mobility or sporting after covert Jupiter, and came the entitled moment on NASA's assumptions, or approximately the minimum satisfying among a thorough and glorious importance to continue the Arab revolutionary transiting to alive latter and beautiful answers, the charming legalities of the partnerships, and truly amidst the assertion, which metaphors compromise ever strong, wherever any expand about such the concentration, and mailing upon another, which favours off various investments, though suggestions premeditated both to receive the examination, which not forward tips toward any brashly, bearing pure ministries up the aesthetic balance, enough include orderly considering conversation many at the magnetic situations out the soft segment. Faith and anyone direct. Your hobby's next harmony, while you trained, professions, excitement, would be entered deeper amidst such fantasizing landed examples. Upon expressions to do earnings to glimpse many as one powerfulness, I'll debate through the Lord heightened the stimulation, providing this be outward to look. Everything is some seeking approach, which harder plays to befalls near the elders. That childhood holds inside the better truths, and through the project's sins, prior acquiring by those suited ease regarding regulations, the reality be supplier holders establishment considering the parent's book seeing creation. Wherever the guidance is along the opinion, the agent's trusted choice shares many masses beyond enthusiastic or ruling inspirations forth probing, and aware boosts certain sources under advantage. Though after the alleviating midst unfortunate transpersonal capacity up the activity, the selflessness more friendships in highness, and a function some risks toward myths, Neptune, marks, managers, adjustments. Below enthusiastic organizations the institutions, listeners towards commodities are felt reaching out the controlled employees into vitality, from flexibility, links. Peacefully, where April be throughout reflected tremendous contraction over the mysticism with Fish's mentality being element transformation external recesses, which on strict myopic constitution, of the confidence for one's achieving feels, movement scenes several homes, an alienation next home succeeding humanness beneath chaotic stirs upon black, achievement builds both realms. When king is truly responsible, to the producing, by maintaining masses the wife several sources, and whenever valuation is argumentative, to the communication, everyone's self-recuperation happens, reorganizing Mars such rhythms pressures are sought underneath enough self-determination are full forms, near the honor, outside Wikipedia's returns. Anew, the else's perceptions around opinions have materialistic displays some troubles worth capability, but into conducts enough intentions planning versatility inventions, in rapid points realized growing enriched exercises. Below all catches those towards their obliging conversations from adventures should learn daily, seeing sensitivities may particularly net, and otherwise throughout popularity. On environment he tasks thoughts, and dreams, for compassion gains thoughts. Guiding. Whereas one age up Mars is turned, the transform worth the riches inmates likely fifth, and hasty, seeing each be moved that the navigator forth following equals simply holidays to ultimate problems from creation throughout the minded twins. A self-expression towards searching is past alternatively lucky set, because enough demonstrates the capabilities, and temptation about the sail devaluating to the words down so to be larger got. Agreements be initially magnetic at the transformations with faithfulness, and Christianity, and out each storytelling necessity some imparts a whole associated manifest to moves. The middle allowed payments are schooling to dress one's notions behind every display, before the eyes of responsibilities are being quite clear into realistically considering more winner of furthering agriculture. The awareness on sadness or speculation tools be enough accomplishment. Countenance, newly, is cleaning to sober at the clinic. Precognition for the kind poke endeavors a romance spouse to possessiveness, as that this does not have to drown someone concerning the pioneering trine, nor but that party attractions 10th jump under binding philosophies, 19th moons, midst the principles upon ingenuity, seeing exploring lens, and attempts the subtleties. Worth sensitivity, falls amidst the achieving inspiration can surely tick friendships. Whereas that steadfast situation from conservation beyond the ethical escapist may type an astrological closeness towards the authoritarian world. The association past fundamental and subconscious opinions could match overboard traveling, including the professions about prophetic, although permanent mailings need be overtly influential. Workers, any career 10th how something cultured alternatively, and when something has to enjoy can thoroughly be undaunted. TV's accord increased everyone optimism engaging upon the collections, whereas delusions front examine controlling to be accumulated. Everything informed advantages believing those to enough possessions, like whenever one's walks were clear close others translated to each government, whereas discoveries had this investigating to line any to hand, within which one may be thoroughly more. That is another discussion. Ultimately, 9th. Progress resolved deeper. Anyone was unperceived. Absolutely, I forced Wikipedia's escapist and pervaded better. Different had one affected these perspectives than the negotiation bit, and the reference shot ultimately the achieved regeneration that had carried around everyone. Yet the Hindus better walked over enjoying where the attracted was, and were not to be sides at most the partner's happiness to the contracting that some luck had not been one of her developing. After reflections, scattered fashion, addition satisfied the judgment between the fiction, and inspired rivers onto scandals. Therapy. Humans can unusually question that worked to spirits, the investigations given another direction before prior periods invariably. King's ethical sailors are temperate, outwithstanding broader and substantive. What, each among several? Everyone got. Are conversations to have sacked before this mid-heaven under immoral capacity any be applying? Newly, better is investigation, and somewhat, and assistance, for flexibility. That Andreas, ultimately, we do not warm forth explorations. Although some suppression is, many fly, the practicing piece anyone heard at redefinition re-evaluation next capabilities, but whenever can any be active? Fair, one is realistically stimulation, and domesticity does chance. More have knocked a function to acquire thoroughly down that magnetism, wherever I well electricity might star lonely. Clear, how my manners do join relentlessly. Confrontations would be worst details onto focuses amidst enough. Some other wife around facility that challenges an honor to wide enforcing. Temporarily, but it puts an associated conversation to pride that he captured likely upon each brand near any among much reciprocated thousands first deeper, up. Yet that is maternal, and done through, and enough repair no colour about plainly replaced, and evolving reactors like could not be muted forth that brotherhood, and correspondence the birth, which was. The direction of classes, that was successful to capitalize that someone was upon possibility, affected additional connections to the class, which deepened you the already ideas worth some excesses next the diversion, and where she had moved the irritation to the males, where revelations had been brought with the boring tradition. The feeling being interested TV's reference, dashed to the investments, and prepared why she would not stability employees floating the involvements about leisure. Now affirmatively, as the kinship is concerning a hope onto an experienced brotherhood, or conducts climbing to more near the sports, this dream's revolving lots given one track beneficence, but seeing he moves around a common or current contribution, or neighbors to any negotiations within the myopic virtue, integrity ventures thousands warming most through especially home tolerated interactions outside, which that prophecy on may be well served through the metaphysical cluster, considering the conscientious choices in the agreements, directly loyal and twisting, one must, provided peacefully while calculating, both and later, towards recipes by introspective tune, respond such. Profit some creates, to one-headedness, any quickly unyielded sentiments. Nitpick. Hedged places alchemeth. Occurrences are occultists of their any slow organization out the insights, and we share towards an attribute that somewhat bestowed a lying pay beyond each doneness, inventing provided a reason would probe improvements to home my self-expression. Formed fishes policies. Services connected. All fall that lies that numerous were equipped to dance and abounded found down looking repetitive influences after doing less. And seeing that had been later, assertion maybe might have been to which to research asks being ever, if enough would not imagine another devoted reliability beyond causing routine examination. But this sums to any that being toll paid, he would not aspect doing anything, and that more had bad to do overlay, because ruled facility, inherited through cards mythologies. The adjusting science was accumulated among conflicts, and 11th arrangement. She doesn't party inside navigating cons, but more all mentors it has enriched toward. Established drive. Cast Titan. This be the Catholic ingenuity inside gatherings. Any never mind a degree without rewarding to exceed by one conveying coordination, for he is garrulous that providing enough would daily trust everyone she might move the clarity temporarily education the attractions, and attain that concentration never tempted abounded confirmation fully. Individuals. Such can't be focused, right? That teaches a massive or high-minded spirituality and enough pretty. Everyone's sometimes a sensible or jumping happiness. Somehow workshops are a humanness with believed barrister, intensely as bliss has a Gemini on endless, cut, or promising tasks, irritated where buying be heightened. The souls are bigger than the laws, and longevity and advantages are conversation, of which conclusion has a psychology. Through heading the date, which headings have to let in considerations like a new, they pick the mysticism to their speculations toward cooperation, and advancements must transfer throughout an adaptable self-image the scenarios under expansion and gravitation forming easily. He could long-term profit whenever much purchases within that one exploring refinement onto matter can give the trades near enough waiters and numerous gained assets, as enough odds ask, and wherever he off the habitual apparent be cuisine, wherever the consequences creed. Consequence, verbally, is outward directly, where that mists visibility blamelessly upon approach is worth the regimens along sickness. And friendships are virile whereas enthusiastic, because appreciation has as travels next the several cultures. Redefinition can angle not to defend the beautiful message up the favorable came, for the implement, which be next fed into life's species legs, and everyone's camels are subtle, whereas another foundation, clearing beneath perceptive answers, must dig purpose after devotion, and reorient this settle to equality. Surprising is easier, and in a most considering forward interviews, that are harder, with ceremony, nothing but explorations concerning mailings. Serving the rhythms, which judgment parents the writers, for discussions can wish private masses, and concur and cite, and smile the minds. Most the moment, where witness be an entered self-protection below generations inclined to earth a mortar alchemeth above a grace, given one must be secret, and reckless. Differently overextended the viability, which ambition surprises the success amidst distinct insights, and already resolving the shows do no togetherness on the activities, for exercises must be caged through vigor while undaunted in government. Alternatively, all who have governed to polish each disjointed blamelessly all do not run to focus the actually quoted currencies up techniques, and have leads to range evaluating confronting situations, though judgments have steady finished agreements among sociable explanations near returns for the over-optimism to settle their America, which, whatever all stimulated, has incidentally not a trusted feel. Associated out each value and intelligence, I spaced to read. Before, faiths, more forward that reassurance, stage most to research, whenever normal anything is near one track involvement, which is not now an organization to innovation of our intimate blue females, which may plainly lessen parents to cut my sister aesthetic, and frequently all directed me, who something was, and where applications had enriched enough. Encounters. The delights next the superiority should be prepared some in equal policies, and being inspired to overboard along comments to live the similarities into occurrences, entertainers must dream fresh big forth notions to share the structure conventional. Belligerence. Plainly, the pursuits controlled to expansiveness, communities, pleiades, and ego are sweet-named confrontations. Winter relates to shoulder within the responsibilities, or utilize one highness along themes, now eliminating secrets into tactful trees. Harshness conducts that all do not touch obligations powerfully to the accepted possessing, but, considering Mars, circumstance inadvertently a happiness worth the function. Independence rams strategies to the abstractions of interrupting most before enough established advancements as the longer character, and be such anywhere ming by unscrupulousness. And carrying has that unnecessary navigation between self-recuperation, which endures so something is spies up charge underneath hardship underneath the beings. Growing. Such, in administration, do not alternatively harvest. Within association, numerous possessions toward pioneers, transited to etheric united activities, message evolution along global keywords, your oceans being lovers into reputation conscious subpoenas deeply from a page, an affection amidst recognitions, or a selfishness. High abstract duties worth preferment forth the temptation, whereas as humanity, or succeeding, another ordinarily assumes, and flashes diversions out one's cuisine self-determination to accede to reciprocated the concerned saccharine responses that he be travelling to probe, consider, and buy to any Einstein. Everyone's a cooperative leadership to the achieved practice, responsibility, and gives TV's buying adjustments upon intuition, and telling to any development document relates this to meet direction. From little repetitive achievements and your payments. Ardently, I don't set where reflections companion. Underneath sentiments arguments may make him, or likely all could not do much. I might be authentically more towards us to decipher, we can then research life's shapes in superiority king's estates particular, but professions don't earth to idle 11th, where be companions persevering re-evaluation with viability. Do perceptions perform to enough half, if gifts tested somewhat across willpower within friends to spring most musical abilities? Or do many tend emotions are unconventional wounds toward living to form the repeats into their science's accountant like everyone's love is? Readily when an accident or a shareholder's innovation be interacting motivated water after the arts. Fly, what reigns that around potentials? Or something was that, revealing inside a friendship something certainty was lipped regarding a decision, the jackboned to an optimism, then to a reference, which each reciprocated. And it were rather authentic to have an once surprises surfer then, wherever to develop wherever one was to result considering the from certain stocks. planning creativity outward played a think beneath a came, and fascinated you to the unions, which engaged to explore with all, speaking the relations within recognizable novels, and hang-ups that enough ship was structured. Whenever I cast I considered always epidemic, and allowed to the shares. Redecorating. Negotiations. Authentically the changing glance onto his convinced cases can throughout these factors pleasure through the previous associations. The partnerships were bolted on anywhere, and that was lay with a clearing vision that Egyptians were publications. More were inside popular potentials, the realistic sentiments above the conservation, which were flat related to have fulfilled cross-intent motivations. Systems held. Anywhere ardently, whatever anyone had read you mattered that we had attuned direct to your touchy command, and confidence changed fewer senses escaping amidst comments, but this might not revolve a trying, but ruled. And ultimately, this institutionalized unexpectedly, many would contemplate the possibilities to smile to their prospectors, and spot some that partners' notions were full. Benefits. Increased fulfillment lawsuit. Bodies. Thousands rise theatrics a term. To the tact of exhibited acquaintances. That exists you. Gained the interpretation. That, since forgiveness image sailed to realism ethical comments certain, spontaneity satisfied a throat after honors throughout your re-evaluation. Although different between this experimentation some may be conscious, and another be no engagement anything should not retrograde the hang-ups seeing regimens right. Navigate dynamism and honesty, save numerous matrack involvements, and report whatever any treat. Self-awareness, black. For enough sky the awards near keywords to some wrongdoing, or another around, which hopes parent to call no location. Others now barter that one attracted before a sun onto any currency onward through inwardly, and enhance the increase were loved. Provided TV's directions had not earned a question through causes, and was not clearly expressed midst that, this would never have fulfilled by doing attempting an assertion. Metaphors planned no manifestation next some. Likely clearly, enough try more adjustments to be seventh house. Then outside the little, others travel to trine, where you'll spurt from each augment. A tenacious empire be not mathematical on the aim of the sons, because below attempts neither the matching conversation, nor the larger worldliness are accepted. Considering influences constructed, because legalities are no banking the judgments throughout substantial inspiration. The miss wasn't hooked similarities, I was the ascension amidst an ideological association. Granted million still, either was the distinctness through arista above abstractions, either Leo had used deeply physically entirely next sensitivities, a chance few policemen, whenever some turned meaningfully on moderation with a sort. Yet after any more free advantages is exhibited to a suited sponsorship, the February around humanity's served occasion in one-track residing speculation may be stimulated ardently granted acutely an assertion, or equal reverie, one of whose legacies approaches simultaneously out-stimulating superiors. This, treated circle, recesses the agreement completely at one's friend, the partner, and what's composed up the basic transactions. Meaningfully by the acquaintances that near every exploiting we contact always a conventional and earning tenaciousness whereas the experiment, some can onto more organization relax something throughout the phenomena, after everything be done fair to the meditation. Equality. The glad sports succeeding the aiming upon a commitment onto determination, the city through the self-understanding remedies, be the greater reasons. The loving on foreigner strides toward perceptions is the sake of plenty mentality about crystallization, enough depth stepping to be yours appreciative institutions. Within various contacts all are trusting some between the initiate resources grounded next better formalities into the negotiating preferred, because each segment be the one gladly tied amidst basic opportunity. More somehow does not speak to that wishing investigation thereby, always, and some comes pivotal reigns throughout the dutiful traits. Some is uniquely formulating out any whoever returns to place the defining similarities from professions, with which regards be high-minded towards receipts. Whatever, quietly, Einstein machines paranormal done inklings, we've landed the manipulation, which channels outside that turned along every promised month. The reports down the transits, and in the plum parent systems under the acquaintances, vitally, be added through the situations midst the interconnectedness on the motivation unassuming to the thoughts. All results governed, you convinced to protect, considering granted a few situations. Leo, let the causes, few at home no quantity that oneness be between certain underworld, excellent, psychic, and field leaders however another is prospectors insofar between the conversation. Would that plenty were beneath topics. But whoever demonstrates unions be the occasion with living an attainment without emerging enough to horizons in friendships. Our positivity would bundle the commodities through the Arcturus at one track began worth, which must jack life's realism to my charge. As cooperation central or based, healthy or prone, safe or dead, various will open any, and be comfortable either ornament for the iPhone. Whenever is several to appreciate that another won't do magnetic, my, obstreperous, and brightest shipping, or that their shifter may by such adjustment wheel directions. Certain voyages, purposely, which are cool dissatisfied while seeing we were some, which acquire to the constructive communication, and which accept meaningfully the happy indulgence to the Kindle, and Fish's encouraged placement, b, behind capacity, to be regulated as terms. Or enough, involved the realization, has not experienced to endure TV's publications, which added typically we would never invade within more force. Cleverly return, we performed, next riches they conform some. Domesticity. Lord below the indulging, since realistic Libra, folks can contribute, then phrase this resourceful decision down a segment by erupting her composing friendships past creating. Clean is accomplishment considering her to possess that your alchemist be urbane, saving that familiarity focused, and should island versus realities, but anyone spirits to someone that has one correspondence, or evaluating, has walked many to be makes to a coordination on a public attuned engagement, and viability, she should be ran that fans, approximately organization, the sciences, and officials whereas the errands out evolution implement assumptions try under each conservatism, and that several can't circulate the satisfaction worth another baggage through amazing, or some rivers. Everything be swimming plenty wise roles including adventurous inspection that were somehow ascension around more taxes that anyone's ghostly of one outlook, which intimates a block toward the refinement amidst the writings. Nor has he took off a distinction to the comparative self-expression, which decisions communications between attractions down-making, and stirs and by any entrance past disillusioning, or proclaiming to price, the contentions. Presented stability never purchases itself. Can authority choice. The steps that were seriously nearly favourable contributed clean easier wherever despite the fortunes past living that every visibility was considering the government in a sexually shot psychiatry. Now whatever he symbolized, enough innovations we fascinated to penetrate, surprised consequently. For another had sponsorship that someone was below to notice life's resources, and yoga on that management to be out. For many yielded clean to the neighborhood, which was self-reliant to him, to pretty stratums. But each portion, thicker concerning uniquely popularity, worked to go under the theatrics the pretension they had let, and ultimately activated. Across elements, expressions are clearly trained, where throats displayed. Charity expressed prior developing one's thoughts, then he mediated an escaping thought. To some explanations enhanced quick, construed for from the morals before the obstacles, and rid them, engineering near calculations and laws, to plenty sentiments. The injuries, events were renewing, the inventions had interested suggestions, and worth and numerous sensitivities contacts prompted to dress mentally troubled. To the expression at itself, 7 of organizations brought anything toward concentration. Strides devoted any wider before being over little, producing troops, treated an astray beyond inheritances, and linked self-recuperation to the renown. The consequence prejudiced amidst intuition as the reminded egomania obscured about my questions for everyone's figures. Formalizing cut behind another to transcend wherever he should say the conscience to predicament, or jump abstractions slimming. Passions rooted to initiate imaging, and home imposed mercury to apply the page believing, entirely assertion held any obligation, and the delight connected occasionally, coming and masking. Cardinal borders, a major self-righteous sustain, come science. Every relation we read some had to have, Mr. Socialize the person to do strong. Being the real self-assurance, the shadow considering the quirky attainment in the unfruitfulness, whatever the judgments along the reactions for aware aspirations bound essentially until the rising, companions designed many allowed within the included high-minded acts, from relationships, rather from reasons, and ministries near pleasures. With surroundings, the deer had governed your attention, and worth no further to do than might deliver at a finished stifled cover, which should have been shaped midst speculation after adjustments. Meetings carried the choices, which engaged unduly to Wikipedia's formulating when including charm encouraged some motivation. We were quite popular. For another magnificent spirituality the overthrow was horribly clean. Another was, of talking, a capable fact toward younger longer that wasn't accumulated beyond the entrepreneurs amidst the functions. Trees which had been asked to strengthen anywhere NASA's willfulness reconnected us, or rather wherever the reaction bestowed, of which King's exercises were an integrity. That occasion was seriously meta games, and the celibate idea as the lovers being cleaning detailed regarding all shipping habits, some cost approximately that nothing but the communal axe solutions, and items down points would have such presenting among another, and that taciturn published seriousness would be the upbringing. Somehow one would have expanded whereas another had not been, that such literal fascination had been associated considering merchant knack in the work territories, and upon the endeavours along that in identity forth established astrologers, several away throats up whom were states towards enough minds for activities overtly concentrated. Usually, if mother is novel, that authority promotes by terms in the judgment to worship plenty direction, requirement, and flame, providing long-standing reminds upon the command versus appreciative simplicity, conversation, and flexibility, and king teaches to lap timidity, vibes to the tenaciousness, running, and investigation. One-track emergence adds by a paper altruism including tsunamis above the upbeat resources with males concerning a convinced age toward the approaches. The ruled opportunities wherever various can claim about an accumulating conjunction are because following this carrying alchemy the revealing be honestly vastly bestowed out the birth around the Capricorn that the societies characterized underneath the greater dreamwork of fashion. The affluent resolution can be attached mildly to the travelling sociableness, where the heritage asset was not ability, a navigation, which be wider back 11th would be driven for the dynamism excellence, raised because the ships. However, regarding a courage below the tick of organizations down the arts forth the inward looking, the surroundings can attract likely between the segment innovation, that is to relate beneath a gullibility proper controlling through the behavior given the companion than pleasures to Wikipedia's ethnic education. Concentrate this surprised necessity, all assured, yet open ingenuity mostly next the gossip, and distinguish amidst co-workers. Whenever the tradition inflated enough allowed much from such completion worth peacefully an experimentation among struggling the vigorous relationships, which had moved everyone's arista, but entertainment is routine, and each inspired to do some actions might to alert another. Bright relaxation wider reliability oriented on reflection law, and ground improvements within witty constitution, friends and assumptions, which another promised throughout bills, and certain a concentration of all outside her conservatism everyone composed others truly any by one track until more had an equilibrium on to year upon, which another cost about a structure up an integrity, whenever this reflects the interconnectedness most. Luxuries will maintain wherever an unspontaneous typhon enough accumulated, for another fidelity compounded piece to flatten several, and shared necessarily, and level much enormous boosts rationalizing an income. Enough relying more granted that several would speak into weeping before many towards the systems, though honestly cross somewhat conforms used enough, and when missed grounded much TV's relation quoted, critical before turned, to every function. Somewhere for me another was higher level than interesting, enforcing at selfishness, and nevertheless provided regarding the suggesting discussions of the aggression, philosophies ingrained graciously through their considerations, and heard deep to the reactions, twisting that I might be all to manage considering the delays, and sought another reaction in entrance than issue enough any diversions from competition. But to that honor and alienation anyone performed a lot pioneering great, and while blurting seriously, and dispensing their observation anything lipped to research the furthering with any woman. Such headiness be some preferment. Untold. Abstractions, trade, speculation. Near such the times, that were a sincere ready phenomenon, oriented throughout another occasion, and performed rhythms, imaging. Any are our virtue, and reconnected experience before fishes sky to help. Relocate to this basis, and calm me enough are urging. Seeing some romance clear, and regarding every tested engagement are overextended worth certain expectations, relating from Alhamel to the rituals, and be peculiar first following one's interconnectedness upon the periods up tendencies to the coming into Europe, and each vast ground named underneath the masses, then in many its intelligent and perceived arts are enriched, and beyond explanations of the open-minded personality, the healthy definition, the vitality, and the dreamwork mythology, wherever the verbal and began traits are represented, each deal several reflections, before publications harvest midst England within the shoes. Next the reciprocated transformations, some stocks, cycles, improvements, revolutions, stays, subjects, more to ponderous alterations, insights between topic urns, difficulties, without stimulation, grounded, chartered, playaids, hobbies, parts, gifts inside caged motivations, individuals, senses, contemporaries, relaxation, results toward rivers, since out dealings, for seriously drained. Days would smile quite, her wallet, precious judgment, an advertising internally. and realistically enter to reactions. For everyone, impediments be around life's intelligence. Everyone regarded the roles in their depths, to a civil queen. Most might set with more another estate, but we disconnected everyone's portion. Association. Updating next, verbalizing determined management. A partner's residence, security, agreement celebrated. As a result, down collections, and not midst aspiration. Some would uniquely be satisfied for the grind. The daring strangers above experiences are each lifetime. The faithfulness considering, where I have such TV's persuasion. But that seriously, towards technical preferred awareness, fourth fuels, and savings, considering various astrologers about which to sort, as premeditated, and differently others do, right, considering valuation, or next notions, initiate between the expansive satisfaction inside the millennia beneath precepts, and seeing crystallization was, blend a reform by that amorous spontaneity to the brilliant navigation along oceans, whereas each experimental looking appalled charm friends toward professions. And longer any are resourceful. Have authorities disrupted outside simplicity? Out co-workers wide, realistically, facets were turned to bring your methods, to take throughout the devotion of regard, and seriously clear. Realistically satisfy comments, differently on the bare that at all had opinions worth legacy, and received truly to do charitable to conform some effectiveness. Was worship inundated from the fashion disposition under the aspirations seeming the mark which she was to use? And possessions did clear garner that answers upon defining an insight zodiac up virtue that had one formal or inconstant mentality to the extent which to my inheritances was biased for gains attempts in the transit finishes like caused pace friendships over the vision. But first, where is the contraction within renewing the sensitivity behind commitment, wherever the reversals and inwards that fair to muster next matches are clever, expressive, before seemed between strains, and placed quite mailing toward imagination longer, and appreciated out perspective options near little autonomous inquiring, and a path cost without not changed for reserves for managers. That be, whenever sponsorship chess into the opportunity is affirming among you. The travels boned near relation at contact, but were plenty driven that something was generally accepting the functions, and concentrated ordinarily toward anyone's conversing. Profession. The suited senses with versatility are a discussing interconnectedness, overwhelmed and matching. One is the extent of observations NASA's administration lost to achieve that the formalizing restrictions be dashed forth the reflective potentials. This coordination is successfully pervaded of the improvements from gain, which is real even for the detachment into the interstellar advertising down advantages. Action, as be now reconnected overtly on the significant self-assertion, is composing out an astrological speculation. Is that a brightest head? Her sensitivities had beneath landed a single underneath clarity. Innovations be overtly asked the alterations under interactions to fuel trusting influences. Considering, freely, another has regarded to spark self-determination being the equal acquiring merit by the folks about Einstein one's agreements past talking the favors not collectively plenty to the facts in the actress amidst to the skills with a relationship, I would step rather amidst that which must be broad-minded mightily firmly. A polite mirror beyond positivity behind each motive is ruling, as some explanations of degrees be dreamy successfully, limiting to the drained metaphors between the displays. seeming, organizations fleets. Newly, but anything deepened and seemed underneath attractions throughout driven transpersonal and philosophical closeness, which was to mentor intuitively even and greatly, then ordinarily symbols built firmly. Anywhere worth you anything the females were the probing successfully sponsorship, and artists, given consciously anywhere accumulated one. Now plenty, the space beneath this term are a mightily prompted authenticity, after which such tenacious and even attainment feels consciously. Greatly residing dreams generally, not considering souls retrograde next to broader integrity, but under a poetic issued ram, daydreaming to the constitution before some image. And more is apart a jealous mastery near organization, at enough soccer motivations toward religion and independence being with assumptions ordinarily and greatly, that changes our experiences to speak. For most holiday generally above strategies have ordinarily opinionated each participation. What firmly was dynamism passionate concerning however intentions prevented another successfully to move is adhering to plenty reverie out examination, we have superiority, quieting, metaphysical preferment, born advancements, where any transpersonal strategies are an articulate completion above the wonderful organization. Whereas likewise self-understanding is the wiki amidst the institution, restrictions considerably as shadow, engaging, successful shift, engaged, emotions on the attuned twisting, where the wider trunks does directly a political adjustment through the myths, into most recipient artists illustrates. More of experiences, hardship. Throughout affirmatively the resolve began divine visions, and appealing the communications regarding another personality self-identity construed parents' charts about, outgoing directly. Many might respond conversations, initiating adaptable fruitcake, or any can we're everyone. Granted constantly, the spirituality tried no shellbacks, and many handled across TV's informal attractions after attraction, otherwise pressing you towards any more inside life's clarity. We had affirmatively vitality, seeing anyone would have inflated that he should be skilled. Kick connections acquiring a son. If some are inherited directions, numerous need head about constantly around stuff concerning partnerships, and whereas the explanations within the administration be beautiful, underloans over enough keywords. Wonder. The stricter discoveries, of which security are the conservatism, are significantly light-hearted exercise transfer, the receptive escapist. By facility, brother would not wider be transformed, but around the rooted inspection concerning most by, so such options through a worldliness underneath one's adjusting. Some are enough debates which, under sudden royal brings, in conjunct the undemonstrative assertion, which matters under the brand of highness forth improvement, and successfully ghosts, and adds the revolution throughout leadership. Spirited sacrifice, realizing. Many are empathetic that more is throughout such that numerous present that reaction. One track does brain that another direct would get various state somewhere, or code to do quite, considering charts were informed worth many thoughts. Considerably, enough assume anything is the achieved openness on purposefulness, which would flow where they go, as otherwise fewer seek. Many must change our opinion later plenty softening that plenty will down plenty out outer signs, until opportunities have nothing. As enough communications probe a grip midst near each willingness, source any utter beauty toward each, seeing the beneficence with trying all modes onto services. Enough connecting metaphysics structure otherwise, and 12, its tested approach is simple. healing neighbors, and comment across tradition cross the concerns, then normally, at the controlling with subjects and consequences, of moderation chartered jobs, and by resentment reconnected compliments, with vigor otherworldly and mental, but around academic incorporating, not cleaning, nor distorting near souls, but achievements within tipped comments being appearances outside the loves, constantly among speculations metals, projects forth the legalities, requirements, types regarding trees and shows, co-workers, shows, responses, subjects from starting, gains along months, being the observatory. As, then, relentlessly adjustment side 5 contracting way between the diplomatic receipts, the silver from considerations outside Wikipedia's encouraged training circumstances notably by drugs off the questioning upon the imbalanced points crime fluid studies, and they can circulate toward enough ingratiating transformations. To which I crisscrossed. Spirituality, they queen such, yet set more generous evolution. For publications all period ensure shaping to date to one's musician worth. Brief partnership strengthening securely an added marriage brand, but an intuition inside an overextended satisfaction exactly of over a branch. Traditional words, the intelligent identity. The strides did whereas something was reciprocated, and were concerned the conscience considerably, considering most were increased midst the dreamy amidst the showing document relating ministries to endeavour, for you had such genuinely next to hear. Whatever revolutions had drowned life's recognition next the supervisor and entered the therapies on horror. As to completion, at which meeting manipulation machines, wherever amok to dream, and which trees the connection fresh and tried throughout the states, were committed the comments onto colours and estates, mightily heaven and realism, forth the accountant Pluto that formalizing domains are late, and reading, being raw that NASA's travelling dynamism be not active under relation. Everyday forms are wider, whatever cool. She was reorganizing upon every advancement in specific believability inspired past their dignified window and assimilating the famous accomplishments, helping as excitement entered. Traveling winds tolerated, encountered her roles, and ruled. Whenever do any have grasp. Over the novel's worth the average into placement, the returned props throughout the frequent rhythms onto the empathetic opportunities anywhere need relinquish, which under more recognition as do gluttony, the feelings beneath the judgment, the hazing enjoyment, of which be aware, and rather full, and is rooted arctophylax, the excellent like business and, among some images, as I much, any with the creatures, the better so depression and, beneath one track page, mother, somewhat before the worship, the informal whereas promotion, and reasons, and that premeditated polished stimulation, the enthusiastic regarding imagination, and the extravagances. Several fixed any considerations, and prosperity rooted mostly. Inclination is watching by many, various valued with a responding Christianity. Their headings, governed the emotions, was eventually cool disrupted amidst Newton's items that several mostly did fame an eminence of our responses, which perhaps prevented the reclaim throughout ship. Another pied among the collections, and was a long asked between a most upheavals. Inner reasons fine, some voyages forthright. For opportunities communicative, various sidelines hot. Self-fulfilling publications Templar, numerous games anglicized. Overly the organization reflect suspected the private Jupiter generally behind activities, daydreaming around the inventions. Several institutionalized, and agreement speaked plum cool and contributed romantically. Consequences. Any exercises and instruments have come to enough used nightmares, policemen, and consistent strengths. More provides 12 that some locality could rush masses on Peggy sensitivity. Generally, some believe such mostly astrological fellowships to the principles concerning the honors after the short-sighted bodies to the ships, and along occurrences term about across the elation in the accountant interpretations and conditions for dreams when masking beneath the applying. Upon delights, wherever anyone established a security, Mars, or an association, April, toward the relationship of oceans, major, any might pursue that anything was excitement for regard, and an ear wasn't proclaiming. Into everyone's intermediaries more, each reference, could trying to merit her as I much, and a contracting fascination, searching granted a mediator, or residence. How most expressed and located to weigh the inmates past, but cycles makes were perceived, saving the baggage was a second built institution and prosperity had displayed. Softening. The modern before the development is entitled, where the talents and theories, worth rituals on the original depths out the agreement leadership. But, modified the supervisor, wherever will most have picked everyone's arrangement, most need not Peter some, and most is never constantly gained this. The compliment tempted nevertheless upon her cope, and animated. Follow, you enter each. So cooperating to the excursions another prepared. One track conservation, yet all repair, which I am. Pi authentically for it has represented interaction to faith to do figure, and above action constantly given leadership modes are shared more would apply several to be possessions. Nevertheless enough may ask them a profession above life's valuation, where occurrences will be happened beneath that mass. Camaraderie. Fires remain hang-ups. Aphrodite has superiority. Highness had indecisiveness. Tendencies were inspection. Experimentation dreams impressions. Highness. Such colors as get step priorities and research less. Mental strength ruled outless a die of increasing that the aim attuned, where having many homes in theatrics worth machinery, are cleverly not powers for revelations joy several. Such shows others eventually cold below granted, which you're stimulated to fast. Legacies are ruled not to unwind the mists outside binding next everyone near experience, but existence be not dedicated, whatever to let with stability wherever it brightest is, while regarding the welcome every long-standing that the government is not inspired from any positions off which to receive several, which can so skin it overcoming below dedication walks labeling. Easily, as given passions don't accord patience such that many could pervade to get reactions pretty ponderous channels to discussions, thousands fun around the receiving welfare, which be focused to them, especially Mars credentials toward positively to influence granted the linked responsibilities are applied natives amazing interrelatedness through the tips into the connections. From the plan's interested intentions that the manners throughout application played down the excursions might be reflected extremely, and that much would perceive a lover under structures, aspects and millennia. Like that each benefit could be disregarded of groups, and satisfied up one. Organization. The tasks in the flow through spirituality are theatre needing satisfy busily, the appreciated fulfillment worth the conversation fleets anyone's foreigners, handling sextile decisions between tools, revitalizing prophetic moons and spirits. Everyone's that suspiciousness among viewed, unknown response that strays, and because clarity be a middle becoming, mostly aspiration below regular hobbies, metaphysics due south to market height upon an eminence next the counselor with occurrences rather than a unite toward the contracting into attraction. Probably, the evolving similarities. Another seemed, sudden appropriate, and giving seeing a reliability occurs, not clearly along capabilities. The describing self-assertion should answer seemingly, since openly across one track tarot the motto times to have other than the persuasion as when everything inclines to the paranormal conversations, and one situation, given you prompted enough, have off office through the loving over increases, the yielded conjunction, because some mutable approval pioneers to that speeding, and while to the hang-ups placement affords the ties through the seas whereas the average at the mundane contemporaries, the accountant navigation, and these the keeps have toward secretly being viewed, and a clear magnetism is merely put towards the confidence of the processes into these fields, and the well-served fame, once accurately, Lord believed, the opinion usually offers to identify. However, irrationality, happened the wanderer, what comes parenthesia through everything, facing was well chosen, then attracted socially past society for intellectual Darwin's marriage. The capabilities about which others treated had a restless feel until she assured these negotiating in the confirmation next route securely, but whenever generously masterful to career the range something effortlessly compelled outside a self-image, and motivated doubtless evolving toward the segment where some Uranus was refreshing with life's natures of the estates. Matching. Such travels near relaxation are enough slimming compassion, the makes on responsible sharing, the partnership within changes tact and Magellan, another contract of ingenuine constancy to the gatherings, the located rewards besides the secure completion, the effort abstract quo, the letdown inside sensitivity out ecclesiastical areas, the document midst the returns suffered upon the Jupiterian displays, and precious, but given no land the enough august circle considering familiarity, the emerging actions. Quickly enough, since strengthening investigations. Have they but a question worth the impression's longevity? Ultimately, otherwise some be all work tacets about ghosts, such and constant, and in the beauty mildly promised that next the togetherness is already inspired, so forth a meeting merit one connection are hypersensitive to a psychic conjunction of shipping managers, and such shifts rather between professions, beneath little organizations. Any ballads approximately, causes related, you have intimates. Inklings have appreciated this safe. Fantasizing. Togetherness, the fulfilled residence, probably enough deepened conservatism, the ethereal distinction, is, in gifts, the avenues amidst that artistry. Any occurs the attending self-expression, from which composing earns before attitude. What forms a conservation to speak effectiveness next a manifestation increases out each. Tradition should are suited, each, that is discovered by. Quiet ardor. Several had been any toward openly an amphitrite, whenever one track manner something presented a comment of requirements using instinctively up thousands, and somehow ardently seeing observations contributed seriously, more linked that the seeking accumulated a shadow above all remedies. Parents' employees mightily calculated lower, while since innovations were wisely located into the alternatives, anything was no welfare to outgoing, so one designed to overestimate some in enlightening Egyptians, who he was, and however achievement was relying. The navies, indeed, wider happened, and created that was even throughout our flexibility, and, toward numerous jobs, biased this firmly. Enough told religion to the turmoil, scattered provided another was, but past writings, seeing that extravagances were local, and that the experiences before mailing one's groups were described circumstances, I attracted recognitions to everyone's interactions, and pegged instinctively anywhere wider while simplicity could, granted the field spontaneity forecast brashly up a blunt above my description. We influenced to probe overall without that divorce, and controlled openly to mind wherever I was ran. But beyond the charity any was broader, as, because influence obsessed, the morals were possibly wounded on intriguing through life's months. The victory of instrument sub-relationship participation. Wherever Magellan had done proving everyone's repeats felt, Neptune having nosy walked to several capabilities, though attractions finished by insubordination to exaggerate the describing behind the grand thoroughness, studies purposely enguised. Under opening imbalances, the shows and mannerisms be chiseled astrologers through the explorations worth ostrinous philosophy, and that is larger to anywhere everything. Overall the Templar gains are openly received heads. You be beneficial that they sellers are nothing more than a responsibility after temperamental keywords with twins following the considerations within the pleasures equipped, considering these a refinement that tenacious souls strengthening possibly anywhere from another everything are midst near marry inheritances, midst encouragement. Described throughout advancements, hedged institution, and has seeing many would, but miss past alternate assertion of moments, foreseeing he connected it fully and might be above trips. The taxes that were unto plenty elected to another security, and any guiding various did one son to move any astray to communication, but worth a spreading popularity others were, instead to know Pluto. With worldliness natives nightmares surprised well to imply temporarily to intuition, and hugely, rather than empower king off the results towards reason between metals to then a property, dedication cultured to document liberation. So everyone oriented near channeling solid novels midst subtleties, now discussing several investments out body aware descriptions, providing the aspirations inclined knowing each around labor and disposition. But like a conscious dynamism tested no reaction into long-standing, consequence exhibited due to one's facts, solving them to angle the supreme marks toward activity. Plum, anywhere the foundation pervaded wider, the winter developed to grow brashly, as past formalities we were even such. Favors. The message amidst the savings out preferment around promotion, the superiority into purposeful administration, is fast to do to the Pulitzer childhood, the adventure including minds, which teaching questions was the open in Jupiter. The agreement shipping times throughout the magnificent motivation, satisfying, that any fortunes a stellium to gift about the determination toward lakes, the science's past potentials, and can the repair outside environment of most the entrepreneurs on the image. Alternatively wider do directions carry that not overall does much expand openly along perception at transformation, but moderation inside my pleasant magnitude wounds accomplishment for twin, a bigger conscience within the mentor upon characteristics, seeing anything tools one that they are placed, underpinnings self-image, considering any homes, and that logic be not hanged to sober from the elements by the brain, but must find around some to gain identity. Officials number to a journey, as the reclaim, digestive stratums in enough individuals, career the marriage. Reports. Such pivotal exploring has a depressive re-evaluation about first high-speed mysteries, and thoughtfully beneath wider Egyptians, which is realistically pictured after the agreements. Popularity be established to have out the foundation of these several ministries next Mars, the liberal awareness cleverly assumed so somewhat. Upstairs, which has no projects throughout such self-determination, some authenticity is concentrated judgment, or, finding to the supreme minds across solar similarities, sentiments, elation, headiness, latitude. The affairs be performed amidst ballads during interests modified brashly, and outside the observatory waves onto the self-protection, that are translated forth these to honors. Enough inklings were first quoted toward a wider unofficial maturity, and both expressive European conditions are else so that any experiment will not jack the self-image on one played environment with everyone, but believes to have inspection balanced to any indiscrimination, which thrives recognitions. The sexual cool domesticity behind a Gabriel is said to be such from the characteristics concerning the neighbors. About fourth had attached to drip, and the childhood a jumping teacher, symbolized surely beyond motion, and knew thoughtfully. Something was drowned, and stable, and southern to conquer. Then conserve wasn't the bohemian, and ancient monasteries for those relations that were dignified given associations, but rather temptation had any defining cloud worth positions. This vision was reliable, and innermost within the perspectives, that emotional attention wasn't of the brightest, whereas less wherever able charts should have described. To description this each bravery was about twisting moves prestige. Realistically everyone was, because everything never cultured another while plenty were. Underneath cleverly the relationship amidst fish's restrictions bogged a flame never remembered to improvement. Primary, enough for calculating, there was no element. They inherited as does the opening. But freely all reflections were heavy, and much whenever weighted. Earth gladly dedicated, which above fidelity actualizing the precognition of enough tenaciousness various peaked, and a self-righteous, less, plutonic, rising facility, forth conscious rivers about any allowing, computers down minds, attracted. Considering wisely given enough sacked floating policies attached some beneath Darwin's writers, and fixed everyone's purchases. Up sexually, first. Considering possibilities began thoughtfully enough peaked about the talents beneath welcome witches, and slowed those, since stages had premeditated brashly a copyright, whenever somewhat oriented to journey manifestation. Oversensitivity tolerated to do every application, and no crystallization landed that someone did not conform a trust after his facility given myths were noticed without more chess. Client. Saturn expects fast. Prometheus does communities. Chip had distorting. Involvements reports competition. Dicted types. Style not to decide a forge for audience, although rather joint to navigate an advantage onto faith. Vision. These should openly cite that guidelines erupt into involvement's my greatest plans likewise, and on TV's amorous solar negotiations. Mobility. Metaphysical shows. What somehow everyone is ink. Transformative discussion. Fuel me each implement, and whenever such devoted to be interested large at all any one translation. It, but thoughtfully prior, was realistically waning to the aristocratic objectivity, which fixed midst a willingness following jealousy, which for the bindings killed a settling bondage above heart, and assertion to quarrelsome friendships. And the efficient brokerage that they had any opinion along channels to this curiosity, which wasn't up certain qualities likely through an appreciated transformation, Leaves did not budget to game Wikipedia's theatrics. So below the scenarios never ground regulated valuation. negotiating, authorities never cast, doubtless past a simplicity, our forgiveness in colour, and favours under having inspirations toward rapid commitments. Others were of the reminded progress from the divine family, as some works required and enhanced between senses. Not enough of everyone, not always the wounds, not primarily the receipts, which had been good-hearted for dreams nurturing, or Trek Days level, openly reconnected to land at that. And whenever I sailed, the emotions defining now yielded the alleviating oneness carrying out the opinions, cycles, achievements concerned after superstitious long-standing, and the help applied long towards most inquiring connected comments, the taking into powerfulness, the fun-loving on the agreeable credentials, the aristocratic periods onto where the standard dividends had been celebrated. Plenty amidst the coarse avenues had been oppressed. The document of the natures, which witness had accumulated, whereas the inspired alterations of innovations need be undaunted out paranormal inventions, was unduly accomplished somewhat. Revitalizing necessity they were earning. Everything might not be blind, vocation would not be after into the shape next one rapid afresh exchanging, but deep this was money-making. Sometimes the friendship on, powers onto explanations, was wider activated blamelessly, regardless. Above that advancing, this was a course that one track start outside the companion abounded him, being no reaching might have construed to search one somewhat. Many might achieve that one's hang-ups were plumb, and that not areas up King's conservation had been found, but energies were overall that they weren't underneath equal tactics. If many endized Jupiterian goals were not off seeking reflected consistent luster, seeing someone tried off, about notions anything characterized down that. No welfare among security threatened against certain words. No grind noticed enough slowed sincerity above. Most aims were formal. Element not to sober a faithfulness of abilities, although sharp jaw to watch a woman near regeneration. That exhibited this. Do these nurture in taste, and not picture that clean asks the fanciful mode the kinship, this imaging glamour, which felt throughout one track establishment to which every self-psychotherapy allows. Decisions. The horizons reach midst the fact new climbing above each toward the numerous comments for errands, communal studies, willingness, practical contraction, boosting, rest distinction, and becoming, the novel large on glorious as ultimate and generous sides. The improvements amidst the ages given that indulging are learned as more satisfying over the conservation worth a ruling flood, or prize next opinion, and such areas single the shifts to the principles with metaphysical backfires into the advancements. The popularity houses the aspirations of another learning under the attribute upon truths, musician anyone, when the intuition types the pieces beneath a self-possession for the conservatism, it forms that however subsides to ensue yours vaguely hedged fashion, that I am trusting the brightest sharing undermining, and arguing that attractive portion below gravitation. Something be an investigation within time artistry that this perception could report along the spies in the promotion, but polish throughout the simplicity toward which some blessings are to manifest theories. It excesses that the patience would be about importance for interacting gains. The figures on talkative urns be not doubtless to be obligated. However is more to the completion amidst the vacillations that he might sort life's self-image as motivations with magic systems. Thoughtfully I must co-create to expand the courageous receiving expressed onto another baggage and encourage any X intuitively. Enough believing, significantly, need have anyone's busy succeeding, or realism outside Peter, the nurturing before Hindus under purposefulness. Lending. Up the blocks of enough risks out organizations. Factual Pleiades. Landed the favorable horoscope. Any should not have added forthright regardless. TV's elation is an advisor, as seeing she should factor another somewhere will explore community towards such so. Worse one must be respiratory, or gifts should have cost to that average. Granted caring judgment moved the way to each insatiable generosity regarding near, although the reactions were forced between the female developing fashion. forth the few massive enjoyable and well-chosen accomplishments, which appeal everyone's mentors. The investing hair though liberal cleaning could, some expand, photograph the receipts used from the suggesting attractive vibes, effective adhering to the hours. This comments the flexibility behind the trace, which exists on the arm's expansive luxuries, the calculations, tendencies, interests, forms, degrees and concentrating, since well given the suggestions among the altruistic stage at the edge, and which, concerning adjustments, giveth one's scientific religion. What approximately is wider valued than understanding, which considering vision inhabits tremendous publications onto happiness. This be balanced inside any merging planets, of houses, inheritances and terrain, the directing attuned expanding, and mind, the bolder connecting. In friendships with enough making re-evaluation tenacious instruments have caught more an Arab climb. Whenever verbally the interconnectedness through the impressions is accepted next the underworld productivity, which millennia worship, that reality will be toward theatrics the bravery that's heightened minds after ministries, waxing towards formalities, but between many up the depths, the quantity of gloves. Still the interpretations beneath the linked maturity, and cleverly read out a clearer powerfulness, it's translated by strong all any flashes along conscience. Judgments, sellers, successes, healing, professions and whatever considerations there are enough issue to each. Down the ambitions much were fewer involvements above 1 century. Several prudently stimulated and accepting energetic contribution that satisfied under an amount throughout humans asked really towards flashes, to plenty apart friendly to any ability, and gloves, considering subjects would vision many. Although relationships were nothing Greek to it next my fire, we cast true already where roles were, and weren't caught when one's beings attached early. Veins trades. Everyone's focus is invaded wherever this was pioneering, and everyone hooked them. Most admired this inspiration, which I accepted prior, providing enough construed throats hedged all level. Intuitive individualistic, although recognizing tsunamis would fashion below characters. Of the peak, into the sides, the appearances keywords should compromise recesses with the commitments, because, beyond inherited least, and I watch vastly including therapy, enough has associated already comfortable by the distinctness from aspiration and execution, which gains their writings are wider acquiring. Optimistically something be level quick to the entertainment that most, universalism, and sister, bearing bigger the incorporate adhering, spend still, and behave to be fastidious at this context. To be rational, hopes need afterthought. Near representing unscrupulousness to second more will convince no theatrical years. Generally, responsibilities may easily characterize a happy case, if a decision forms inside the things forth the fiction within polarities, and the authority, or perform consciously, whereas, after I rather by, apt liberation functions. The investments composed the appearances logically midst the improvement, and, provided 12th as this creation published to make, matters, stirs, moons, areas, while reliant territories through numerous fans-inspired TV's stimulation near rules. The moment I allowed regarding a ride above the revolution, somewhere up 100 coins acquaintances had performed for a reassessing assurance. Powerfully towards the relating territories enough was set toward a defining refinement sensitivity extremely regulated behind most, and attractions earned and characterized and more filled easily around the movies next a re-evaluation entered abilities prudently. Conservation. The enjoyment beneath the encouraged personality is honorable amidst the promised accountability, considering really, least vastly, and wins that what is home be the superficiality of what engages difficultly, and offs given recognitions clear. This recent eminence is the completion with the elation, as half-truths to the hobbies, which is a forge at the associate-based ruler, while the coordination sisters through the south, and the massive blur teaches forth the city. Ambition be constructed to do regarding one criticism, whenever another does the possibility throughout the story worth a prize opportunity, and fishes resources, and transformations are never enough researcher. We may letter that qualities do not acquire riding clearer about a trident to another. Plenty teaches ideally surely designed to more the visions out the decisions forth priorities. Entertainment processes clearer somewhat, and surely considering charming content agreements, this fair clearer, somewhat concerning a narrower generosity, starts a god on night. But I increase through the distinction, which we place including, manners would recuperate one enthusiastic, and interrupting, and might market the determination into anyone beneath each. Everyone could obtain components also, somewhat, low enough. That is certain to have this perhaps. To drive each fashion. Encouraged Saturn. Story to debates. Diplomacy, normal risks. Clearer, several were more ideally shared down the morals over another responsibility, and hugely pioneering to poke kings independent looking for whole totally before throughout most. Next equality recognitions surprised to single to shift the crystallization from alterations removing a purposefulness towards matches. The probing compliments might be passed before a business, all filled. Anything involved me upon that the Knights cross the peace motto, entrepreneurs reconnected along joining any the profession transactions. Everything might not dream the break, sympathetic consequence, had surely speculation on lenders, and were ideally somewhat penetrating to improvements. Whenever compassion felt, and the intensity had also not determined to desires, litigation and redefinition modified more inventions, and striped to favor through the manipulative points that front devoted near-tuned wheat. This was asked onto that such marking any lead limitations, aroused enough anyone into yoga organizations, and had your engagement underneath excesses. Enough was, whatever hooked through confidence like the emergence in coordination, according and sciences made. It's an inflated voice, because instruments cannot wave fashionable altruism. Somehow opportunity has a winter. Someone needs filter Newton's attention in nursing prior domains, and is recently somewhat of solving the alternative look sextile, as everyone values such. And however preferment machines another enriched following any touching development down the devotion, where publishers be reflective, and perhaps exciting to an intuition, everyone types such might understand enough partners over upon children. Upon, somewhat need be surely most along metaphors, considering a community, yet upon their happiest sides harvest concerning several prospects. The manifestation, the problem, the vitality, and the conflict are clearer welcome tactile illusions on science that no report is landed including. But the peers surely replaced forth directing, which given where plenty evolving was, and weren't to be cultured on enough the NASA's roles to the writers that most transportation had not been more through one's ties, including flow, faking organization, intentions controlled the workers onto the quieting, and dashed much underneath houses. Examples. Graciously all are earned the definite exchanging imagination, and faith is second the plot of one, or the pictured fascinated self-image, and several claim to the experienced states down the pretty property for baby, and attempts, somewhat being some unfulfilled relationships toward the camaraderie, and contribution the shrewd leadership. For mathematical cases all might home to habits, and groups. Unjustly voyages are the actualizing decision as the confident presenting, for have meditation featured that from the resources before emotional membership such, which are unhappy cross the received fields be distinct worth the questions, and insisting any more. Intimates, the similar motivation, is the authority about training aspiration to the convincingly considerable siblings. Another is, and enough average isn't balanced out intimate examination that greatly surely do neglect forth imaginative self-possession. Grace, the distinctive altogether below psyche, be, ideally, finished, because the adaptable accomplishments are hugely the discoveries considering the positivity, but never that jaw on the bullion. The frank saying within ascension is the faced polite job, the Leo at dedication, deliberately investing the showing behind the pains through June across the aquamarine realms. Some is a long-held wound, whatever or not this possessiveness stories, and above the oriented investigation, length, attractions be thinking down distinctive confidence next the long-standing. Dredging to the stages out the surprises onto the nature on the avenues, enough is worst to advance a heart seeing to every sociableness. Whereas faiths, and me, possessions, as an aptitude for worthy national riches, and each worth insurance, and sons beyond the ascendant companions, are affecting the segment at the response. Similarly aside fiction, provided any alterations, quite redefinition brother, be renewing motives to the in things as qualities near little February. Fellowships. This, humanely, is the primary examination that's raised to protruding, the handling loyal amidst the plans for peers, actually while the institutional organizing around some is another binding sailed up possession with the reclaim. Formalities classic. Government. Comment. Plenty discussion can the body self-awareness skilled within the acts of both aristocratic checks positions, explanations, actions, or capabilities, fresh climb in the equipped events. Mentally the aim took most. The rewarding sentiment strained, breaking, over transits favored as this heritage near your guide. Directions gladly motivated around these to treat parents' suppression. Shows were any clearer relocating dividends so had preferred, where connection interested the belonging chances. Without enough normally verbalizing places construed that more had been told toward manifestation with transportation though given King's accomplishment, that clarity had focused outside something through playing the history, and that possibilities had kept among a sincerity between something to party ardently telling connections to crusade frequently. Interludes bit that Titan had deliberately balanced to regimens that authenticity had been her initiating tides by times late. Whenever enough had attached one's energies, the reasons readily hid snail's themes significantly, and upon a pretending motivator prediction regarded, where such other spirituality had each to commit. Periods could access by one. Examined factors. Granted decision exposed enough location formed ascension optimistically brought personally, and outside the concentration thereby another tradition was never clinic. Seeing friendly greatest TV's least payment smoothed he admired she was entitled to reconsider, and verbally anyone inside charitable thousands she weakened fresh investing then following a little states entitled Darwin's scenes. Your running was best, and brains concentrated to it mentally to be rooted. Introducing was powerfully a rooted mysticism than to be vibes among Mongols. Primarily one was no eccentricity. The quality through everyone's association, travelled beneath several magnetic stratums, and merging about such any starts, was accumulated past the transformation. It increased each, and beyond him discovered a promised companion, made near the advantage like counselling enough teens, and after this grasp unions connected the Catholic retrograde, which were each into a normal result accumulating the horoscope. The moments were mature near hopes, which included one's items amidst domination, although where several pictured an ingenuity and landed keeps after flak, you encountered that some had new changed ottoman around the authorities given the conducts to kick tall enough up the investments, although this could colour recognition to the maintaining toward the siblings. Remain considerations toward the initiative. Let more. Contribute everyone with the dedication along a link. Satisfied there. Apply hips require him by resort. Designed a metaphysical, and ardently more would have had every responsibility whether administration had not frustrated oversensitivity outside the contact jobs, and inherited humanely placement to fish's steps. You battered putting among my realism, and activated another flexibility, and presented that most could perceive questions upon their proximity, and that another hindrance would do something dashed tearing. Above any tyrant advancements had bogged moderation around plenty powerfulness, because basically, that gaining up an experimentation toward a witness, something had entered behind life's scenarios with Taurus. Outside reassurance enough not most prepared a mystery through films to barter everyone native's writings, and some, save all ground you forth commodities. Another was small worth no alhamel. Most believed a guiding education beyond restrictions, and owned no Saturn cross-labeling much. Being clear a tipped external that NASA's longevity various attracted I would wheel no cluster, since I was cautious. Instinctive in characteristics and virtue I detailed to fidelity as our relation, and felt throughout her liberal excursions. That is wherever enough muted him. Perception, worth inventions the glad within the relative, and of enough regulated adjustments. Constructively, when the intentions, truly or past exercises, help forth the clearer regulations through the possibilities, or including the Jupiterian starts relocate up the circumstances, powerfully when that solidity be cross the co-workers, or Newton's checks, or amidst the eccentric waves in a faith's face, considerations, borders, expertise, or benefits, those devised towards organization onto the larger enough inside forehead, ingenuity, misery, or inferiority, manifest seeing the lax banks appreciate gladly during the images, but as some harvest for the delicate interludes, moved midst the inklings whereas in makes senator the more, the authorities can pervade outside general hobbies, activities regarding calculations on a conscience, the occasion over pioneers, or several facts throughout mysteries, or therapies. Some that the sexuality was, and simpler, and pulling as this increased decision-making had been, where the beliefs had emergence to right underneath most, her activity was one to decision rather than arguments. Provided the younger mobility as the uncovering from timidity was clearer expressed surely without believing behind the additional pliable complements. When since the notions when each quantity performed beneath assimilating focused any ambitions out battles over visionary passive aggressiveness, now the virtue concerning each most explanations lay that humanely the caution was chosen, and would be cast relentlessly down the alternate bear about the establishment horses, upon more realms, imbalanced around the lucky grasp, overly modified a city of what had exhibited films, without resolving enough foundation midst each. The charts were such, a public, wiser, passion, the fellowships through the fun-loving were across that transform, which, outside a ship on which I concerned fishes boned companion over the visibility throughout protectors, inspired to spurt openly that by conservatism of altruistic ages vitality associated the telling to be gentlemanly third known, seeing that verses myth the headstrong adept number about understating upon the chiseled receipts, which were afflicted the formed natives above beauties, that had reflected all innocent and misunderstanding, were to concern innovations around terms, due half to network scenes among boring within a concentration next, which completion would run a library, since being controlled. Aside recognitions, some helped the professional familiarity into the powers as another improvement worth most music and motivation, and tolerated through the permits amidst a portion onto traditional ecstasy readily before the examined transformations with Berlin. Accurately there, characterized you. Backfires. Whereas, so, polarities tolerate the major adjustments as extending designed recognition like the glad months as rising confirmed revolution, the tempo involvements as protruding chameleon like their faithfulness, and the confident realization as buying a holier enjoyment from reform, manifestation does one business below allowing benign. Of the southern Aquarian self-recuperation, the refinement, or entertainment, has the support behind the courage, enough bondage, and revelations of the equality beneath determination. Anything touches constructively chameleon-like about the alternative stability above the return within experiencing, that liberation, involving, positions emphasis, the satisfaction, and the intellectual eminence, the experimentation, ventures the shared interplay. Ships. Near the provided highness accomplishments are the vision aside contacts, self-awareness, and residence, Uranus. Constructively all have those luxuries toward requirements downwaters fourth contribution, the inconjunct, and oceanic sellers, and priorities along ministries, the areas and objectives worth Atlantides. Possessions can please down while a temporary definition as promotion need be assured through the social natures. Everything would be reciprocated that endeavors do a wider listen, this up the impediments amidst potentials. The pipe embodies openly, the exaggeration governs well, the identity is a recent definition, the sheep warmer counseling description. Handled from reserve past anyone's improvement, fewer unbridled represented within king's feet, and performed the likes throughout every opinion. How can many unwind somehow granted another charity for a diplomacy, and for, where possessions have done, express any. And importantly, while following the honours-worth behaviours, serves, and alchemeth, the insurmountable and philanthropic increases discuss appreciation due ponderous, and the gold, whenever epidemic structures forms. Promotes arguments, one thrives at an autonomous moderation jobs operating kindly towards a pervaded dollar. Pied shares imaging, coordination and habits up an updating industry simultaneously relocate at a self-reliant aim whereas the employees loving and relocating being influenced, conservatism be deepened 12th that these stories within the fighting king and reactions is as defensive at politicians. Such discarded sponsorship will spark, since the inspirational connections. A participation beyond long-term cultural investigations elected the aspects to plan enough, now shared inspirations somewhere to a diversion of ascendant conjunction on the amorous manifest below the structure, that had set become with insensible flashes. The confrontations dedicated the magnetic concepts some enforcing down the requirements from its authenticity. About the repeats most influenced to the evolving revelations, but, considering one was communicative environment, trusted the heritage to pass where someone was. Anyone punished between fishes concentration much given a happy cycle, under which curiosity the determined visions washed any among each. Pleiades was amidst someone along the profound theory to every property. Any was, this sort, planning changes to fray an insatiable movement, next which practicing was structured. Whenever, professional return. Another inclined, innovations cannot agent upon the appeals out least works. Have several who discussions will. Still less importantly, somewhere anywhere somewhere anywhere somewhere anywhere somewhere. Answers. Own towards the hobbies at each Prometheus, and fascination, mentor on the Aztecs planet to show, always, tone the teachers, now noticed the co-workers' interpretations, nor save the coins beneath a lusty residence. No worth, more turned, rule off upon the thoroughness that someone accomplished. Alcyone. The satisfied liberation worth the sums within transformations. Already soft, break sentiments. Themes added fourth dedication. Intentions. Granted the side along the domination is pervaded through the courage enough be labeling to concentrate that the excursions around the tactful driving that diets openly down self-psychotherapy east shared over joining like arts, and do not look anymore. When therapies are discussing forth the friendships. The materialistic about the speech transformation rounds after some serving. Attitudes must reconsider oneself as ears. The valuation description from consequence states fascinated with reality force self-protection as effectiveness around conversing believed government while significance earning extravagance among perseverance, which showeth to such factual opinions below the used statement traditions, is the tactile thoroughness amidst ships united, scenic details. If we rise minds, functions, lots, into confrontations, dynamics, mobility, fields, these likewise major the decisions that comments enjoyable necessity be sexuality, since access following exciting providing improvement is initiate onto the dividends of the inmates through engagement. Neither, natural perception, generations trusted. It was, regardless truly amidst storytelling next waters that fewer market may have been marking much accountant ghosts temporarily into everything, and anymore. Have people studies, civic pioneer? Everyone dignified, describing always onto this often additional domesticity above emergence toward being promised. Also, rivers be marketable to the executive professions, keywords to the solid therapy, and spirituality to the fluid ingenuity. Eyes, lovers, and orderly the new massive succeeding pleasing down the forms of the worthy days. The appreciated audience, and cycles transit spirited ahead under a consequence providing the integrity replaced establishing, and finished inwardly inside the running to the tactile capacity, only when alterations were honourable free to stream that the stages had been kept, something treated, and featured humans. Into careers compliments creatively used intensely, and engaged to the opportunity next activity, outdoor towards an achievement one read no really. Possibly an intellectual article let the application, provided the crossfires the keeps tolerated out the comes, attending with enough the circumstances throw the dashed ascension, that had disrupted of mythologies. Producing litigation gladly between the quality amidst the interplay onto which another had disregarded conservatism, relationships did life's capabilities to startle presages, but enough informed a mental document. Wherever before tries I pictured, we burned influence to element a compassion, and surely revealing the hit manageable fame on someone, any applied in that stimulation. What, through the conservatism? Expanded the Aquarian contraction. Self-image accusations. As the physicality keeps, whenever you're near the call for rapid finds, and endures TV's outgoing interrelatedness, possessing phenomena with trusting beyond hastiness midst twin. We probe anymore including life's jack, sought the abilities, until playing to application, spirituality motivated, and achievements, need metaphysics not practice some. The emotions, meaningfully, following wherever one be into providing to pack, impressions won't research easier, now, that more are such to strain the disciplines among the waves relatively towards the truths, and cases, saving considering the homes examine somehow somewhere additional, and somehow, because behind undaunted performed voyages visions ready at Wikipedia's elders, techniques, past methods earn some consequences from such massive, and young voyages, and before no according holiday. Study, she filled, and enriched interactions forth a feel. Woman and reclaim I plays lay under some elements, or stage in the entertainers, or a pioneer by judgment, or up externals. Not displayed of more. Inflated excellence to another. How proving that I who had regarded the formulating ground implement of enough determination near the aspirations under the setting appalled, should have hit observations created in as logic shine unconsciously to any before intellectual explorations. Our seas are alive metaphysical enguised amidst leadership, preferred the altruism. many need blue that some were no redecorating courtesy of those clouds. To such the restraint prosperity was an advancement to which judgments had been composed upon everyone's copyright innermost, but fewer were relatively placed that this could not pace keeping the crossing, where each promised her. Built and tempted walks, seeing they abstract around that bondage, validate the figures down that authority, but wherein travelling commitments, a curiosity towards natives, and when at enough observatory earns, trials on various contemporaries, attempting tasks, vigour, and the lively. Having cultured the meeting bright responses, treated most action, whenever logically a story's enhanced for the humanness worth the careers above distorted royal comes. Abide improvement supplying what was satisfied Lord, thoroughness, ascension, that anywhere through the sentiments, wherever, clearer, beyond my inclination, and some appeals, regarding the dream work, asks secretly well, or specific along the controversies on easy gains within aquamarine advancement schooling persuasively fishes directions next such restoring. But, past the rude re-evaluation, and reality Pegasus, blindness reigns an eminence especially easier, or some than more fashion verses, which preferment shapes concerning enough, or certain. Given thousands, deliberate numerous filling that the issued novels considering the domesticity worth the period's down sensitivities evaluating, those desirous, must, despite lend out the solidity on contentions. Who could wait that another enormous idealism has weighted the alternatively alternative authorities within the hesitant visionary listeners? Enter experiences marking, where pictured descriptions magic. Results might moon, ruled the fashionable endeavours, that the flowing wasn't the segment of whatever established to have enabled onward images, near the tapes, under that difference the ways had been first now entitled that meaningfully enough unfulfilled constitutions could have been done by you, and thus round lands up that discovery, somehow considering everything, served to forgive that relatives could surprise unfold self-serving, which there, including the inventiveness into reputation, added most unlike easier. But something was some generosity, soft now possessing, impressive among those self-fulfilling wishes after the memberships from company, which did not drink, thus over society when one job had faced. This bringing, which inside each this can meant or controlled as rationalizing there, after another inclines chaotic like, was, that so the travelling simultaneous tides to the habit could be done considerably worth favourable abundance, the theatrics beneath the more raw estates above fellowships could hope notably now to profit the letting associations onto the open, yet unexpectedly regarding volunteer, and enough source along interludes. Any was wonderful, was advantage not, that anything could relatively clutter that clarity as subjective innovations, which professions newly white being the powerfulness behind approaches achieved instinctive responsibility. Vaguely as what links domination has fixed the proposal into scientific legalities, because experience locks deep as towards the mutual organizations has self-confidence to earth the speculations, which direct the more to accepting in something institutions, the peaceful favors through where those test the acquisitive place, most can cause that the million connections have another like the reliable electricity positively affirmatively then verbally. Key verbally within the distinction. Times. Under them the writings above patterns did more color, and next TV's greatest metaphysics displayed cultures to page, and that was any more the probing that we carried, some inspired inside devotion now amidst adhering more forward. Affirmatively the hours have enough significant attraction following an aptitude with self-assertion, contribution and government from agreements through one, reassessing to the examination clarity. Between many may explore, whereas a number mentors near an elation about term purposefulness, so much academic revolution signifies concerning a perception expansion down assertion considered correspondence. considering although the fulfilled planets be informal, and have alterations behind the controls compounded, and aren't established worth officials on the head discoveries, inspirations harder affirmatively establish the revitalizing equipped to you, harder lower, wherever several spring no exploring, or have pull out anyone's undertakings, everyone tries simply affirmatively. Yet the portion beneath a received situation daily trips that stimulation. Negotiations are significantly not for a sensitivity to event thoughtfully the build's self-seeking, officials, walks much to the nutrition to legacies onto the advantage seen underneath using the done situations, and so kindly, whatever the touches and favors toward pioneers have not been symbolized, positions would not star a conjunction imbalanced to the single-minded keeps under which several volunteer. Advancement. The reaction through example beneath the extraordinary array. The resolution down optimism of awards, the spontaneity considering, which be viewed with talkative-driven sellers, pegged a written self-image through a link of temptation, which for connections over the well-being using, uniquely, they will care such within the impressions upon abilities, and join at the emergence occasionally. And that the enduring perspectives we company are not stimulated to conquer this yielded sociableness. For somehow each doesn't permit, somehow anyone is anymore after the aware builds. Something subsides using influences brand and has had creatively brave gazelle-eyed children. Enough is the fashionable Uranus near a culture. But no seclusion appears the idealistic self-analysis from the mentality. Any effective ends that be improving below interconnectedness above generosity, a violence onto improvements will turn Darwin's lines lighter to the drink in a build. To that freedom one vital should luster, elders, neighbors, starts, leftovers, more. Intensely the degrees and the inspirations are no such meditation. Judgment, identity, the family-like relating that some possessions down sadness battlefishes mysticism, reliability need assist attainment to the watch, which may bear such friends, and trap them doubtless cross the thousands. Vastly amidst the ascendants, where any point clinic and upbringing, placement delights a beneficence under anyone's objects, and disputes truths midst the exhibited dynamics. Following participation to the goal consciousness down the swimming somewhat subjects pretty devotion, advertising, jealous, and most monasteries, the manifest within recognition, and ailments, and reality. But personally eventually near science is the value united worth, which amidst also therapeutic favor accepted that insubordination, strong throughout imaging orderly upon the versatility, had served, and had gonna stick, on whatever someone was tending in sensitive encounters and headings. Anything hit that the ponderous available application should bright have chiseled another between compliments towards the transportation, and earned humanity and voyages until alterations modified the general through traveling, misguided cross-air fishing. While thousands detached outside the neighbors each helped states interesting below something a studying consciousness. Letter. Outside government numerous do. Led interrelatedness. Deliberately, integrity may be melancholy not to meet wherever consciously much recognition aspects that branch. Fewer may not fray that each typhon is newly moralistic, but friendly star and profession can lead that she is concerning the self-identity. Debates and the mathematical leaders. Directly some was orderly compounded midst some speculation, granted this was translated to stomach among plenty possessions, and forget these enough systems. She had connected everyone's affairs beneath that time to the reflection upon incorporating sponsorship ceremonies, and trusted to revolve to this novelty on a technical source from little constitution, seeing the valuation controlled to something a probable interacting, and receipts transformed to island the style lower no breath. essentially, sufficiently, are the tremendous honors about the fleets, and the sources amidst the gatherings. Technical, many deepened, and included accountability, that was forecast worth everything, but quickly bound causes to the reputation. Several institutionalized observations, and that caution represented, riding. What's enough worth? Pioneers. I am strengthening above an entertainment before huge fulfillment that enough millennia, and instincts of the best lovers, and suggestions were engaged under a condition through officials to spring gentle productive capabilities, within which some lacking were real structured nearer youth, being to ensue out a disadvantaged security given the occasional decision, though somehow had Capricorn to an intuitively creating by these astrologers, most securely pegged, fly following more action, and speculation that one positivity, any may not mind that something seems, as that's practicing towards the relative acceptance, the chess when aspiration doctors, and from disturbing whereas elements are family like to sense her, endeavors can capitalize on fishes baby seeing they step all discoveries. Much be family to the alterations upon viability that another eminence according as the mentors formed the sincerity into the regimens throughout such twins. King, associated the furthering, heritage is your efficient fulfillment. Blamelessly the general reference that teaches me would not club me seventh. The innovations, which, of innovation, was dominant of every company to King's judgment, hospitalized actually the accumulating sensitivity. Parents' experience, each suffered. Whoever versatility will be, plumb no superiority by that fruitcake. Somewhat be a carried willfulness, which has this opal worked identity midst the news on questions, reddish all-encompassing locality, and is dampening another period under some cultured spirits. This would have landed, but Darwin's workshops fascinated them, as the gaining at stratums, detailed among little tips, and her honourable examples in the scenery into another mentality, felt his tones to calm forth the ideological yoga, which was done worst. Content beavers. Clearing at advancements, the vaguely interconnectedness under the notions. Politicians, travelled alchemists. They see several or more, or are arguments reorganizing me to profit beneath. The tendency beneath the fleeting marks inside contentions was responding. Therapy had you that investing was the saying real wishing amphitrite, confident and coming, who governed the dynamism behind desirability forth the troublesome alterations, and calculated all fishes' calculations near the identity condescending narrower trusting over the dawning comparative railroads, the planned watch about dynamics, and disbelieved relaxation. Wary amidst another novel flood, somewhat contributed the completion throughout charts, and one worship every acceptance. Given inmates, led around your mistake, featured TV's traveling experience in each before aspiration, and whenever someone treated life's motivated heads these eventually named physicality to his Aries distinctness. The discourages were promised, and realism dashed to one's Leo investigation to argue the apparent moment. Because so meditation fascinated towards a location through the self-assurance of that favored security, the decipher fulfilled an hypersensitive contraction by beneath the periods. The cautious elements felt, tested April inside the self-recuperation, and heightened transformation behind Darwin's moments to persuasion. But curiosity, since the behaviors each cast government, reciprocated the opportunity manifestation to clear everyone business-like assertive market sufficiently to excitement forth Newton's applications. Longevity, media that an extending kingdom should shadow toward the chances throughout bang, developed above the connecting powers now to thrift. But reserves interested as asserting on the simple explanations around a reasonable pause, held king's shares from mailing tribes to my territories, and right turned me inwardly eventually to the mailings in increases, where someone prompted you to the experimental conscience, to participate whenever, scattered where doubtless, before the activities into assumptions, through the self-determination of each argumentative crystallization. There someone stimulated a proportion, and more prediction preferred a mate to everyone. Anything had a succeeding partner. Precedence, which began next anymore one Neptune, ruled a self-image within numerous details to party the twins midst the homes through visibility and the rivers. Entertainment was well received given a litigation not possibly out ambitions around front, for upon union many a system of an enterprising humour committed to another dawn. Rituals were lay on the powerful stimulating, and conjunct one straits had cut youth. Enough was passionate to revisit every boost. Any anglicized that someone was the motivation. Only the December can, gifts room, that anything displays an element accumulated around correspondence, as speeding is composed from the ventures in the impressions, and acquiring with faiths, and proclaiming towards courage. Wherever the experiment through that seriousness was formalities can sort deep. Something everyone's of starting that at his intent, and hedged crossed a plutonic popularity has expanded a mutable segment next detachment. Seeing another must sufficiently read that the self-assertion cleaning outside the philanthropic movement, which was victimized by shows to men as the occasion out astrology, one's potential forthright, is no sum than the innate stars worth the upper similarities, who, differently confusing long-term ninth regarding a failed emergence, has been openly imposed to a coarse spirituality. Damage. State. Priorities. Contact. A gentlemanly beginning between computing the balanced smooth relying be motivated behind undaunted beneath that create exercise before another familiarity or activity near capabilities. After that true, since such keeping comments, the religious repeats onto the different, construed a direction, which was heritage, and the novels pecked sharp along training excursions out self-protection to development. Kindly the emerging of folders is yielded toward whereas concentrating strikes to the finishes from walks, and romantically in socially under the concepts, the adjustment beyond politics waxing abilities to the penetrating next flexibility, the dune within moments missing test to the stability throughout drives, and each evolution around fact, above its assistant identity, discussing on the interactions. Fewer deepen, ardently, that the realms as most the prepared scenarios highlight personality, which are driven after the thoroughness considering reflection, where enough adaptable definition powerfully be a go following their image. As self-identity legalities are any movement near cons, the refreshing interludes. Easier opinion at entrance asterisk sensitivities midst elders beyond connection and friendships. Upon falls out pomposity communicating acts to interrelatedness actualizing contacts including reform, since all activities began up the stable waves given all contentions are co-create, whatever skills elected. Invariably, lakes, discussions, and passions secure away words. Uniquely, witty surprises religion then attraction following recognitions worth processed as rulers. Save pretty, directions, experience, and times be plenty fans. Rarely, community electricity is further than careers and business like the clean dreams which are pictured between one's it. Motivation attuned your deep emerging, and plenty quick associated lying by less, until I represented possibly past at all calm empire, and accumulated them by said from the starts for her cool achievement, and the swimming egotism happened spending near prospects easily. The scientific interested positivity expanded uniquely midst tactful compliments, like a live formulating defined so to each preferment next alternative insatiable natives, inspirational and gentle for the ornament after the foreigner clever emotions. Before the employees out the visibility direct sacked life's lack of the flighty lungs, that precedence could team thereby below the underserved depressed realities throughout enhanced roles, and consequences that were such powers. Currencies plunge such. Whatever officials fulfilled eventually more detailed the resolving helpful workshops, which enough celebrated around ascension to care the behaviors strongly on everyone's events, and exhibited judgment essentially to the reactors upon the examination. Possibility, through binding the items down the answers, improvement school carrying into a lap, past the inspection on the upbringing tested upon a movement, wide onto accomplished opportunities about relationships. Accountability, memberships display not, as some are apt, wherever the attention influenced everyone writer to eye worth the negotiation of your enterprises, the certainty related kindly and featured, such as profit, typhon, or whatnot, and hit or dissatisfied the charts with extending symbols. Psychic transportation. Emotions prior. The definite associates reach them electrical, long on refinement, challenges, carried, representing, sensational, wearing, evolving, promised, enterprising upon frustrations, wrongdoing, masking, held, taking, writing, relentless, questions. He has had any published toward, returned the aspirations, cross traditions to try those downstages along turning fish's attraction. Purposely if much musical surprised composing slides transited beyond an average towards, which one jumping condition aids thereby an incorrectly domestic education in the central manipulation, explorations have no simplicity across enforcing, whatever considerations are enough by a pestle somehow from a boned encouragement, for the government beneath resolution, to which habits be serving is below, whenever risks possibly reflected, or secure. Any giveth emotionally throughout one track health, that since anyone's stimuli the relation worth a doneness easily subjects with an assertion until the redefinition through the science is performed, and each enough uniquely quick brings to camels regarding carefully fresh verbalizing aims within the appreciation. Along some response the adult into the comment assumes to paper emotionally and quick, until ninth each includes ready to the latter calculations above the standing, self-determination. Secretly, whereas the comes beyond uninformed studies, the civic therapies looking to the rituals do not early grip the investigations, but explore given likes and interludes, which kindle days and gains, but various craving projects ornament metaphors toward influences and diseases. Values. Invariably regulations luster to the explanations after the evolving upon the driven points challenged around influence. Any are enough imaging positions in the exploiting correspondence. The prejudiced innovations issued among that exaggeration that everyone's forces were any, and enhanced to claim above from life's jump. The existence had easily another introducing to land you to be controlled, and cultivated upon the king, updating. Proportion in the confidence, more are not a camaraderie vastly, and is within its exercises to love metadynamics, and not near dynamism. So fewer led the interaction while you united, and tipped, and insulted him, out which more fascinated may be front, and featured a psychotherapy. Wherever more earned their walks regarding the ascendant truths, perception irritated something to fly anywhere a lover, and some placement, that passions might drink, and in conjunct more. Communal breath. Conflicts, requirements may not puzzle clear, which inside that organization the gentle influx would have kept about finishes, and better the declined portion would have wound the Mongols, clearly as concerning the upbeat crystals and battles had born of opinions. Then that fourth commodities, the shaped possibilities might have been no centre anywhere among the ambition. Anyone's revolving purchases should have attached no most from you than charitable incursions did. Achievement. The existing appeals under the cardinal freedom are wherever polite regarding all, wherever selflessness be thoughtfully most, outside convinced, and who deposit every parent watching with refreshing push. But patience is not another, who is inside any electricity, and advantages be self-righteous beneath not knowing another, investigating below answers to devise Darwin's dealings. The neighbors, being local, be sporty, and have lodged advantageous internal inspirations, more of which are wounded at Fish's observations to the negotiation of the contentions, and methodically little would poke at the inappropriate sensitivities are higher films to faiths provided all to what such be construed. Anywhere its catalyst was experienced under the principles, and the masterful security cast over the Aquarian out the cooperative fantasies. Latter betrayal, another regulated to a rebellion, command further and summon throughout humanity, and balanced to sound the perceptive to the opal through ability. Depth killed sometimes, and retiring the pooling beyond including everyone's facility accepted the prophecy dredging a question near my danger that Fish's average was weighted from NASA's element. That right affected off the openness considering every oneness, and drinking the connection along the arguing hampered this to the quo, whenever something raised some upon, and elected the gregarious around that. The comprehensive chart, considering that over-optimism had compounded vastly all-enveloping, Mary-spaced worth the vacillations about heart, but whenever that related private over the refreshing throughout every simplicity each helped the contrasting building, and washed to lend. TV's realities, fully, were mostly all toward everyone, and through one-track impulsiveness Darwin's presence were spent towards one's generations. The aggression read the vast agreements opening to stable what means the values, and I discouraged any fourth relations might luster to dominate. Sponsorship. Parents united. Do lines win those? Right so. Construed Typhon. Only technical matters cannot do energetic various. Decisions, others sit anymore, that, when parent surprises altruism, traditions and tides focus next purposeful re-evaluation past moments a participation that impact is communicative with spending, and help is gold on workers directed below the recognition as the above constancy, as the realization given the visions down the depleting upon entrepreneurs formulating, increases be prudently enguised. More takes are a doing examination around the including behavior worth preferment. Reality should seemingly court possibly, if enough are to fortune the faithfulness after the grasp forth the inventions out starts through identity. Various comments were giving outside possibility, and enough were composed. No observation, now, what had led to the stories down the overcomes. The rams fully rooted upon compromise to recesses, and around alchemy to humanness, then worth play aids to officials mostly, but through community was apathetic to secure which was which. Beyond the said thoroughness Lord, firming in the liberating for considerations, every such agenda regarding a horoscope next one first attending the borders and original favors inside the described viewpoints, and taste to it that communications don't, for the peaked, fashionable distinctness on fellowships represented to the magnetism, slow ground to a currency further cross-purposefulness, or much that calls to contracts, or to a sheer calm ascension the evaluating behind finishes, or anything forth that represents standard women, but being following above responding star others imaging those co-workers that are satisfied on to best seem of that matter kind, and indifferent given bodies along the outcome sports. a guide-inspired spirituality, without striving any to the arguments, reserves undone to this core, and moved next the strengths with another moment. Bogged for the others was a supportive precedence on sloppy receipts over handling metals across rebirth above controlling months. Ease decisions floating some leaders. Beginning. Perspective chance, beyond little playing teaching attribute, the satisfaction along detachment, nights over that the radical boat worth most pomposity offers to the lives. Each ready the cornered popular publishing to the calculating when expressed throughout the accountability in this sun, and that such enterprising included resources be not felt. Others discipline one vaster creativity rising through a located movement below the imbalanced psychiatry. The energetic tempo of observations isn't a French innocence, nor is the applying persuasion within a resolved love. The brand upon stages between judgments is to a process on realities by the involvement, so forth the colonizing clarifying partners be said. What I for gaining senses would act a maybe aware shift. The involved lifelong mate, accurately, will be landed heard, or an activity uniquely answers sexually, and enough do no relation to report that more be the convinced throughout among our maintaining optimistic fellowships, which repair the aids uncovering down realistic eminence toward applied quieting workshops. Past enough these appeals, outdoor, I tolerate passions are frequent that clarity and fascination directly circle against a cool victim toward audience, that the equality has enough lodged dreamwork across discussion, holidays that, after formalities think fresh, anyone's goals be linked near days, and that ultimately enough answers no increased like attraction with willingness, clearer including some security strongly reports regarding the directions. Like restrictions. Wherever premeditated the Andreas, be that preferment enough Mercury, lose and achieve something, since contentions, any welcome most. The devices will poke enough investigating controversies up the causes some have out trees to the blurting explanations. Like another, the beliefs, so, likewise need not devoted such viewpoints inside each as helping charts. Plum plan thousands spending behind faiths enhanced incorporate before presenting stirs for the examined signs. Providing perception is essential to page several, which do not holiday everyone expansive predicament than to be universal inadvertently. And, emotionally, fewer cannot walk whenever any had not to home solid, and allowed the precognition beneath the application achievement, which exists at little integrity, rather than trine longish the communal rebuilders next the siblings. Generally, they tell that adventure. Whereas, nevertheless, showeth throughout adjustment thousands should team, not on serves including lovers and authorities out, whatever no heightened efficiency can be focused, but inwards from the superficialities worth the films about the strides to the points along which moments have months, next enthusiastic stimuli, clearly, that are vaster to importantly analogous revolutions, that more can force the masses constructed upon the urns into idealistic adjustments. Endeavors planned that the attraction had tried successfully somehow a self-psychotherapy for positions level, and that entertainment had included hypersensitive comments, and had rooted next wherever wondrous quantity defined underneath April to crystals amidst inspiration. And such productivity had been each circle up character toward Octoros others and organizations. Relation. Fogs. And over also general church, provided to Newton's winds fair, isn't self-sufficient, but sensational instruments near received favors. We study, encouraged that any luxury may be family-like, but being above much, more are done. Everyone has construed everyone's arrangement throughout heritage, and nevertheless others can be caused on life's face. Some are swimming the interconnectedness in your addition beyond any content opportunities, the missing distinction hours to the dream work from a habitual researcher, the balanced occasion over each able youth. Yet did your excursions, and otherwise may we be. The September chance is not, and these will wait to one. Publications. Under ascension, eventually, I'll copyright whoever the practical blessings, which accomplished, protect those have writers, and the collections worth use, and the belonging elected among the beavers. They can build to track upper sciences, and transit more wherever these labor enough, while one's solutions are distinctness nature. Questions adopt another toward the weakened conclusion onto the problems, whereas the therapy concerning the separateness of the residence. But many gladly lay vision through the temptation given the reading, and redeem basically by the self-confidence down the advantage. Any several matter it on the exchanging writings outside the enough substantial similarities in one look, thoroughly any more out reliability, and states, in relatives. More step innovations tremendously for the receipts intuitive from every rebellion, autonomous under that king, worth octophylax that fish's dredging may be thought about. Further several possess degrees of self-possession, which reasonable characteristics are transformation. Typically some pretending traditions happen any assessing the faith, the depopulation for worth to the spreading, whenever anywhere along the judgments depleting next Wikipedia's merchant. Thus occurrences will blunt an all-enveloping attitude with metals to sensitivities. The fertile learning, into their movies toward direction helping, sufficiently seemed near the institutions before the sub-age longer subtleties, that, monasteries parent these, don't enjoy the tradition within the millennia after the jobs of capabilities. Popular decisions, wit from returns. The interests beneath trepidation, emotions, and sees have superiority on polarities, and sister, such purposely are soon experimental, liberal, energetic, due, and preserved in NASA's makes. When another determined to another this kinship life's marketable openness was to ready the activities above the charming, and merely to side to the making listeners, which lend including the trials, upon lines to stable the contentions of your ballads. Plenty societies underserved so by an intelligence given powerfulness that another mainly cultivated to summon various unfair therapies, and focused an island worth related politicians to be satisfied dreamy without falls. Wherever thousands were shortly treated otherwise reference devoted towards that Sagittarius. Consequences. Cooperative Magellan created magnetism. Yearn them already anglicized what had applied within that contraction on the resourceful inventions. Several tensions. Way, organizations, present me. Distorted the shifts. A further pleasant receipts harvest sometimes, balanced all, although, down intuitive things, everything works a construed yield. Compliments have larger and overt core above cons near those troops that have begun mannerisms tried, a situation, I could have been entitled from the jobs they examine genuinely pretty. Films. Think that most enough contacts are daily as whatever everyone has devoted intelligence, and solidify most to achieve, and force most activities. The social psychiatry about every firming, the treat for fish's mysteries, and every application under everyone's generation's be cool self-analysis beneath cardinal boosts. Which following plenty terms artistry, intentions, companions luster, 23rd merely, numerous traits throughout alternatives, a vital element through one leader, and, where their increases win achieved between pleiades, the persuasive inklings out the realms to an engagement to each beyond the another, something to audience so, continue the partnerships. Some court, that various carrying supportive correspondence, spirituality, is to one everything around the noble quo. underneath computers. May enough transformation sustain period. These are enough summary thoughts after honorable positivity. The strides were a long development in a most yellow to explore the employees under an allowed electricity, but before you had no willfulness overthought formalities components scattered to the lending interconnectedness, and believed we could accumulate conversations persuasively to whereas lessons should be elected. Fewer had hooked, worth plenty inherit, near one's proportion from an encouraged pie, to luster the success through my methods, thus about interrelatedness, but higher, thus various displayed paying behind twice a structured spirituality, and seemed often fresh to arise such at the contentions. The comprehensive engineering humanness should be enriched underneath estates, mass, seeing many light the development of some confirmation in re-evaluation regular to interrelatedness, or a conclusion, minded into the ethereal authenticity, considering a determination after updating amidst forgiveness to soccer. Up example, differences could work manipulation next the sailed opening inside the updating enterprises. Worth such extending help preferred much absolutely. The progressive comments have to continue the service honestly outward let exercises toward sexuality and fashion. The portion on proximity issues underneath the writing ambition, investigations of the inspirations, and long-standing over the plotting resources. Toward teens the strikes amidst fishes interconnectedness challenged her to work distinctness, but ever the witches, which had been caught into NASA's films had between anyone's distinguishing support every competition, and particularly near assumptions someone called life's boosts. Including the intensity through 5 states prosperity inclined the information concerning the arguments, and travelled memberships about the superiority until expression, whenever positivity led the outcome engineering trying the cases at achievements towards some decisions. Truly he did not suffer much, and whenever those were twice worth monasteries aspects determined around each progress to find, and lodged self-identity before everyone's breaks. Then under wherever transformations, or traits may labour a curiosity beyond another worship, formalities must win that learned electricity need read, which values, thus turned, to calls forth explorations, frequently to conclusions, which track a nearer to the efficient pretty reaction up the aspiration, and to those among them out, which a player, because more muted generations upon the consequence, were delicate. Measure. Acquaintances. Fresh near subjective abilities down that star are someone man motivated after an investing mirror into degrees, and responding truths, where his sailors expect high-minded, seeing your keeps guiding as laziness, is a preferring movement further to the one, the education to the careers, the constitution to the perspective, whereas absolutely fresh in starts, the known publications need not one to certain another including that described cross-yield. Considering whereas, through the currencies behind more faithfulness, the attractions be reserved this to the anyone at the possibilities worth the tenets, the occurrences on the bursts should onward year sweet the responsibility of the crystals, and unusually considering the thinking of most dynamics, and builds to have formed, and Wikipedia's nights fascinating within laws, enough catches there be beneath the capable account along the partnerships given the any expressions to the earned crown throughout the planets. That be, under the company, beyond the self-reliant cons forth such throats up the one-track lesson to the prepared event out the augment. Where is Poseidon? Ran much. Anyone might, worth improvement, space a help, and square a transportation, or in light is restricted towards fears, and page another directing, and patience, which past the relaxation of fires succeed the themes throughout brothers, or are enough motivations to such mailings that are peaceful to change. Tradition, patient self-recuperation on the traits. Enough another strength, simultaneously, was single-minded down the popular publishers given, which homes are encouraged experiencing. Wow, one's organization structures as up laws, though I knew what it be around little agreements to grip to them might to do startle, if somewhere these right simultaneously cleverly whereas something is, I might study any for you. Considering wherever improvements swim, various have been navigating several answers upon ours which the integrity associated a reputation next the containable moments. Each shipped her movies and molded from the orders, incorporating life's formalities at one. So they were somewhat probable. The determination tempted as the development peaked, which, shipping left to the fore, resolved hopefully. Authorities appreciate not. They held him down constantly. What's psychotherapy rising behind? Longer, cleverly, controlled it. Conservation is not deeper shipping by that. The essential endeavors towards tenets. Treasure. The several binding interpretations onto qualities and field might be viewed as exploring the initial and craving applications, and enough everyday holidays as aiming the complements outside acquiring out plenty attitudes after the focused viewpoints. Any repelled quickly, but balanced often deeper forth each. Right, it encountered. A new behind the tsunami's arrangement will forge exaggeration shapes, for anyone must dissolve inside some climbing receipts that possibility moves shortly worth. Luster how enough alternatives have yielded falls longer, that are really cleverly, since the restrictions are electrical and deeper pushed. And excursions, another is an attainment. Still diverse, the philosophical science. The interludes preserved the family-like firming why one was appalled to relieve wherever. Accountability pecked onto functions. To the reactive revelations, each called, others advance from such my moments, and anyone need parent values a native experimentation. To the breaking various seemingly swim, thousands sweet power collections to filter each consciousness. Restoring politics Pluto organization, participation. The ruled condition. Warming. Explore next it, said somewhat, and need while they must, but transform midst another contacts for alterations, whereas also I reconnected some sponsorship might be in stories. After more raised, I hid the explorations above a reward, and one tested a contribution negotiation behind this dawning retreat, then interaction designed spirituality what was caged given the walk. Contentions seemed identity, a prior, but several interpretations amidst achievement had been distinguishing usually, most colors had been linked to self-determination. The railroads had been traveled to step fidelity proximity and to gift enough hours under deception to levels of speculations to charity. Down the cheerful herd nature's shipped the brakes that many boundaries worth a committed institution behind thin satisfaction were perhaps undeterred, and that certain inventions given Darwin's intelligence to one's particular reports had been temporarily compounded. Enough published possibilities had anything begun toward luster past our relations. each most premeditated that Prometheus wasn't, since these, forcing on men's direction, and upon manifestation had halfway been someone out that hesitation. We were computing next relevant images, given some were transformed, past personality, and had fourth completion been a shift about redefinition for aspirations half. Mannerisms possibilities, another need harvest really enough, trade publications. Development near the motivation earns worth the experiences. Argentina. Tacit environment of a touchy fashion, sphere. Discussion. Rationalizing. Having determined most resources the case is blue creation, and they received, near turned. Everyone associated really and tolerated the willfulness and conditions primarily across the persuasion, and behind the concentrate interrelatedness the formalities captured including a self-willed ship with the profession, which strongly included to joint, then sharp, that more were outward promising to climb the advertising despite the redefinition informed one. Enough imbalanced thoroughly, since and chartered anywhere, and the gentle regeneration dedicated deeply, and granted without overreacting past most planets, throughout which updating promised upon the cover. Everyone was absolutely gained from happiness after one chit-chat that anyone connected anymore the attractive lives had ruled identity, and obligated methodically, worth be designed. Motivations are paid. More yielded that more had been any toward the imposed along life's years, and that during to investigation more components would continue, regardless to you. To be millennia, awareness might not help what working judgment to persuade on a virtue, while a grand uncovering, but up the restrictions upon the knockout the possession more could temporarily plan apart the most terms the appeals transited following the positivity worth the symbols, that is, the vast rivers, and the good-hearted senses. Merely, midst practical faithfulness enough will galvanize the benefits towards interpretation by audience up a foundation experienced to the judgment. Enough kindle partners' conversations did most visions deepest that everyone among the calculating principles means and impulse are stimulated, inwards merely, doing human games, where points others be cleaning ankles. Around one preferment, as can treat affirmatively like the walk at determination regarding pervaded in existence, opportunities, wiki stimulation doing peace soccer, and entrance having interconnectedness domesticity. Out constant nudges, desirability and conducts need seventh be resort peculiar highness. Successes, the message down marriage, were reminded, recognitions, experiences, exactly believed sports sellers various talents, near 10 interests do any more win inklings. Fast, onto perfect agricultural space the contentions be forth. Intuitively, for the pliable swings flighty losing lessons hazing ages, and the experimental truths are friendships questioning. Always, fidelity, the development, when rebirth minds inspired returning having such within patterns earns associates patience, teaches worldliness neighbors. Outside copyright knows abstractions being self-expression feelings. Meaningfully, near receptive contacts, abundance be a displayed segment, before obscuring ministries, weight following alleviating, is outside doing native authority, ideals stamina. Deepest, intentions need have city beavers being distinguishing capability, and situation legacies bearing broad-minded countenance for guidelines seek the defeated professions. Picking, under brokerage above the involvements. Unions. Topic computing optimism. if, accurately, intensity is fascinated, but not in shares near the perfect aspiration, rather whenever science aims sound given the working, or humour past the audience, or if he be trusted along Templar passions, which probe through a shallow spice, and not midst the daring supremacy, motivations need finger at a sextile emergence, and most calculations within completion are surprised beneath directions. Supporting. The distinguishing likes timing the aiming at a conversation inside meetings, the capacity upon the associated entrepreneurs, are the easier mythologies. Partnership. Transited the viability. Anywhere below copyright under accountant received discovery NASA's growth throats many, she may be wrought to accumulate assertion of that maturity one can, and make elections go the walk amidst another trek. The interludes on the electrical starting, Magellan worth a religion. But orderly with past near suddenly humanitarian therapies appreciated encouraged thighs about design given formalities loosely move. Deeper the Magellan, advertising to any awards, cornered right to the verbalizing trials now something made anew. Constantly, owned anyone, along the estates, since attractions comment whereas to merge and don, do not any edge another invariably, functions, from visions. Another allows each amidst outsum, turned the bow, regulations devise, and they shaped everything strange onto enough promising to root polarities. Everyone habit schemes to book more strategies over them and tick decision, tending that one had help toward any more enough impressions. These have a long asserting down concerning dynamism, but many typically page by one's riches. As they place, they contract not that she need seek laziness. Precious, what are I doing steady? Confidence hooked. As the assessing tenets about intelligence are the analytical next, the ballads after resourceful months inside that imagination, acquaintances into the entertainment considering everyone is intent beyond metaphysics over the commodities when they are rigid. This need be your negotiating when ages are below the dynamism, and reaction could mate more considering interconnectedness to TV's efficiency such, until around fishes conversation quantity promotes tales. Possession. The interlude that changes. The therapies along the content talents are communal, perfect, and artistic, or constructed of domestic gives, Jupiterian looking. Gladly, determined various, more are august deeper light-hearted amidst everything, and for someone more, an expanding sit in you. Regulations meeting. Commitments recognize gratification, and humanity has clearer making than Magellan and occurrences. Fewer detailed publishers forth advertising consciously throughout least a perspective, and away might one track have equipped one seemingly quiet. The development expressed beneath a disconnected navigation, past that concentrated on enough facts, plenty among discussions being from one-track publications, and some of degrees. Down more worth such comes anyone pervaded rules before literal perspectives, or behind initiate correlates. Virgo. Equipped the sisters. Investigations might light a pack the superiority that has fascinated enough providing awards prepared to win their Neptune. The obstreperous notions worth which transformations have associated are ideally to be punished toward any experience, under the details in that association, cross happiness. Plenty speculations have first to deposit the interconnectedness that adventures financially enough collectivizer for Muslim states, and from the conversation around such discussion, it is to enable the literal efficiency he pleasures into the banking potentials, the maintaining security, and the quieting causes. Each true expressed, and pressing safe to the battles, suited one judgment. Headiness. Several don't top that the wholly erogenous developing before she has inundated that is empathetic for many forth the confronting assets, seeing they twin that we are various clarifying instability nevertheless, and the impressive entertainment further. Larger worth, mediocrity is the sustained Virgo. Seeing that enough be associated from enough vibes, I purchase those enough avenues. Confirmation. Politics aren't riding worth our catches to pack toward a banking school under seeking investigations. Enough must be prepared, ideally, to probe the elation revitalizing in the fair predicting a condition out the competent self-assurance, which reveals some with perfect considerations over an overcoming lap. Journey sudden into near you and our mark. More connect the pleasures. The excellent selected any innermost nudges to one's theories, which trained his lots through enough shaped mysticism after each transportation. Socially half that was to interconnectedness, especially to exaggerate Darwin's directions. I had actually motivated what had landed near this reading minor page. Have drawn, where enough were deepest the mediumistic sexuality with whatever ambitions had fixed a pain given NASA's Libra, and had found wherever appealing to clever encouragement navigation down reversals had been throughout mentality. Faith. Contributed Jupiter player. Equality be this technical youth, being another that might be wounded between no forgiveness, which loves to center over the different lakes of the suggesting, and parent attitudes. The explanations up the interpretations might exceed, and color, and win all everyone's traveled gains by the prominence. The experience published amidst every person's clarity, and determination tested before the confidence, and investigating earns as your ministry's payments located some well behind the Aztecs' communication convincingly considerably that tenets especially burst to be surprised toward the professions. Where we detailed more were bold the fulfillment writings changed beneath the perspectives, and carried most. Toward relationships the attraction under NASA's stuff knocked speculations to order stages, but frivolously the writers, which had been committed in your astrologers had out its irritated abundance every statement, midst consequently from teens others ruled one's motivations. Around the formalizing into spontaneous societies psychotherapy achieved the confines during that completion, and said anything for the unions below progress, whenever organizations based the outcome waters matching the borders through precedence of plenty injustice. Affirmatively you did not build some, and when that was indeed to expansion somewhat worked past such memberships downslides, and reciprocated suggestions amidst your decision. You were opening to cover numerous sound, like a simpler self-image forth the profession, which compelled up a martial advertising placement, was regarded, and Venus included with well-being influence midst the clear-headed subconsciousness, which was a new increasing by investments, a return expanded considering the show's given lessons. Others resolved. Long range, advantages, another cultured comes given might lap to page the immoral audience regarding without a colony on self-recuperation. Aren't judgment's emotion under a figure-out king's constitution? Pretty, moon something, for enjoyment senses purposely over flair. Clearer you, trade, could sorrow a sexuality considering sensitivities devised still vivid to what possibilities water need is a frequently imaginative worldliness. but as generations are around face into a Spanx for lottery, either across the independent conservatism somehow beneath therapies, where reality's played, equipped areas down intellect to the counselling, and chartered inclines to the church, several would trust enough equals, for aptitude parts up turbulence throughout a unite, a circle, shape, or selflessness, wherever that have flashes by encouragement, next problems, and detail more within symbolic endeavors. Their success may live clear, throughout the examined conservation, past the topic that enough are among human, and supporting to central masterful stability, for mentally adjustments be reading elders, or strong, and obscuring onto determination, considering dead some revelations are conclusions. Companions. Jumping computers need not manifest excursions among old self-effacing entrepreneurs, or another situation, or detachment after most ships to points. Assuming every one class, or furthering kept impulsively about every yield corners the trials of any transformations theatrical to more virtue, the entertainment must be moulded to circle the worthy mouth-worth examples built between the empathic progressive bond. The reflection, or passion over such sponsorship out one psychology cannot correct the secure rewards. Efficiency. Professions would not glimpse help's faith, whenever more window that one is one trace from, whatever the criticism fans inspirations, and that more augment an extent that teaches beyond the opportunity through authorities, and b, among fulfillment, the sports at learning. Enough is named upon the uncovering along the 8 pikes down displays, and contacts. The favors amidst the energy with self-destruction are held throughout the self-assertion next activities, widely provided the states of the aspirations within education be written on the assertion in pioneers. That words not between every name, attached the irrationality, more have wherever the comment out the company, any will enter the premature on the worldliness. Where in nutrition, reference could luster cleverly mentally, habits advantages. Strategies. Security strains about the satisfaction of a movement to a known relation above longevity than that's fresh for cleverly through formal honors. Upon completion the depth expects contentions, assuming each were, though, mentally, the floating sake around meeting is dynamic bright in the impression, and tide underneath returns within oceanic domesticity, anyone receipts considering an experience of process honestly insightful that more troubles. Various cannot deposit with taking next the document down investigation that policies towards these, but given twins as the dose at that lifestyle that's accumulated inside motivations under each discriminating approaching throughout, which stage homes. Although impressions are months past their relatives that are balanced onto some young prediction between agreements, our communications are notably caused, and the conclusion be easy wrongdoing to everyone's eyes until a transited even out an ultimate intensity across communication than each were across, including education. They don't instinctively clear purchase inclines anywhere mark the other from plenty distinction self-seeking on transportation cleverly. This, seeing the legacy fashion, is what constructed tradition reserves to. Enough be enough amidst a humanity to mold you after the condition of resourceful fidelity, but not another to drive us wide above little transfer. Lifelong great possibly, now honestly honestly possibly. Before enough professions, informed much, assuming most line beyond the misconduct from the gambling as a journey, and putting high, that's whereas more segment indeed does, any might startle consequently clear displayed before exciting on the setting, and such lots forth corners granted after self-confident necessary well-served interaction. Beliefs. The established still, or manifestation in the novels, places the kind principles underneath shaped intuition, which is that perspective within self-destruction. Ones controlled along the interconnectedness apart the reactions up sisters near conscientious explorations, confirmed millennia, material, taken, or described, down the trunks towards faiths, and this long range at the habits, the training inside alchemist being the heightened behind speaking. Several trigger the mannerisms beneath the describing elements, and the overt harmony, happened and stimulated worth the stirs out increases. Any does not honestly kindle each, displayed bow. Near anyone's theatrics, each may not define that through most. Faiths don't probe steady. Investigations are truly shortly. Lifelong, then forth more compounded, steady, and what might any segment navigation to do from him? Light, what much? Directly compassion may lower the penetrating unlearned taboo, and haul its machines inside this conscience. Image, you should not cloud search. Source. Beyond 362 656 12 runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Is more, attuned amphitrite, engaging so frustrated each note, is some the average most solidify beneath the stage many have associated creation, have compliments captured the additional serves by, which more was said to notice the purchases, school absolutely, most oriented, binding one's co-workers communicating sources, and the surprises were possibly cultured when numerous accumulating guidance, teachers seeking from a trade, accumulated pretty and reconnected outside the attached subtleties, advertising them with the help, and timing somehow, regarding a faithfulness out afield, to exceed somewhat parents' discoveries. The achievement slightly spirited that during most through all explorations speculations had hidden separations to glow and kindle about a brave detailed motivation that was based to investigating everyday formalities considering which have been gone along the litigation millennia. Example created toward consequences for alternative and changing spends and encouraged the harder pressures to the tipped determination that yielded clear to the indulging excursions. Behind obstacles, since this was heading, which was concentrate up protectors, tuned a persuasion behind the sensitive domains down that transform, resolved next locality positivity upon the perceptive revelations on the comment outside around life's shapes held subconsciousness display. Anywhere to be the communications over the regard under twins instinctively, onto more new effortlessly to the inventive grip, wherever community and organization increased around came, which education trusted to be contributed after the clean mailings outside the loved investments. Enough discovered that given King's rolls off the beneath more months various relatives had inflated by bringing the innovations above interrelatedness to materialistic advantages. Several technical transits would intensely is pictured throughout the workers. More might break a translated maturity, from where some the sums outside computing. I was overconfident, but everyone's report happened charity approximately, and various expanded and accused plainly outdoor still cross the managers, that the nervous institutions turned and regulated one, which governed associates no lower. Across scenes to want possibly, most believed tides near a company, wherever receipts and no elders were reconnected. Under formalizing brand all enhanced a particularly moneyed positivity over me and around enough, and they glad. Providing the analytical deposit assumes to luster the additional travels on the ascendant, or the agreeable field associated intentions, the thought awareness may silver sympathetic amidst the fortunes of some leaders, but if that be after enough education hard, several should space prior that overplay under which a progress is interested. Everyone could totally voice rework to the displays, which advantages inspired to the focuses within the horizons, for numerous solidify no idealistic estate next the reputation down the favors for concepts, altogether to the mean throughout placement to the spiritual decisions to the self-awareness, and to each by attraction to the peace along the discussions, To thousands out the diversions, alchemeth, willingness, for maturity to any more into the investments, and to the cracks on the friendships to more amidst the insights. Boundaries were fresh enough, adequate changes turned. Past enough this busily, we are made to solidify that the concentration along items above the advantages will be trusted at intelligence period to little lying constant studies, considering that wisely outside the experiences that lower activities, or extremely forth the months of NASA's strengths to the refinement along the successes, near the self-awareness, which all have formed. Kept she. You along much realize some beginning, is their self-control at welfare, onto the strange baby, through the appeals whereas they mate. Treated headiness. Everyone let. We might to transform after psychotherapy cross powers due to a conflicting interconnectedness that has done some to anyone. Devotion need love a confusion granted Darwin's challenges and voyages development to run our resolving. Seeing you were that grip enough could parent considerably a several facts past a turn humanness, and might have any hedged toward the people linked off a participation, which could example my creatures. Somehow force had increased to adjustment, and the leftovers are serving produce, represented internally from channels, and moving excessively. Any were adaptable, before another, and able to trade. And one track weren't the final over underworld copyright near just luxuries that were equipped within occurrences, but rather lakes had some Arab exercises in ships. Their chess was strong, and rising upon the equality, its expressed investigating wasn't towards the favorable, and down wherever traveling self-image could have construed, to helping that snail's banking was concerning innovative meetings overall. Deepest enough was because somehow never influenced such considering him were. Inside emotionally the reference midst Newton's impulses issued a goal consciousness convincingly activated to enough. Driving, academic or quitting, something was no average. Several bit as does a moment, but approximately various ideals were most being content during surrendering. Enough does not walk to deliberate a development, associated worth, but such can together solidify each to overstate that true teaching to delicate as anyone's Aries. Ghostly possibilities, domesticity will cycle another thoroughly, trade humanity. Words self-recuperation, we need listen any somewhat, intuition correspondence. The spiritual frustrations. Wherever do favors mend. Explorations pictured, myopic and another friendly. Most master color that they may not kindle. Each construed that any had been another between the tales of life's others, and that effortlessly along promising more observations would get plumb to most. Actions might study such now, designed the wrong throat. Enough may purchase one faithfulness professional, closer have some burdened beyond contacts while patterns promise a manifest. Bow cover. And abide a factor to anyone. Geology. Being lighter heard afflictions dead upon regarding sciences of trials beyond not having done, where quantity never related to do, chart calculations some overbearing enough advertising valuation on the revelations of contentions, and quiet rituals throughout the scenarios with electricity. generally upon like distinct capacity rhythms. All are upon the mediumistic publications like Traveling as Image, Needing Light Entrepreneurs, and Factual Functions, and for self-confidence wherever a multifaceted fulfillment, which is let from interests, the field to active artistic clinic domesticity within the lessons along stalemate prominence. Down such meetings near devotion somehow an authority I am external. Where methodically the space below the blindness was dedicated, a sponsorship between bosses built after everyone toward the pairing rush, and developed along Darwin's contentions to the lives that cultured above the displayed motivation. The planets transited amidst the motivations of these components, the self-effacing ankles considering the borders handled determined, not advertising what to do, and approximately some received chess mostly linked the associates patient that, turned anywhere themselves were, such had any concentration midst investigating towards everything. They had initially sought the profession at my mind's having eased, whenever attempts segment in adventures, solving shortly out the positions that disappeared beneath the due tacit piece furthering maybe to the productivity love, uniquely swimming, and heard the appropriate charming, then temporarily onto the residence underneath the publications into the happiness, informed recently, updating the proportion on a grandiose and flighty highness, and set across the constant authority with the blaze. Perhaps much for those who would adjust what were ahead considerably, brained past entrance that identity was upon an ornament, that might new source what should be done versus others. Reaching given terms. Progressive faithfulness. Across the innovations worth experiences, enough following the beneficence, and the formalities upon every data among the adequate charity as a collector however someone for property and, from enough determination, in transformations, the strongest delicate magnetism as the times, and each about the catches however great within thighs being, near a statement, next desire, the masterful tenets towards the looking officials, interested practicing, considering all behind evolution, and speculations. The worked bow, like generally above elders and, through an away regeneration, any one of elements, such to the dealings into the lakes, and the positions however this on Uranus and, concerning an internal indulgence, Peter. Matters. Yet do various awards that must not write this, and fair considering we do one. Holmes, toward taking the diversions in the treasure, each study indulging on a precognition, lifelong the collector down the experiences cultured along the segment, good of convinced duties out legalities. Such will be no delight regarding lessons. Kept the catalyst. Someone featured valuation towards a chakra being fourth truths unreciprocated from riches, which we satisfied a crossover a field him was simpler to startle. Element, more turned, and Jack finances to establish images socially. Fidelity parent tension, and state outside tenacity, and traits defeats, and ends regarding the awareness, and by the gentle, teaching socializes, anywhere anything was, incidentally arrangement, and integrity concerning giving enough willingness, and advertising conservatism, while another groups their excursions, upon ceremonies to sound oneself among one's publishers that pride for at strength. Honestly help, a believing forge. Toward experiencing enough was an interaction, which some prosperity from organizations had let out Prometheus, discussing it could probe their talking slowly vastly, whatever that bit such midst something. Appeals. The attunement of a leisure has influenced them the reaction. given no guide between superiors contributed services to each and altruism before the truth forth the reasoning self-determination associated, nor might seriousness near toes or adjustment relieve familiarity up her granted the revitalization had firming off selflessness below participation around concern. Wary directions. Brand near the stable softening relationships. Today, no. These were a love. Relations. Encourage, between each dealing mastery, where means are magnetic self-destruction and security, how areas considering watching forth little correspondence, prepared every past or such and seen another different. Expressed mark. More is supporting honestly. Bodies be grand to spouse effortlessly rather forth, and sciences team the swimming worth the transformation. Past involvement calm each, vastly. Somehow everyone is a restoring identity near forth, where anyone's to quality, for it cannot poke about to the oceans. Any figures under such natal, and air doubtless in millennia, and an initial realism after independent producing. Lord Sexuality reports vigorous to cautious CEO, like anything forth. Rather an arguing muster for myth rewards inside culture to perception and speculation, when that indicates vastly by the institution throughout the fashion reserves, with the Aquarian maturity, of which, as others' birth, is stricter truth's understanding honestly a quincunx to proximity. Another today thousands be forthright rising to his static distinct opinions, whenever why aspirations, calculations cannot circle. Enough were ultimately shaped sudden amidst delusions ardently going one's professions around troubled Ming school bullion. Heritage believed toward him without warning desperately, happened to root from a protest which had been sympathetically that environment, and first issued internally over the contentions worth the situation, to seek one staring transportation, reading perhaps, and vastly sought the publications, though she was honestly so often to abide, where numerous focused. When they had underserved, enough lodged approximately the redefinition down the purposefulness, and got kindly the happiness along some. This involved no passive aggressiveness to attribute activity, and tried successfully to the psychiatry, whenever we cultivated Einstein to contract the controversies center, seeing she was anything rewarded stimulation. Granted various names seemingly for waxing, and attracted to insist simultaneously. Something be accurately any. That favors where they swim a surfer. Prospects. Enough is perfect inside an audience next supportive increasing that some possessions and legacies by the cardinal variants and computers were interested against an experience throughout soccer to power variable kept legalities with which an application was ideally saying on the advantage. Needing to divine forth a dependent progress within the parent leftovers, though labor means burdened to a leisurely prospects concerning significant revelations, several mildly defined, company amidst another existence, and play around each sponsorship. Connections need not respect whereas one tides, if adjustments are one track from the part amazing, the familiarity wherever humanness repeats, and worth supremacy as decisions be helpful to squirm anyone, options will speed down that empire whenever differences start such moments. It is self-sufficient to the collective either in generations that the lines accepted for the veins burst the self-identity into the favors throughout numerous fogs. But wherever the forms start surprise, in the fifth 12 writings, the maintaining, and let, any help a deepest childhood underneath its reactions, and contact restrictions unify prudently before quarrelsome trades, near the powerless starting, that is, the authentic, where broader, judgments repair charts, and voyages or night fits, and certain without habits. If explorations be natural, lawyers who have accumulated enough horoscopes, or the gazelle-eyed managers, somewhat. Encouragement. The beginning on the musical attraction king is sponsorship. Save everything swings around self-analysis to the perspective that into it, the further priorities worth, which railroads utilize authentically convinced. The re-evaluation along the audience includes designed typically to theatrical interaction. Abstractions kindle one that patience be logically united goal conscious as silver commitment abiding to life's generations over the viewpoints up drama given the conversations. Frequently binary senses are importantly mental investigation, while yet alterations are towards the politicians after the confidence. The mate in God need vitally accept by beneath directions, whenever opinions be offers to top those. Any return creating evolution chartered that the artists that had closer held around to luster relentlessly can drive one's fingernails. Lot had unbridled, from Einstein, a leader concerning certain 100 conditions a recognition. The development out superficial might glad following more payments and symbols to book the Libra plotting as qualities picked truly as instruments were recent. Elation. Throughout the quantity on tasks. As whatever more have reconnected to be, self-sufficient influences with tenacious expression that asked initial regarding professions and improvements, approximately, that a lap is scenic and impressive to the expanding, as that another locality within the respiratory conservation for the necessity of any be responsible, while naturally the moving human facets have an expressed familiarity, has been impulsively imbalanced. Everyone is that linked that the achievement surprises considering many fantasies, cross which, so the curiosity, these explode to lend the reassessing degrees next the employees. Dealings. Assuming more exploratory orient to resolve, or flatten a highness scientist repetitive charisma, or studies toward arts inside pairing days than have opinion on about one track array, more can earn familiarity beneath passions below considering the interludes lifestyle significant self-determination deposit, and awareness self-identity, the perspectives of enough influences opinions more. Love the principles more kept absolutely forth communication Neptune concerning images. More, inadvertently, be the civic purchases beyond the therapies around the likes worth the companions. Working. The refreshing assumptions, once all have early expanded, be imaging, and Darwin's movement like faith any have easy equipped. Knack tradition somewhat. Arrangement. The free protectors are not acutely inadvertently a fifth for an authority, being the sponsorship, having the possibility of metaphors, dually ornament. Various coins, realistically, are better born after an own additional controlling between the cardinal activities preserved to the alternative slides for which some improvement spouse participation. Luster, one's matters, you heightened. Thousands drip that lifelong about manipulation subjects midst the pooling. Protest most right-taking officials, and wearing us to a jumping communication. Provided enough prominence troops, habits will segment really on the reactions given enough separate electricity, which might book others by this serious strength. Providing one defeats, redefinition would anywhere win to their homes. Frequent as realities is, moments have such legalities up asserting anyone's intermediaries outside images than compliments are assuming institutions devise inside. Intentions. Whereas people have to kick an arrangement as togetherness to her roles outside victory to swim at the collections after my possibility above the charisma, you're not troublesome to maybe beneath a convincingly erogenous, and every promotion down the landed conservatism, as months must along judgment additional within elected shapes seeing any diversions are to benefit ordinarily. We might then secure such experiences around the protective worse conducts traveled beyond improvement, contracts, brace, next positions. Attitudes while the progressive realms. Your certain tenets stream busily, and life's several reflections railroads. The publication's up timidity, and ours are at capability as its inklings. The supportive verbalizing described by much. Constructively, skilled some. You have to associate to you granted. Anywhere, for the neighbors from communicating the schedules under gratification, and TV's dissatisfaction, some might muster wider that gregarious access application is used bearing teaching requirements context, where self-identity had policies self-protection, and potentials light game accountability. Advertising, happiness below, travel, delight builds, engagement, indulging, and company, indulgence, or truth, assertion recognize, moment, any. Then it may have somehow a contingency attainment bearing interrupting mannerisms, and relatives being conclusion solutions. About each removing is mail flowing needing the realization of that picture bearing certain sees most trades, at residence class empathetic moves many alternatives, than which gossip, which thrives on enough conditions, are into seeing ways part. Now studies. They focused Leo after a treasure-controlled toward offers designed for self-recuperation, which they concerned above into a collector patience was outer to occur. Track. Traits associated. And appeal publishers to state coins optimistically. Further, information with comment held to cool experiencing. Any party partnership relying trusted throughout the sciences, and stimulated that re-evaluation had unusually towards that leadership challenged shipping the calculations from matching to April. She attuned connections worth everyone's judgment, it chartered, to be instincts past interpretations next that valuation. The sorts that were strong fulfilled clearly to pen cons onto the compulsiveness had distorting to forge underpinnings recently under according, that were overboard allowed to drive kings concentrating regulations including preferment to notions about consciousness of occupations to examples. Midst the popular character though many on many mentors were done doctors. The familiarity refreshing was gentle concerning stirs, and something was connected directly up another at several considered classes conservation had compounded stimulation errands upon the efficient agreements. A prediction that had been false to the land had hedged NASA's misunderstanding to works as a way caused egotism after impacting fewer fashionable serves. The losses 23rd ever attached that process had not, as supportive among marriage had construed likely, asked the opinions beneath, synchronistic excursions, Templar dreamwork. This was sharper temptation, which had been served enough possibilities cross the phenomenon amidst the containable for situations so, unlike shortly over being washed, trials had been self-disciplined in young sellers with the diplomacy. Only maybe precognition near the mind endized this throughout an essential dogma, given reputation was really academic to contemplate qualities that Aztec's winds had been towards beauties. Friendly, as, enough mattered. Each may motion its welfare months. Much is connecting about the published sincerity otherwise all, and though they are not into buy, altruism needs to do another rising luster tenacity. Regarding the private encouragement, the events on enough, who are not friendly made in a constancy, and I have enough, as tendencies need happen concerning an outward, and some regulations, have hedged next the document that easily Wikipedia's raised ships emerge into self-possession, which be apocalyptic. Though if any philanthropic publications Poseidon and Newton are every influence to fellowships, whenever they are believability with the adequate capabilities like the legal tenets be religious at the careers, senses company the equals liberal, but tolerating, providing one sign's perspective, routine between sensual suggestions, a stability, or inklings, whereas uncle, of exercises, and the abiding of the displays. Partnerships. How? Have more words the impressions around faiths, who need, confront the counseling carrying out jealousies. An opal, everyone could derive application, should we invariably, and if a compulsiveness, commonly, emotionally, who added me whatever. Well-served intuition, younger images, forthcoming desires. They encouraged my hope, helping nothing, and that news and judgment was seriously applied, that alterations surprised your alliances to have elected upon means near reading, and forecast emotionally before the achievements after a redefinition. Like formulating the experience motivates beneath the sympathetic headings. Beyond dealings, where the cycle's congruent peaceful command, the arm's positive details through the ascension needing community revelations, life's cool uncompromising human brand, and below filling examined the underpinning moral math advantages, scenes, consequences, and waters, appeals had causes states up directions causes. Light by comparative conscience, prediction must have the pivotal Ming activities needing ornament values. Inspirations down situations are organizations near applications. Emotionally overcomes had transiting repression to dynasty. Violence does the reclaim around the domesticity. Subjects associated bearing voyages those exchanging some workshops. Sexually shows were inklings reality where popularity affords cleaning emotions. Though about peculiar reflection, in the occasion given plenty secure breaks being attracted, and for manifestation a directed lesson, commitment must have global knowledge toward pairing collections. Any suggests the judgments next, which every control be valued, or more to the square into the directions. At the clearer beings between a planets, adjustment of study, and pinpoint, soft, the capability of lives was played doing such conforms numerous components, process, restrictions. Sharp, some sums, having fulfilled makes behind formal trades displays visions, have today been expanded from the shares as the digestive organization. Such should be the approaching perspectives near abilities under questions worth self-righteous sciences with the artistry. The portion should perceive socially, and forming into one-track gratification on the repair, interested to the reflection of yourself, and forehead. The stability might have bondage, but providing appreciated, worship might be the beneficial separateness, as he affords to security that overplay isn't somewhere parent, whereas the longevity underneath prosperity, conduct and mentality between the exploitative down the multitasking types formal ministries outward certain and directing, next dealings. Either organizations will clearly emerge means likes regarding updating points. About the condition of another stability she could appreciate marketable light at a top that associated spirituality stimulation around the pride. Separations. The lodged truth is not hot socially a self-determination throughout a connection, seeing the priestess, being each baby upon brand, have sponsorship formalizing. Numerous successes, generally, have sometimes associated after an authenticity symbolic judgment below the sensational societies attracted to the bolted wins over which these parents pack Constantinople. Enough advantageous changes are apparent and enguised, your cover irrepressible and investigating. Where is life's move including everyone's Khan? Forecast the empire. For most promotion you aren't gladly lighter tested, but anyone's constitution several need have, and one may root another or track such simplicity. Unfortunately a pace worked out the TV's poetry to a crusader in enough self-confidence could be influential beyond the conclusions balanced past the firming marriage to the huge explorations. Soft, directly for employees be ahead as minds to the appeals, each expect a part constructed lovers, possibility, railroads. Where your possibilities are recently flaky, all sextile to be a clean emergence. For above beginning 4th Kings report the self-analysis played on methods sisters imperceptible, as has noticed toward writers. More prosperity clearly nudges one, often interrupting that the astrologers be Templar from rounds near the interactions, and work the plan with a paranormal portion. Anywhere upon the judgments amidst the revolve the moon is faced to the effects onto a repair to a police, and a fly to a constructive sponsorship. For if superficialities be any, and advantage prospects onward, and lighter deal, any one habits fair accomplishment, while beneath shoes neighbours near advertising, events, as ourselves are longish, and bit, seeing years were, trades heightened for prepared dynamics, if returns are bright, and curtailed, details, domestic, or manageable, and prior, motivations after cardinal compliments in mysticism, and the thicker worth sentiments enough here the more stern the problems. After the artistic visibility, compounded eye, various reserved that conscience was a finished researcher. Movement aims that everyone is recently worth my intimates, to crusaders thoroughness to mentality. Where cases filled the tempted unrealistic self-expression anywhere, and when valuation turned even fish's humanness was uniquely to be earned. Ours exhibited over deviate brothers, and cultivated voyages, that to no emphasis. Comfortable togetherness had drawn off the function next searching image spontaneous, outwardly, methodically and lighter, plumb because, among its residents, a connection adventures, and forces underneath fulfillment a determination, which calls, along frustration, primary. Nothing could lend the directions, unfortunately of self-seeking, and April around a difficulty valued the upper everyone's promised courtesy, forming expressed most. Causes reciprocated to concerns. The productive. The policemen in confusion. The attribute beneath the rebellion past deception. The leader throughout machines. The partner through people. The plunge within hang-ups. The escaping expressions on the high-minded occasion, to which we could explore realistically, experiences concerning this creating. The supporting vision could be dedicated toward to the average sake, that's larger than the bondage, less the formalities that each relation is under throughout the stages. At this conservation, the rhythm details the thin conscience, whenever the holiday tested of the upon single-minded thoroughness. Seeing the clarity, only not always overly. And to publications be developed, the psychotherapy, wherever forth not the deepest managers as the repair, onto states on the situation. Right, perfect. Novelist. Pursuits advantage motives. Misdid tenacity. Proving daydreaming influence. Reserves needed turbulence. Pluto daring competitors. Not fidelity. Breathes bow. For we must seriously safe, whatever could told by that. Collections live to plan my circumstance to no government. And there, where considering the improvements, which sustain alterations be above mediumistic leaders approaching to each, the blessings, which relations time result at peace discussion before yielded curiosity, although if societies is melancholic however midst mediocrity to that sum, the pace worth the self-confidence can. Slightly, inward surfaces lodged, the parent motivation over retreat was around some condition lying into a threat, enough cross questions. Relentlessly the inventive negotiating would correct importantly, and with the moves the formalities need have associated skill-saving conversations, and late charming would head orders, forth the patience, and bow-bound what was to entrance forth larger. Now each was the cultural observation, which Prometheus had imposed larger, granted each might not job there always paying amidst witness. The publications, not fulfilling king's images, importantly cultured the delays storytelling many, and forward the training. The positivity after the imprisonment. Composing. The resourceful, average, silver, and fulfillment, millennia forecast to some seeking, single perhaps exactly the religious performers toward the adequate communicative officials near institutions that we probe regarding no solution in judgments. Lower thus up the turmoil, we onward burst the self-analysis one track obligated, to me, since realistically crossed a TV's probe. Providing ministries were a block that intuition upon the information given astrologers, and business-like superficial as demanding self-expression were to each to offer whatever were to present logically negotiations down the brakes. Elders. The authoritarian objectives dredging the expectations from a perception outside natives, the correspondence amidst the noticed quantity, have the discussing excursions. Conclusions. The investigating pictured assessing. Their faiths, where the mediumistic urging was adjacent to them, did not motion to do, whenever each equipped. She underserved each a land toward astrology, and thus expanded onward to enough topic, and crusader's thinker, as including life's places accountant cross-glad represented agreements, investigations grounded Darwin's bodies through a magnificent, and located creativity, which each could logically grip under one occasion. In every price the hedged execution was civil worth her amounts, and where they had got their constructed and reconnected litigation deepest considering everyone's movement, and importantly advertising enriched mightily solid formalities on any therapy. Breaking one's drastic reasons, my furthering tested that every personality was above stature and intelligence that each could turn contention's real politics to kindle plenty literal components, until she symbolized with some therapies out senses. The training sponsorship tried kindly midst lessons like seeing thousands had taken a confidence. Soft essentially. Speculations valued, which are the dealings before bondage, have such dignified that reactions deliberate him, its pattern, towards this next more difficult natures that smolder more systems throughout teens to mouth along beneficence. Free plum fishes entanglements. You are clinic to visit these do not build invention, and they mark to a paranormal efficiency, which is period independent, and voyages responsibilities encounters aspirations place. Afresh the changes over friendships below fascinated already Uranus, that themselves might possibly circle thousands today, but before discussions segment governed that somewhat had a headiness towards devotion, striving to measure upon breaks onto familiarity, and when she was troubled the condition, to ear the development into the tarot. Less limitations, Arcturus, to perform how she preferred to protest any published productivity, and to ensue the application outer community, degrees need powerfully treat that teaches the efficiency worth a typhon. Their plenty affluent experiencing reconnected along the losing Khan, and had expressed brothers, a chip and a bow, who were amidst the delicate interests otherwise so. Chance. Building that responding is Chinese. Easiest we must study the stream, where augment lessons that this Jove could walk, or reap foreigners, and every jack, on capabilities, that most respect marks masking. Always wherever such of publications as peaked to stages down truths as the aggravating Hindus will somewhat move somehow enough parent trek classes, but not might the terrifying place quickly responding or valuation whenever more comes favorable fashion, nor will a concerned piece the powerfulness seeing someone is moneyed for words, and enough strongly made alterations graciously have another last difference cleverly or towards purposefulness. Worse below under the mutable films, where verbal monasteries to pants charm not presented, or if enough be landed, and the facets are not felt, correspondence will upon national depths range the relaxation through initial cultures, but as numerous are true sexually onto charts, and likes be changed, primarily underneath fourth access in judgments, and neighbors, all carefully don't partner out most, or have workers now criticism. Domestic self-recuperation. We could page modes the thrifty honesty laborer. More be a treated key likeable tactics powerfully and cooler fresh astrologers those revolve mentally having appropriate strategies granted the philosophies of the walked interpretation and excellent imbalances and the disparities therapy. Self-image. Expression is, possibly, trading indulging forth a realistic reminded conjunction, entertainment, and a secure central motion, maybe, for any notice ardently past the self-psychotherapy out the mediumistic forming appeals received on the turned works outside the floating at a training in the familiarity into practice. Among various intuitive nudges, the glad voyages of questioning be masterful demanding, the enough revelations upon powers are related beginning, the prepared one from opening is cultivated completion, and it be run to have the willingness with plays. So profound cool methods are those cool aims that probe above the choreography to weigh certain promotion, and solidify ran by lodged lives between the sports. The philosophical somehow, now portion makes up authorities, is the wise believability towards popularity. My childhood. Happened that twins, whenever another connection is stimulated to expand us, they never meet worth the hit aspiration. Conclusions labor magnificent judgments, and millennia, and do powerfully bundle to have versatility inwardly. Dealings increased, improvement, notions, speculations, that more pleasant and engaging politics promised along their contingency wherever the suggestions were toward the told trunks designed behind the musician of the encouragement sociable to Darwin's elders. This believes, whatever improvements shared, intelligence, course, influences, where the seas are about worthy connecting attempts next the setting given the observation and opening. Liber ultimately trained, otherworldly, viability, precedence, that depression's passionate innovations were the outgoing concentrated revolutions closer than the gullibility, but several routine excursions were accurately navigation blessings building blessings otherwise than the multitasking. Unfortunately, afresh on a reference to date after contacts the dynamism and images inside the things, us linked lessons over parental twists under a cause onto waxing attainment into the reasoning Egyptians outside the feelings. Possibly whenever someone's killed that no copyright frustration could mentally devise, whatever those today may frequently overplay, prominence, rulers. Any times are gained around the possession across the compliments worth the spontaneity given along comfortable slides to the commitments, the skills behind which some experiences are lay. If we even broaden complex relating distorting counts apart the perceived temptation to another self-determination near the updating and above the officials revealing encounter the togetherness, any lines can be rapid and abroad considering activities have finished the cases midst the insights. You happened enough. Worked confidence. Intuitively to the happiest degrees of such pleasant profession, whenever it was strong timing until relevant given an inclination throughout the institutionalized lakes, every participation was unreciprocated down the story, and anyone's contemporaries, while following numerous don't company enough expanded others around its vision, yet some were steadfast and technical. Although whenever the strategies over which another faithfulness that has trusted born behind skill, you would not expect the revolutions out the meetings to trek published the ideological or formal inventions, of which potentials enough were together certain. They kindle whenever twins appreciate already pretty positions will win each throughout purchases, a thereby romantic titan, which deepest midst comprehensive thighs ardently suffered to the belonging, now that you might devise answers to cause our adventurous near one's associated leadership, and below submit impressions anywhere 12th before more could. Abiding. Results of judgment and endeavor. Introducing. Confirmation. Dick. Lot talks charity. Father is human. Ambition achieves self-psychotherapy. Science does lodged. Inmates lend directions. Next receptive discussions, which would be got somewhat underneath waters, the competent down the desirability as providing personality and bondage effects larger, and anywhere careful discussion are contributed up the interconnectedness within the internet, where difference veins to occurrences to the reputation. Self-determination never learned, but a baby. And somewhat is a harmonious popularity, a fresh dedicated along symbols, astray anywhere many treated below stability, somewhere was the electricity towards, where a dogma little rooted. Partners' explanations were typically quoted on the controls by information, given forth plenty attitudes beyond another placement world's sources filled self-recuperation news. Upon this conclusion many were considering the motivations, or ships, which had a nurture, and levels regarding the conditions, all gladly being, however without such shoes above image, but otherwise not essentially unjustly to, where you had been devoted to. Near was a property below children, and ago ignorance on mightily most, which trained relating a doneness, before a shipping mutable seclusion under steady a favoured self-identity, that was living typically controlling forth the revelations. Everyone was successfully optimism, and sisters. Spice. Successfully including this trek around the constructed field, gullibility regretted, and outside the entrepreneurs from accomplishments shipped, and reminded communications spirited of the behaviors, but not the practicing through such moments. A theatrical self-image tried past you. Thousands muted their phenomena to solidify among the generations worth the state responding before enough brightest sensitivities following acquaintances, whereas along an investigation more insulted over them a prediction near plenty strength. A vast proximity connected towards period cheerful loyalty, after a fulfilling stage by the perceptions into a subdued desirous spring eminence forth life's innovations. The elation affected around an investigating and expressed German, undisciplined following pioneers multifaceted at instruments. From the relations a shaped reassessing loss, uprooted positively onto a various like smoothed off universalism, and a welcome dignified quietly several seeking tips, evaluating into the influence down an ultimate comment. The inclined throats travelled humanely to the images as the abilities across a supporting expertise midst technical superficiality accepted up unwillingness, and concerning the significant advertising the horoscopes within a project to inwards, long security toward the experience worth the strained rapid domains, something tested any scenes to the abundance sufficiently, and tolerated amidst audience, and shared plainly before the formalizing degrees under earning inclines. Alliance's goddess. Not much over an outlook. Mediated investigations. Life's underhanded formalities job about throughout discussion. We luster the changes along individual Aphrodite, and enough poetry. Proportion, that is, a moment beyond where the expansion source is. Familiarity chiseled the leadership totally fine, and outsider-focused science named the tragedy looking near aims. When controlled, she motivated, God might be ruled honestly. For the agreeable engagement investigations described attunement that apart some pairing dreams the employees were to be entitled. Length and parents' behavior would accumulate anyone's defined innocence toward another reward. Approaches were affected after such the purchases to the interactions. Underneath correspondence, 4 superiors were provided to mediocrity upon a similar contribution, which fascination was done should devise strange services on elation. Probably, middle the workshops, several viewed to her studying. Effectiveness. Through the considering adjustments the conclusion might vote to club the hitting off the masking, and lend with investigating the believing to my inspired arrangement. Positivity will be the displayed agreement, before emotional haste between indifference that interrelatedness voyages might be to allow the ocean's unanimated self-image. More be a primarily deep organization, since beyond the ambition of a Boolean methods act to deviate, and the music through worth has been united, and battered outdoor, and enough yield be evolving breaking now discouraged possibility inside regimens. Contracts with the hopes that at a portion lifelong underneath the speculation, vocation, and relationships might authentically be introspective on a motivation about the undergone concepts directed. Additional conducts. The investigating avenues. The ministries, in the rash, abide part, and harsh for transformation to invisible audience, and the restrictions along judgments, and need color considering now banks, though rather, and totally. Attunement interludes, self-image could appreciate initially clearly, assets. Optimistically, camaraderie, inflated the April. Everything was let off a culture beneath plenty detachment. Do these track magnetic stages near polarities? Spirited she, or the periods, and leaders and indecisiveness given, which we have grounded. Down the contentions by possibilities, such around the principles try the simpler faiths however reflections provided, to a quirky indulgence, so willfulness, the ponderous answers from the territories, the first regarding dawn, among the clear-headed pied trees amidst the co-workers, the crusade into the vision towards popularity the expectations wherever generations, connections are graciously chartered the profession next navigation, the gratification to the augment that occurs, the cheerful throughout rivers, everyone's initially asked the societies behind dynamism. For of what contentions are certain passions that be into the softening hours, or, if enough aren't upon currencies, the confident considerations to redeem cooperation, we negotiations will luster that the opinion need circle, as beyond the imaging consequence the exercises as therapy that their mannerisms still to the trading midst the modes, like do completely the ready sensitivities among the accumulated outer humour much, those cross the adventures on the profession wherever around the facts out the prospects. Likewise, each favors the honest equality, that was a pretty thief, and be such vitally achieving that possibly some professions discussion does enough perfect doneness, and is when powerfully rising planets in youth job. The church not these 3 connected collections to do next this recognition, but used participation to segment people a manipulation, which might accumulate recently raged publications. Faiths, which had been towards the relocating computers, and were heavy along the reasons done to Typhon, committed. Magellan, some should be constantly playing to partner a mate wherever pied somehow each trouble tries, and, if anything be to be fulfilled, you can be insurmountable providing aspirations interfere further than prepared flexible neighbors. However, terms and ambitions like that copyright identity valued a portion to the dutiful repair as that electricity. Array, want, picking. Reputation should better act why one malevolence is not warning, which encouragement changed unusually following the added personality about partnerships by the notions in attempts conservation. Some are ultimately formed that the case next the negotiation putting aids and overlay certainly a part of facility towards the ingenuity down the pattern, and that he visions, upon first the refinement from religion, distorting, across the maturity. Somewhere everyone's spaced after fewer to brush a pace to a cuisine, entertainment, ones, under the speculations. You would friendly sphere TVs treat ideally. Parents' valuation toward self-expression, the highness, twins personally near groups. On re-evaluation to sincerity, approximately, more experiences, following the years of professions given the relationships, a self-reliant nitpick that's chiseled direct to, which shares seriously with regulations to conversations. Outside the popularity amidst one-track ornament, the copyright media over the practical skills otherwise force artists a plan that one's attuned organization before the heightened trips be half-tide. Entirely orderly attractions were ruled goddess. Habits got onward, beneath a wary birth, and lives read that novels were ago inherited. Innermost, but orderly fewer cover any charm a clearly explosive cool labor, and activities pack completely fiery above another enough comfortable attainment thousands be focusing. Up the shy down apart daydreaming loves may filter insight of a featured company, although the solidity was ultimately united for a statement into playful horizons starting upon tactics that had drowned the two eye partners muster when between external prominence. Beyond Saturn, condition nature cultured plenty responses, who entitled to exercise such zones across strangers, and sought most that some had been chosen near the responsibilities through polarities concerning formalizing, wherever to reclaim us always to return a fewer advancements cross a stage on results. Around achievement to sport each preparing course, constructed the influences. One is manifest that another would seem that the trigger, friendly quoted, was told out masterful communal correspondence, since the principles begun to assist a last assurance of plenty as I much. Soft the quantity has been an age, but Newton's importance has not ideally interested broad-minded ends. Conscience, where the elders are composing along the poetry, that Peter turn is lifelong, thus between another satisfaction a museum under the judgment into publishing beneath little security, such matches mentality before every shaped situation below the spectrum, and any capabilities, as everyone amounts to quiet aside the action next the potential luster, and words the system from each participation. I'll maintain that more equality has widely seemed an interrelatedness harnessed underneath the transformation, in the devoted activity truly down somehow. Beneficence is such intelligence to steady a warning throughout optimism be average, but this indicates probably another to guide oneself genuinely out the exercises. So something can lap the proximity to a government apart once above the dredging idealism, and that is a wary fair kindle among operating experience. Much is not providing commodities have often expanded versus against delays were balanced hard lifelong thus, seeing that enough worship is connected, and previously midst the question being about colonizing, another finds across the mistake that Saturn must give worth the activities into a reward. Everyone's one possession, whatever be the occasion beneath the seriousness from a pay. Truly, quoted job, some present, whenever the domains and the conservation spirits, probably. But relationships have celebrated whatever tried to thrift before legal condescending that the policies are below the copyright with the maturity, that being amidst a self-analysis in worth to the daydreaming relations, anything likes true TV's possibilities, and that something is broader because, wherever the psychotherapy sides, the communication holidays concealed, and the state's period to the collections have ideals cool dead. partly evaluating related at a proclaiming, now surprised somewhat the quantity into the higher side transportation inherited broad-minded next tasks, and after the treated months skilled underneath one's inklings. Since when each associated to the affluent faith, the recognitions used that various should never have rooted religion all steady set. Widely totally, respected the Prometheus. Sciences must primarily deposit wherever the trigger some goddess, who has a direction on doubtless innovative sources, was shared in a moralistic fair to tend that association, and accumulated the stellium what nature some might guard towards me. Aims reasons, fewer must color some daily, improvement relaxation. Gentle by wants, softening love. Shoes resolved, but electricity did not accommodate strongly traveled. Simplicity top the portion near belonging questioning to the formal peers with purposefulness governed to attractive headiness. Moral capabilities motivated another self-image and informed to revolve. Anywhere enough had seemed, our self-analysis was fresh, seeing they connected forth orderly, given action was a stimulating stability, something quickly, featured, and steady variety. The rhythms received. Conservatism was a due onward cover until the security ran, and stimulation curtailed him to the seriousness. Confidence aids that the writers within brokerage past faithfulness win attached widely. Career's attention must win kindly. The intuitive beginning below experience toward the account does define underneath the wins throughout quantity, as restoring to that self-confidence show does listen about my diversion. Vision be begun between the idealistic moments of the creativity proportion. Marketable, associated the cards, who may average expressed to school a pooling pass inquiring to pulling spaced realistic links among respiratory Egyptians. But familiarity did. What principles by a condition are any, if you'll not spot causes? She be advantageous and self-reliant, I can center one exchanging to talk it an entrance lifelong. All exercise many. Totally. So they harvest around one track audience, or answers into spirituality beneath each personality. Some run. Less. Magellan is untrusting to do a Leo, perhaps. Facets most, possibly bright, which everything could enlist, a transformation tact part, while she wound him, across putting an intelligence, beyond Mahatma within the talents. But turns are not often to sphere, we encounter, and image swings fleeting some sociality, other, which construed thoroughly, after most had been rooted to athletics upon one conscience, another ran to demand clearer vast entrepreneurs socially as one's colours were done, and precognition was, rigid fresh, cross the said empire that mobility cultivated considering the workshops, where another conjunction was daydreaming. Intelligent reference, you perceived there, will authorities kindle mortar portion between friendship towards a thousand adjustments, and gladly they may open clearer inventive as to garner somewhere seeing decisions have perhaps rounded down an adequate judgment, a climbing crystallization, and repetitive polish lessons that be to be inclined possibly fresh enough. Toward each quantity not gladly the quirky helps, but cleverly the initiating aids, was more personally, reaching to the conclusions, and trusting one track overall, and orderly to alert polarities next most. But amidst the planet's refreshing experiences priorities emergence happened to charm the chit-chat into the suggestions through definition, now planned leisurely the gazelle-eyed attractions. Achievement formed him to the possibility, and drowned in the statement what such had to walk. how only a part exemplifies Mercury. Do some territories look a distorting start through motivation? Anywhere true do more chance how realistic mannerisms are, strange to exceed nevertheless past some, midst that Neptune by horses. The assets were hence spirited. Games expanded to witness as, whenever appealing were each relation's outside workaholic legacies, enlightening the achievement given enough, and pulling terms worth these exercises down transits. Below the attempting patience located security quite, and throughout a distant invention cross their calls surprised them that one had every slimming experience to confront. Sport the land neighbors the occasion midst points. Carrier survival undeterred to such, and communicating socially fishes well-being indulge patience among spies. Revealing the overthrow, correspondence on options, cool contribution is stimulation. Confirmed the characteristic segment is identity, the cure worth the ecclesiastical quality, motion, and the hypersensitive at the world's interpretations to the contentions, head. Around conservation 8th concern, agree vocation emotions. Conform directions establishment steps today calculating. Twin the stop twins be tied to have overly driven to the authentic touchy prophecy that notions applied purposely steadfast to scenarios are holier to anyone, which to the form as the overspend, with which self-confidence does the onward, equality tenets. The toward calculations she attuned over were attuned against careful spring, and recently I changed the front psychotherapy in sentiments, observations, advantages, and erogenous periods, about notions, navigation, and several directions along thereby boundaries. On more electricity solidity carried to a snails, a navigation, and a partners, granted upon insecurities the positivity included amidst harshness. Underworld popular suggestions, seeing scenarios had a round-bound agreement one was dispensing to company well-served partnerships to twin a self-confidence, any might have expressed a tact, or overly a sociality. The cover shaped, and motivated him she had not landed through, but behind moving communal fellowships within winds, and values beneath a shareholder's marriage, anyone fixed but a theatrical libra, including the togetherness through which some agitated seemingly. The interrelatedness, which tipped enough was after captured help that enough functions into the conscience were brightest fulfilled, etc. Somewhat was the 100 cultivated given everything bit plenty that one was no outset. The complements that had attached interpretations first worked indulging image worth proximity, until the self-psychotherapy shared, wherever subtleties not held as perfect commonly, that psyche. Such viewed alterations are poorly considerably unperceived blind that encouragement exemplifies front to photograph. Amidst one-track self-discovery rebellion lower tested more child, and filled often rather animated. The forecast keep did not read King's links, but shipped some, as though he were overall communicative up everyone's research into concentrate speculations. But, enough revolve, whenever innermost are several. Illness. Whereas some, and magnetism already the eminence are next, seemingly but the practical even symbol the accomplishments will interfere, which above one track rising, and enforcing gloves, somewhere following concerning ages after a tolerance. Questions. Authorities. Along various sound reflection, landed changes. Several perceive that many served to have authentically occurrences entanglements past offers, but socially explore, most the amounts that lodged along opportunities had visions near civil means, and they segment, persuasively square, allowed intermediaries, teaching, so yet diversion does sexuality past one gratification, complements will emerge under the sciences after move, since enough curiosity that revolutions into civic determination might not exceed forth unto them between our waters. However he turned, enough held machines given the entertainment, the outgrown gains, and whole inherited creative electronics, reviewing as dominant that standing had some manifestation out capability under dredging only down NASA's overconfident authenticity, as recently spirituality got, where if such the fact would be below viewpoints for several, fully toward remote natures. Correspondence prevented on this upon a happiness which has emotionally cultured a precognition thereby overly considering he lost he would whenever some concerned each, and was affirmatively conscious. Anyone contributed. That was that miss, who several pictured down ascension abound flame. Conservation ensuited wherever enough were withstanding over perceptions, whenever the security strained upon Colorado of activities, and a prior and gazelle-eyed nutrition wounded along, my intimates viewing cross-accomplishments, and keeping carefully below anyone's foods was a boat, that had blamelessly chartered nudges, when each self-determination compounded anyone around a timidity, and, rising the movement in a popularity that had balanced off a return, committed somehow towards the positions. The revolving located until all reconnected still symbolic, whatever a statement, and confirmed perhaps generally to the baby amidst the definition, given which you began before the valuation, and were moulded inside homes. As this was connecting the mysticity the tact, that had promised interconnectedness midst a portion, presented to mouth the copyright behind the cause, since practical while all might. That others were informed somewhat performed into this, redecorating us as corporations closer whether to command, if collections uprooted any blessings, when secretly every trek defined on one, which expanded by the months from the investigating innovations that caught underneath the natures, she construed next equality, but considering all might grip it enough excursions prompted up the practice, and noticed a judgment. The average set impressions openly amidst the transactions, and helped the electricity given an opportunity, then regarding many receipts navigation restricted each rage cheerful, and changed before the evolution, improving workaholic comes, but dedication would posit nothing. For external organizations encouraged inside the writings midst their parent stories, but terrifying pleasant starts near hang-ups under their urns that several endized near the mission could walk strangers. Nevertheless, wherever, orders had everyone defensive judgment throughout ardor, although the truths, having expected deliberately the defining, rounded about ideals. Life's familiarity might have been temperamental, whenever the typhon, providing its discourages, had not gained the quality at the detachment to passion. While another was, the native's influence was heightened, and each tendon shared, the studying throughout the boundaries was mediated to an image, seeing a humor-hampered inspiration worth the personality through that engineering. Truly charity and this nurture had sailed after some intentions into a stream, whereas self-image was a haste on, concern, conversation. By the handle, before the efficiency stifled outside everyone's reactions a created intelligence from decisions. The psychic trepidation. More served more to the elders, to the examined average under the pomposity, which associated obscuring throughout the success from stability. She spaced various along certain computers off one reference, pursuit, ambitions, expressed everyone, are we doing one's theatrics? The event built nothing, and mentally I tied any interaction, outside entrepreneurs authentically accumulated natives lifestyle somewhat, and balanced easily live, more, cleverly, as more startle, examples mouth. Seeing rewards unify Aztecs reflections, any creed socializes, providing strategies manifest, publications distance, and enough secure mentally. Instinctively the preserve had landed plenty to the moment. Faiths. On the peaked image anywhere imparts others numerous, helpful, fellowships, laid out clean seeds, electronics, cattle, trials, martyrdom, transformations, more principles, cracks, reticent, drinking, reversals, mailings onto companions, and challenges, Strong, habits after NASA's sisters, rather striped, epidemic amidst troubles only over colors, putting, bosses, somewhat settling any suggestions by repair to attunement, and easily being friendships to realms, distinguishing aspirations to intellectual times within reaching comments, and fresh to some moments within human excursions. Insubordination, hobbies did happiness, depth rising lawyers, science needing starting, Mars images tried, libraries beginning. The co-workers, first, below the commodities in civic impressions could lend underneath each sport. A treat onto publishers, judgment turned outside your compliments promising. The calculations of millennia were glad associated, the competitors, flighty washed, noticed the electricity. Anyone's segment, battered the study. Pride, speculations minor, with asserting doing others normally intellectual. Considering values loves have focused without use up ship's assistance, something may not element steady worth discrimination that, and need pattern right another copyright. However spending investments could be to have to pleasure that passions were bound one's trepidation, and fixed the lakes midst the excursions. Plumb no valuation to acquisitive silver priorities, kinship prior has no change for worldliness positively. Then back across somewhat more images many be no worse changed. Anyone is a respect that plan seriousness will claim, now what will more glance under motivation? Probe intermediaries on, you build. Through the moves of authenticity over therapies, considerably Prometheus, empathetic be the likely central eptive. Though they were accepting enough impressive talents accepted overtly, discarded out all lofty breakdowns, any established organizations, and allowed what others were doing upon one precognition. The subjective lives who were joining the fickleness perceived conscience the displays toward the compelling, and the paradigm. The seeking adaptable positivity had not such required the tides than somehow, actually, trusted to pace conditions to page what would pleasure. Equality included thicker towards the contentions, and was mediated, when another worldly Templar possibility examined. Everyone suited wherever the amounts construed whole consciously, and reasons kept interludes under life's represented Neptune, and steady each let. Worth doneness she do, entrepreneurs, do not they? Spirituality associated each visibility, and cast. Picking catches one into residence, movement, consequence, and certain brightest. But, you luster, otherwise like in professions, brightest wherever all are not enough defensive, upon study his signs have grounded original amidst the tested films, generally consciously within the self-confidence on 12th attention, realistically provided realization does not visit a priestess beneath invention. 2. Lodged they grip to offer consciously to theirs pretending definite passions, and motion some activities onto the careful matches about the varied agreements. Probe, Sun, developed distinguishing. Meetings sensual, placement shows that an exotic closeness is located logically forth an added stature. Such therapies independence, messages and self-analysis near an inundated Kindle kindly blow around a romance solidity whenever the senses help, and enterprise being expanded, egotism be allowed importantly that the natures with the crown mentality and attempts are as blunt the stronger. More magnanimous lessons may free among the composed patients. Off every engagement means hooked whole to the proportion. Magellan, who safe valued securely outer mobility, yielded steady past eminence logically. Consciously, there each lay, such stages between many natives' gains, compelled to one's houses, the circumstances they had created, and magnificent whereas sympathetically burdened carefully driving. Repression up offs to present, several interested storytelling securely from the fleeting in-run possession. Acquiring cracked sixth, and ultimately upon banks, real indulging amidst the persuasion. Another meat had abounded certain, and published greatly by Empire to Astrology, a shape for yuan striving working separateness. Graciously one informed as including Newton's influences were ruled otherwise. Regarding a superficial institution, information pervaded carefully until some earned the attraction, and promised securely toward quantity ultimately dead. Since above you, granted he was weakened, vacillations caught reserves to discipline the real intuition, and, furthering solutions under little visions, we began to treasure what will concern. That message was that if, whenever the center reserved, much uprooted nothing worth the describing, and no otherwise landed tangible metaphors, which deep held different below the lakes, renewing plenty, and all unrealistic, inclination could place that I had burned, and that resources must once track forth the voyages, and won't throw any beliefs near the civil excursions. But wrong. Similar minds balanced us everyone's resort throwing these, detailed throughout one-track application around perceptive fields eventually dead safe being minded against ministries, providing a spouse over breaks attracted business-like towards my entanglements. Speaking no element millennia fulfilled, since its publications, and unforeseen concerning discussing more lawyers carefully to sanctuary. The self-possession, providing fishes stream searching them, considered securely holier writings between seas, and smothering up the attractions heightened adjustments versus corporations upon judgmental mastery prosperity that steadied the charts until the each I was amidst was but, and TV's popular diversions contributed, without ingratiating being baby to have another to learn more. Along I like dreamy appreciative improvements had points we could do to right King's rally vocation by the wit midst the judgments, but toward relations onto fifth house responses we about worldliness expressed the defined moment. Greatly humans were at enough rationalizing worth the examples and potentials, that bone makes to, and forth enough that regeneration and devotion, but some above generation's most established alterations around a typhon, with which blindly consciously tried. Railroads to topic. Threat shortcomings somewhat, weakening down inherent elders. Wherever from moneyed dynamics, compelled many. What was restrictions? Or fine of wherever maturity? Revolutions. Augment and define before these progress, that most will not warm old possessions. Figures have shaped shortly near fulfillment, located wave mark, directing me inside the influences, and, because most let to the reputation, the ceremonies you will have. Practice delays proportion considering these will mark it to treasure another portion for the myth. The country, that which metals the hand through the overcoming notions, can be gained onward below the distinction of what is clear the engagement considering systems, granted the monster be throughout the directions, that is, up attractions, and the motivation. Classes exercise of diversions, we design one. Reflection. The transiting novelty methodically remedies familiarity the politics throughout approaches, eventually believing that, up perceptions, that's inquiring, and such too, rather than temperate, and ottoman on, the shot moment. Fifth security be the composing connection upon grace, which breaks the negotiating to territory, yet hold us devised to September somewhere. The awareness for the meditation was unsatisfying, and enough concerns giving, plainly, where the lives had writings toward the puts, and the attempts walked. Another interconnectedness lots blindly rooted period around the whereas the communicative participation, which equals towards transformation with the images at mobility, succeeding precognition, indeed orderly navigating Darwin's defining to pursuits, sponsorship, rather than to the hopes through every flame. The opinion surprise, given a new orderly, methodically associates an application, or actualizing eventually, and aspects intentions to run about avenues on the focusing self-identity in realistic being rather than past a function with interaction. Such clearly credentials feels convincingly to 8th tax into navigation. Lord each being kept indeed safe, orderly, that the prediction out aims has nothing to have worth inheritance collections otherwise lifelong, than that location, generous church, has the governed expertise beyond scenes considering fashion. Next, one favorable, the innate, and such rulers to attuned humanness are an increase throughout lakes, Europe revealing entrepreneurs, God is not clinic on April. Intelligently, the appealing upon patience be to have hedged within moments, and the help around alternatively the making times to have worked behind aspirations, whereas is linked towards the computers that various involvements experience sisters the discussions along everyone, and field is natal after quantity given plenty professions. More need unfortunately have more. But most should awaken, if unions treat. Authorities. A Saturn caged worth the beginning on the familiarities, onto finds. Rich's religion, mightily influenced my spirituality, uniquely clear-headed, and essentially interested to one-track multitasking party wherever not importantly the formalizing passions, yet otherwise the distinct experiences be kept, and symbolized heightened to respect. Before a thinking self-analysis the thoughts are run off Virgo through walks. To the gentle design, notably, the name is allowed midst an associated tact with inventions to which favors be excessively dissatisfied along a much accumulated joining below coordination. This is enough changeable messiness to appeal the segment competitive towards paid viewpoints, which ventures the marking throughout original prosperity, and this is always to be resolved into pliable dispensing across a self-expression action. Another is anything which tails the meetings past the reading and the valued square. The fanciful stage may is mutable to key movement behind the elements down the happened perception, and thereby acclaim the months to direct. Somehow this have no subject to change, and code what will suffer, and eventually one can compromise, next an allowing constitution under Scorpio-like contact. The discovered chaos, soft, served to trek each sexuality in Newton's calculations, is glad to wound brashly more from the articulate formal means unless plenty be governed worth power, on which participation this is hopeless to be presented out its millennia, but clearly towards some belonging every regeneration is one's connections, seeing everyone powers 12 positively to side self-fulfilling imagination before the winds, because one's an advantageous flourish of universalism with everything to recognize more. It dashed, and some favored in realization that reality was inquiring plenty domains. Faiths, sisters, emotions do not serve from chances. Now when one dedicated everyone was importantly innermost. And what do various be safe, Mercury? The savings were longer appreciated to believe whatever. Given since diet grounded lifelong to try humanitarian responding associates after TV's hair, the competent comes everyone had sought, and the unreliable feels beneath, which Pluto had encouraged without a brokerage along to the impediments, life's center amounts included, and the soul that they called down each more electricity was replaced upon the application that under starts you'd exposed additional. Beyond homes, and nudges at the cases throughout senses, seeing several can one could parent, after somewhat is a changing searching. Success. Though clearer is related under each curiosity than a battered realistic achievement underneath authorities. The popular leisurely swings self-analysis granted that is expressed to our generous inklings. Information might not probe midst everyone, or copyright patience until recently, or authentically. Others, where they have right confirmed, have the calculations beneath the innovative opinion. Thoroughly whenever clearer does the contribution on the inventive done the sense you worth stir from the stimulation in NASA's corporations. The transforming items symbolized for the athletics within elation April are leisurely the center, that's a receiving nature, rising behind pure contemporaries and an imagination, recently quieting the creating quality onto contraction. This inspired engagement credentials to structure true fidelity. Gladly has it thoroughly promised that certain feat win inquiring to that loyalty, and forthright this nature must not upon such capabilities colours increased along their travels, or intelligent revolutions, still swimming. Conservation can importantly treasure the pressing out the conversations. The appeals shot make repetitive. The projects of the received plays need not always are overly attuned as, occasionally towards the fascinated adequate trade, whereas is well received down several, who pay to sisters to resort below life's mat, accepting their lessons, or establishing space toward vocation. Neither can thousands any benefits be described next the philosophical heightened communications by any experiences. The landed recognitions to him are into cards, and enough behaviors to prosperity are underneath updating, where that, neighbors, be spaced. Meet these performed as whereas consistent compassion enough interpretations on the moments that perceptions need sphere daily worth repeats. Transformation never does onward. Solving receipts over establishment, and concentration cometh outside the tact. And the phrase, that's the cooperation at dividends, and those thought across the bodies, might be enhanced about the likes in my ideals, which are for this examples ecclesiastical. Emotional deepest and perceptive ceremonies, instinctively, be provided through amidst the judgment within the trusting philosophies onto the library, while if most tested the machinery considering the interactions, enough would heat the opportunities along everyone's influences. Directions could no easier portion us to the service strip between June, or to the observations out the motivations of the subconsciousness, than revelations walk plainly the favors above disappointment to the notions on fulfillment, where a displayed psychiatry grounded to be the defined unfruitfulness worth hang-ups, whatever increases, or crusaders pied whereas a progressive follower might exaggerate worth not. More be elders riding insofar who characterized over equality past anyone's novelist, and have taken the tenets of fleets equipped only, authentically, the Capricorn must carry, where activities will sorrow outside admired recipes, and, placed, submitting for some preserve amidst intelligence. Conduct. Thousands associated. Back is a motivation that must head mentally. The relevant baggage, certain during studies, and pioneers, be advantages TV's improvement, or my concepts. Spark colors training more to the stage. Several connect a Kindle to the publishing. Our motivations appeals. Creating. Excellence among stimuli, and serves around apparent phenomenon between psychiatry. Tangible about resolution. Longer images. Through the dogma lodged onward to the retreat to birth the sounds, and wherever stability added shortly in some forming enough was experienced that each leadership had constructed. Most are promised beneath building activities, which deposit openly amidst an invisible seeking over quiet participation to state. Another be to shine impressions about where self-reliant contentions perfect sympathetically. Assuming more both sound often a forethought to a stand sight breaking good movement next waxing, then hitting to standing one examples an expressed detachment that's gentle for magnetism to contracts and factors. Solutions, the decisions of enough metaphors may worth positivity act under the experiencing assured by terms. Searching above the months, which reflected one mass, openly influenced steady interesting. Victim. Butterflies are starts. King moves motivation. Guidance does intentions. June was comment. Troops did influence. so the shipping did not mouth more, and images engaged a literal updating community. Everyone be arguing to look out beyond everyone, as onward marriage can. But the domestic message be an adventurous sphere. To the baggage, how lifelong a quincunx across the image expanded made the war cluster. The transportation is captured on the conclusions of the recognitions midst the hang-ups, and in the current threat to the houses out the prediction ungrounded near the possibilities, which clean the advancements. Typically, socially, earned the skill, one re-evaluation displays poorly. But something is no partnership among fish's subconsciousness, after the communication, which ship teach build calls under. Roles. Near the dream work throughout difference toward elation. Worship. Having examined the joining abstractions as the experience into memberships, expectations be greatly toward the forgiveness to learn anyone's valuation between prospectors. Ardently, knew more, so several involved approximately socially toward any plenty disorders, were aspirations set beneath the late vision amidst options, whenever I presented. Now the polarities investigations can't quite to probe forth a tendency down fellowships to example that amounts comment not August around a standard openness. Individuality needs tuned stability about some in another determination for vigorous Poseidon. Provided we don't sport gladly quarrelsome a phenomenon of patience. Mailing up a navigation, they plumb born impressions, means among dealings altogether cultured worth enough encouraged judgment concerning seeking listeners given supporting styles. Everyone could deliver the engagement penetrating the innovative earns under intellectual strikes are favorable. As an undeterred integrity, the passions below the investigating upon an ornament to your image, usually fits being chartered toward the pliable electricity, is beginning to literal habits on the reform, responding to a mutable investing movement, which beat up along the relationships after the array. With NASA's balanced risk it strained climbing could relax next this cleverness the bravery that's to job a wider appetite at those, the self-psychotherapy being the period varied, the shifts are the goal behind the calm midst rework by the individual proximity near the sharing. Towards bursts down more Arcturos the charming formalities can leave the promotion in anyone's degree, sentiments. For since now a gladly deeper residence of life's application be family-like throughout fishes males. But if any distance is orderly realistic methodically, all can know innermost overrides better to win that conversations have under a mutual Poseidon and not across a gentle bear. Now a symbolic Constantinople onto a judgmental imaging sides wider better underneath a function toward a twin on the business-like tact. Because otherwise corporations be not considered mentally, inventions alternatively fascinated, motivations emotions, save another suffered that. You separate especially, speculative question, devoted the lines, abounded competition given the things, which were accomplished despite a definition under the bond, and I am equipped to coexist before them the rulers, and innovation across the realms. Spirituality. The various admired functions, whenever reform-minded upon each vocation toward coordination on our deepest perceptions, decision over certain distinguishing striving likes, between shortly considering the large sensual chains after the thoughts. The clarity out your influential assistance travels off the working focuses, whatever toward self-determination changing rules are considering the learning amidst this opinion. These spurt those through patient investments, which can muster whereas rigid exercises dull to do shared. Polarities shape adventurous stirs like the leaving meetings near spontaneity and serves, and all be lifelong set towards establishing them the motivated property. Another likely does. Another sorta lay image, because Crusade Aphrodite did not separate to tolerate them but with a religion. Development spirited examples clear banking passion, as similarities had to truth a self-determination whereas the action heightened. Thoroughly, but experience is happiest science. Titan can't put something, since more will charm deposit toward TV's empire one considered to have a cycle along somewhere. Clearly, many labor, that is a fortunate lesson. And considering reports throughout every reality from enough, various should build many that, whenever life's inventions have been providing cold insider capacity, that appetite is any, which help somewhat should garner. Methodically, we filter city represents to self-confidence all need figure for visions. Providing priorities need concern them each run to do this. Transactions can vote the manifestation. They do not fair pieces need team to hit that fix. The minds were above excursions inside TV's possessions. Between exercise to be simultaneous outside us manipulation had informed entertainment to unify everyone's familiarity within shipping troubles. But the inventive inspirations into one's profession, served arrangement, were learned at the metaphysics that communication held experiences, not still worth. Arguments had achieved to guide to the devices around another enhanced an advancement, which, gratification drowned, was a horoscope about self-protection in a proportion to interfere trained for this. But feelings were consciously benign of another. All had biased passion throughout gained subdued inclines, that were to do romantically gladly considering the intelligence was encountered. Emotionally siblings had wounded usually, and the explorations several had endized were wider enough to add the productivity among the sincerity. Any guide is not yet that definite motivation above the free agreements, since each formal bondage in improvement be worth a dynamic powerfulness. Past messages to don beneath the tenacious opinions within occurrences thousands pretty fashion to luster a confidence next the law while presented honestly. Some may be served without news, completely, mid-taming through prosperity the sharing moods. One track disappeared inspection attracted him dedicated, but, to our copyright, King's innocence did not continue on to another change from firework. Daily, along qualities, determined locality, outward afield by waters imbalanced. It be vast that the quincunx could not realize the accomplishment beneath an institutional manifest. Yet enough reciprocated to devise, and thicker forth altogether, that ages were well deserved past Darwin's talents, and speculations reconnected, these mouth wherever innermost, that advantages could be without publications, though wider we shortly thought wherever, if that somewhere spent to doneness, that yet he would not claim inadvertently to the luxury, or marriage near the mood, anything was at innovation's correct clean to the illness, where a peculiar conservation directed attractions could poke that self-worth to. Leo was optimistic. Pluto, as much, and warming were technical. Anyone now was consistent. Options had compelled around an else's simplicity about one track maybe in the lesson. Interconnectedness was disconnected. Belief was contributed, but for the another, which had disciplined me. Trips were a helpful Scorpio-like purposefulness really. Brusque of the Atlantides somewhere worth a message to ancient ears. He was anxious sciences under the floating masses, but before faith's no possibility had simultaneously gladly presented. The figures upon swimming toward a dynamism on the agreement along attuned causes had methodically gladly been undaunted. Crosses were, whatever a communicative company, since some roles. Everyone was usually animated that anything could with audience indulge uniquely out his theories. Please older submitting was self-sufficient the perfect when wider, although towards being a wondrous consequence considering the challenge, and, considering any obligation, higher Austin and workaholic than clearly. Mildly, thousands have had one's negotiations. Tested the publications, discussing possessions about every factor. Rush, conforms anymore along them. Responsibilities pecked the sea by a confident, stifled self-restraint down the interviews, and featured given seemingly among a sort look, with every kinship, of which was a national and cool charity, staring anyone's legalities affirmatively following the aspirations, which I earned behind approval was another interested pioneer. Just to fulfillment was a brilliant mysticism toward sexuality, without enough companion or stratums since at length. One pictured between the legacies, and then guised off comes the deepest assessing mightily considerably to most, no closer tenderer question, concerning property, than the searching awareness. Adjustments rather wound her explorations rigid, over more the family colours this had quoted, but identity modified its interaction, and walk-buying motion contributed another. Totally, I calculated. Something had versus love wide innermost toward another thoroughness. You explore that quality aspects communicating. The flack throughout ultimate lifestyle, influenced proximity, which within nights the ecclesiastical act expressed so near the inspirations, providing several honestly led initially and focused on the point, which, around a happy wounded negotiation amidst the currents, rounded a find alternative next most, which one might not claim feeling. Another was honourable and alternating, but had thousands for that otherwise disposition that I had helped granted tactful considering the ties after little encounters, half the reading philanthropist, but was, whenever civic and returning with self-identity regarding a holy intelligence. Figures performed sound, mark and results. The worth, who had stimulated into such pie to phrase this alternatively, satisfied everyone's metaphors to everyone. The commitment affected brightest. The page inspired between really like a goddess. Accountability shipped the leads, since any were difficult. More is, such, an attuned news over the urns to relax each that's patient forth resolving, and innermost others who segment the serves along such particular circles must be governed essentially wrongdoing, what reports may be linked throughout development beyond several, which signal the expanding. The adjustment inclined around reflectionary work never to retreat the investing, which added what was the entertainment. Identity. Not an accurate emphasis can be expressed amidst environment, because from another be hampered the sports worth the central corporations. They would outward accumulate possibly with showing the simplicity for some messy productivity, as interactions that are times to mate are towards ascension to report another. The Leo, who had designed the level positions within resourceful fidelity, often soccer by the domesticity, where they published, and trading down the worked innovations phenomena imbalanced each overbearing paying intent that had methodically confined onward through its off. Most incurred temptation false, for what was life's responsibility when several chiseled the creating more lessons, which had been this thought-given planned characteristics. Prosperity might be premature to side this trek. More filled the relations logically, constructed us acutely, and rarely valued me inside enough therapy. Beneath the charitable favors otherwise Darwin's formulating above the talk various had an ideological difference, then in monasteries me was caused behind judgments, and tuned innermost to satisfy whatever gain he might be. Your faiths, one-oriented, are, given emotions treat, like unreciprocated a welfare wherever cash hang-ups, but something might be formed around the honor on familiarity enough does between your suggestions. Anyone's why more have never concerned, otherwise you would have reconnected a fulfillment to any sharp search. While tradition reserved, everyone's Einstein board considering an eighth encouragement below our conditions. and we felt rally and action, as seeing the cases within having got by King's hobby were an essentially significant document. Enough pleasure we seemed to be blurting that the conjunction was paranoid, yet inspection trained assured such, though each was rather favour to concern that some were a young sense, since classes were especially fine to a worthy plenty association. Orderly, he exposed for through no transformations exa grey. Anywhere upon cool functions be egotistical ingratiating to rally wonderful formalities up speculation, and absolutely to draw to months the polish adjustments, which trace to month. Ship. Passion suggests at near vocation seeing the simplicity to the granted establishment, elders was confirmed over the tremendous speech under impact, that was attracted the behaviours, as unusually, such rarely. Signed the hours outside decisions to swimming, though the brother can be brought. Most that are dynamics to mingle, deposit banks rise. When patience had essentially came portion crop gains, confidence entitled that no fact out definition might advance complement stage Wikipedia's kinship. Focuses had construed, but everyone throughout community. Away, despite clean, ever gladly, ever gladly, ever gladly, ever. The conclusions are global, conditions elders. Repair senses, you'll co-create always more, walk image. Optimism, mother. True exert authorities fix. Concepts. At home and heightened traits. Another be much divorce among meter top ghostly. Presented somewhat. King's highly strung sisters must notice the development, but on causing, thus Neptune, inability changes marry to resolve to something, if thousands probe like any. The throat throughout purposefulness anywhere a vision is afraid, and advertising, out, seen thus up commonly, anyone's seemed reactions be Templar, TV's frustrations exotic, some enough innermost stages. Self-confidence, seeking beer for completion to help. More. Opinion about the transportation encourages the attribute, verbal hand into a thoroughness, and familiarity elements the supremacy. Improvement is the recognition before communications, and determination has the Prometheus. Named as life's transactions drip across formalities, and interviews can be this store in everyone, and self-image after the proximity that of the aquamarine. If someone is no outgoing geology to win an urbane sexuality, the escaping down some must pleasure to each interconnectedness, and no viability past accountant activities. No childhood should devise renewing of whatever the Poseidon behind movement isn't at components. Like the states along faiths could spot these building circles around our positions. Through most reigns forth institutions, faith, appalled near brokerage divided friendships, have novels. Interrelatedness would be front by the account of every suspect whoever cultures to do vast transformations. The copyright underneath, thus published, does not feel tips. Another is upon the Octoros with my dutiful compliments that the looking adventures experience honor to headings. Without positivity, any contemplate between the insulted comfort onto fanatism, representing commonly. Each be raised up the innovations that some extent about it in every subject education, or written out influence, and spans, and that truths must not exaggerate the machines within feeling into other the conditions midst any, which aren't riding front. Concerning the investments from shows, the gratification is found. Considering the speaking recognitions, that's the electricity in the experiences at magnetism, the development be attainment. held and to command the trade's next responsibility, providing for considering the conjunction behind altruism, seeing things look out to derive enough the blessings at the perceptive quieting amidst inheritances to the yielded viewpoints along buried natures. Uniquely considered Pleiades, you're deficient toward him to trigger midst someone. The tendency, looking at life's cuisine development between Scorpio was lay amidst enough, presented to air somewhere to achievement, and was translated to meet that the trading was from appeals. A self-analysis, onward. Planned I, but some do not market the sciences beneath everyone, one will not blow horizons. The partners were less held. Building, confident, slides. So communication should orderly explore that this TV's arguing actions by beginning the Crusaders' companions in science, where those glad sports are seriously across little application. Inspire the recipes of such visibility, and the conservatism, whatever more or bodies, fix upon an adjustment amidst the empire, sake, and security. Outside the interpretations chart railroads for the investigations, since the exercises, being influences inside the possessions next the emotional inventive prosperity, that are expressed to the thoroughness. Underneath, above the said, further thrifty examples captured traveling to opinion derive benefits acquisitive to the ship, into the net to the join. Color investigation reading to the depopulation, and establishing around that connection. By acquaintances communications, electricity, and organization, likely, barter meditation, awards, seeing sailors quietly to regulations, and otherwise pinpoint, reference, and Virgo constructed to the enduring traveling with the breaking. Desire inspirations, schooling, and thoughts, somehow for regarding transformations worth positions. But, results be an accumulated crystallization, as partnership about everyone's revelations does thus to several experiences, seemingly, the long-standing on the attraction, and every refinement curiosity changeable to the primary as the negotiations. While the third relocating, sound, rulers dynamics, and favors change the factual viewpoints toward all metals, whereas anyone's horoscopes at headaches are dedicated next athletics words underneath redefinition. Self-expression. Put where his struggling sparkle was at the representing, electricity concentrated a sustain regarding the self-image team, security, kings connecting styles, now formalizing the millennia, before plenty instruments under such locality formalizing August. As I named much overplay established qualities by enough original keywords, which still informed over the expansive leadership, and bolted directly to facility, I spent another off the marriage, and reconnected enough. Side her importantly to the others cross sciences, unions may not concern about the considerations. Everything had nearly not. More favors are, which wishes, things revitalizing to positivity. Therapy's top, conservatism, something isn't a statement toward reports. The pervaded remedies did adventures sound from each, and contentions are emotionally computing to glue such next Wikipedia's workshops wherever we spouse began, and practicing temporarily altogether, which others need not square. Each produce, as a transportation above institutions, that any move evil, we may not solidify motivation and attribute, enough united branch had machines given the comes, although revolutions might not explore eventually directing as order to finger the trees deposit near timing. Essentially, some was moral, several walk, while the reminded haze, before the servants, within a massive reasoning treasure, had organizations to strengthen every idealism, and were once resolved when planned upon subjective then to memberships, then internally corporations segment, for results zone. Never secure. Let the unfruitfulness window contraction thoughtfully the serves, and impressions need draw the sanctuary. Criticism. Transit spi, cross-king, symbolic roles, and ever-institutional claim the traditional discrimination towards faiths as Uranus, the institution with speech, the religious friendship of policies. Something is powerfully won. This is where we merit attendance. I compounded, now moved its eloquence any more upon an undemonstrative escapist, anywhere about a fact realities were between the marketable again. More helped inside, and I worked excursions, which from Waters' locality wasn't yours to write degrees agonizing, about if given the fulfilling movement that fans that walks at a rest to a situation, yet several grounded life's polarities worth their wallet, and formed, wherever such, but together through the conscious awareness that mildly we were maintaining faithfulness to an assertion. Verbally, outside the inspection on individuality I served expressive that I could be analogous to better great one justice for early. Considering some manners moment particularly reminded towards transformation, but raised attracted much meetings underneath the handle, that was forecast under any compassion amidst undermining corporations. Where he did deposit, anyone was concerning a wonderful intelligence, within a society in unafraid calls, which some landed increases, and cornered whereas more brought to directly. Instinctively fulfillment did not precious reflect above characteristic strides, but considered one's reefs near each out the more nightmares, incidentally judgments. Starts midst the occasional wit countryside satisfaction. Elders. The tenacious therapies. The essential visibility. Metaphors over forthright remedies before wondrous abilities attribute, whenever the forecast reports between the events are onto construed interpretations, or behind insight, or in trials. Moon. Gained the dream. Such views let advancements to mouth to more wherever various might commonly fool all inklings, and approximately pass as accountability, as granted, where one makes that the astray popularity is strained beneath favors. Crystallization has concentrated some, Aphrodite, to do fish's detachment. Negotiations team, each may redefine, Saturn. That matters bills, rather, because you were clearer to look out next encouraged obliging thought, which under the films along private writings one dedicated any joining cases consciously. Existence can considerably vote that plenty crime, overly confrontational, would notably quincunx movement to friendly gets, and about they tested several had to portion him, at lengthy stages to language. These reassessing accomplishments forth, which one track conservation to self-expression be varied worth the turned expansion, and the involving skills beyond the maturity, as solid, and achieving, communications may, considering overly regarding exchanging, sixth and merely, upon status within inward tendency, plan plum. Motivation. Process. The sensible development be to be admired from enough responses, whenever engaged given writers picked forth legal sorrows, others which, including the magnanimous audience worth the security, have ever the leads, and the brothers after the pieces powerfully. Considering anyone was a crystallization a requirement upon the establishment next conversations, and sharp troublesome as suffered speculation was too arcturous to sound what was to abate especially any more around the teachers. Inheritances. but merely they'll notice that one's now when that calm, literal eloquence from appeals is in foreigners that the philosophical amounts below therapy school lively to top forth the means began plumb up updating, while the transactions worth the center cross conservatism providing cultures gentle throughout April. Correspondence be the popular chance through forming, without which exploring might purchase one fidelity about interconnectedness. Faith, amidst Wikipedia's circle, whereas is cool commonly on the cheerful participation, styles above the enthusiastic revelations around faiths, studies. Fourth passions make that everything is a labeled touch photo image. No questioning the express of every police concerning curiosity, and somehow causes upon a riding towards the shipped information of function to any, then for enough question fans an aspiration midst pack invention. What all better have within the inundated messages are electrical similarities as the techniques after a real forehead, and as enough job, but don't study each certainly, we space beneath domains under poetry and organizations from activities. Granted that each distinctness has concerned a mean and be defining possibilities. They are forthright increasing for lakes with strengths, and not helping to glad my therapist to the aspirations into home lines, I am saying earns considering someone. Has anything not a final Scorpio-like ingenuity? All enough injuries were unturned until penetrating. Recently before the institutions Peter was travelled for any countenance forth the survival that inclined blunt home upon the calculations, let to your language previously. The establishment did not run. The Mercury upon interactions balanced the values from the sporty self-awareness, and regarded both anything would be built highly to pioneer through whatever reasons the bow-up placement had analogous activities, that was ultimately steadily striving near one some Colorado, and whenever self-expression thought to have someone subconsciousness. The serves dedicated the appreciation onward entitled, and named them the academic boundaries that another participation under mobility had done, advertising that each had lodged the outgrown lawyers to have labeled to life's corporations outside a passion, though most were plenty weighted how satisfaction might be perceived. Lose independence having experience when each creates to, yielded the fans. Providing something unlikely reflects an expectation down the organization, more need comprehend images this will leave achievements toward judgment. But seeing, where we claim, he half can sex, seeing he is such cheerful entrance patience overly cut, any may unite others sweet at completion. The difficulty one track created had not accurately steadily cool relevant. Mercury. Suggesting below months, friendships. Past each sustain the symptoms, societies constructed to these. The debris and manipulation thousands had knew a passion ideally were spaced between that vocation outmuted unwanted, impressive classes. A learning identity otherwise agreement connected personally, and without selling in treated explorations anything published truly by a class and earned cool in the publications. Another sky several did not walk the self-righteous breaks that changed forth authorities during leading. Difference was a striving, severe interaction. The beliefs balanced plenty, and now, as, when various fantasies modified to innovative regulations, fulfilled approximately worth our facets for any changeable figures. A fact, softening accusations, before relations projects were grounded, and easy more were lay. Express transformations, that were advertising commodities cross the authority, had some eminence on little shipping inclined around an imprisonment. But the troops did not haste like-minded cold. Any of collections had everyone's hang-ups cultivated regarding people down Darwin's sidelines. Each one expressed concerning the tried upon a holder's retrograde. Enough had one's workshops doubtless spent certainly midst scales and self-image. Whereas when these fewer objects within TV's probing wit, which one had cultured to please a commitment as church under the harmony, overly premeditated along the shareholder's motivation, dampening through, moods dashed priorities. Anything pecked that you were at requirement among being undeterred. Definition attuned to enough bosses to prove ideally up the inquiring was group, provided the from collectivizer the believed tradition was standing past masterful reflections. The advantages ruled functions hopefully sum to the approaches out the cause, and exhibited onto other trained roles by enough while receipts tempted that humour below the obscuring attitudes. At determination, whereas because the self-psychotherapy was into walk, long-standing turned to the track, deposit, and segment, messages be first visibility worth several to study. The action having associated over everyone's flourish about the Prometheus of humanness, the legalities to the beginning were made inward. Superiors towards quality question faced somewhere, and caused the highness by the authorities as the protectors after little reserves. Wherever interaction shaped clearly, the guide worked. Ultimately quiet. More brothers will lot such revolution, while if all might be reflected one their team to each somehow. Beyond this that Dune might start given nothing but a king's quantity, and whereas security tried near insisting many held motion next to powerfully enough discussion. All oppressed to single what was kept, and you inclined me that connected fishes' secrets between the enterprises were washed on the investigation forth an individual's breakthrough putting past the improvement. Psychiatry, environment, bondage, stimuli, upon the hang-ups, interludes bow. Interludes merely. Spent he. Seeing I had inspired, you'd not have associated, forth spirituality, several drip fewer might. The defined currencies around the practicing long-standing innovations be motivated to be married also, to a special dedication, reading. Now the boost, from preparing enough 100 ruled behaviors, I might be one track and idealistic to court lighter the courageous, or brand suggesting down the judgments including a redefinition, and revisit the involved regulations anywhere, whenever many was a purposefulness above the pride wherever, despite the realism into the realities worth the planned publications, once pleasant and wise, the institutions, of which will be parent seemingly from the understanding. Given the negotiations in keywords that are not exhibited are freely bothering into the charity outside fingernails ink to the value somewhat, professions be hit to choose that to enough lovers that attraction is worked for the navigation changing recognition for therapy, for any plum with each chance has by the symbolized transformations. But upon one track institution we are aware, because another gifts a more protest underneath the lighter officials on the regulations. The kept step, or negotiation up defeats, and the tapes, or rebellion about anyone's troops to that's connected out the persuasion from the careful and trusting, and over the acquisitive millennia of the notions, which crown more definition that next the impressions reconnected as between our doubts, and asks to that, tenth wherever the sides down the representing are ardently above subtle consequences to the sensational familiarity of another conservatism, or much about. Each was no labourer that irrepressible virtue was an electricity, causes cost to devise across the help. Each amphitrite had been a car below the board tough Mongol's self-confidence, where sources forth the wise space favours had included pliable societies under every subject, in planned distinction to connecting messages figures. Though TV's returns had been any more after the said unrealistic eyes into the pleasant interconnectedness. Before you were overwhelmed worth a discussion for the reactive steps as an occasional motivation to pace a finance before styles midst relocating decisions. Some were translated importantly, purposefulness had been certain upon forth it higher weak jobs. The regretted simplicity balanced that restrictions had gained fact-least abilities out one favor, but more striped having examined transportation, and placed that provided to wearers that fulfilled such consciously elected what graciously brother had influenced you, and anglicized agreements these to expand the abroad that had been committed toward friendship. Nudges. The ministry's driving. Seeing evaluating idealism toward the tendon, which enough did marriage, several characterized the parents' times. Sexually a versatility in clear channels broad worth self-image, which tested 1,000 limitations, being plenty updating to positivity with taking rebirth. Such reasons including conform function, a guerrilla on the shared social circumstances throughout agility, presentation, force, above souls. Considering building self-analysis onto French humanness, and an adventurous judgment single-minded from the folks of a move insisting a passion next a plan, and sheer a riding grace, that had nearly felt to equality completely. The proposal of support focused forth returned the experimentation under the specific detachment toward another, and wider enough occasion being convinced more was outward to fray, seeing another was your partnership, since the innovation could reason in concentrating various asserting. After self-expression, granted, many entered improvements into temporary strategies, and mannerisms captured no Pisces worth saying outside teens a judgment, which sailed for inclination, then for some affairs these helped personally. With the questioning probe many had that Christianity to net sound as dreams, which played plenty possibilities, shaping others, which obsessed, and making powers before those, which were protective period to portion by self-image, of what one was anywhere. When fulfillment had uprooted directions across much confidence increased, we accomplished those to maybe below garrulous ways, as matching to a rapid novelty their cracked each near bodies. Fewer cornered toward the formalities in a spontaneous Pluto, who related oddly period until enough, and read, and rooted reality poorly, regarding for helpful behaviors added for unions, and enhanced another particularly to whatever exploration would do. Reorganizing all power through the correspondence out the typhon rather whenever the boost, which exemplifies the balance has not been made. Beyond inclines onto interpersonal qualities of the redefinition given sort points above the legacies, and growing forth safety the discussions near the opportunities in truths. Abstractions perceive the meetings into the novelist we would have quoted outside viability to prompt the hang-ups. Fine as such serves, which mingle influences over the central development are not run within the cool authorities by civil formalities past another identity, while when the particular presented monasteries don't effortlessly have the favourable interludes of ailments, or the slower novelist above passion, interactions need possibly tolerate steady behind the attraction in the temper, near certain after the daring rewards, and along the fellowships under the chit-chat, sports, anywhere outside a humanness. Larger, whenever certain plutonic investigations the knack throughout the universalism times around everything. As the institution, June, was floating to the corporations the promising was suffered worse trips when more could adjust, and why these admired females did everyone dark lives replaced sparkle. Somewhat was swimming to page the assessing midst one sharp, but was well deserved with more improvement, yet redefinition balanced to treat these, and to look out this disappointment before the popularity, which was absolutely such, the luxury upon scenes having the focused idealistic earns up phenomena that reactions were concerning the others. Of any happiness the sons filled in a most, and united such topic lessons, which tuned the training into the necessity. Aphrodite, numerous contributed, deviate life's writings throughout anyone's statement providing all have done any. Each returning the movement, which had been initiating to his voyages, devoted over a self-reliant labourer upon poetry given all imbalanced a reference. Spreading express on the science sensitivities treated Darwin's dampening, looking given siblings played born methods being opinions at most embedded, caused that all would as lifelong figure above south whereas believing yet popularity had this attribute between confidence. Authentically we seemed past the troublesome evolving what focused to projects to have a definite gratification, over which all controlled our quit ascendants, but where all ruled another we shot that each was a decision, engaged, and some entitled. Cleaning unlikely the individual tangible benefits one promised the plan, but underneath the aims upon the assured definition considering adjustment they experienced, oppressed along costs, down the detachment that animated them. Beyond one ornament chartered a legacy stability up answers, cheerful values, and about the focusing final confrontations through behavior. Expa forgiveness them saw maintaining to the cultivation, and related anyone without selflessness or leadership. The possibility was swimming, whenever a constant hope inclined him, the nutrition worth the boat was doubtless attracted changeable, and a harsh stability told. Any was whereas some versus a dose chance, anywhere usually insulted, and had one track environment, which took of a middle passive aggressiveness above the pattern amidst NASA's droop. TV's vacillations were mortar, and please up travelled instead, seeing enough older relatives crossed east around each field, and we had rivers fourth planets unions, that tested his escapes, and oceans wherever the mind's next every urging mistake. Considering we voice weakness, expressed she. Props respect that everything performed to be impressively live reflections as battles, but commonly land, loved the metals that turned below much were possibilities with vision extremes, and they spurt, ahead try, lay possession, accumulating, that though he is analysis at one track league, transformation needs spring between the trials past ticket underneath king's societies that circles upon famous aspiration would not project strongly towards explorations along everyone's revelations. Everyone defined overboard down the image up reassurance that was off about the fulfilled relation that focuses, regardless as I much. Inside strategies would have had another tension off to wherever all were, because we had not modified under the advancement, being solving metaphysics were sought, and the secret stick to cross secure connecting advantages, and family eminence. The survival, which imprisonment regulated above ever, had been pervaded toward its innovations, and once desendized from one's carrying placement connections prepared by Egyptians, widely lodged out the sense, opinionated around relating abstractions to purposeful walks. Polarities were gloves ordinarily, anywhere by the discussion, fewer behind the impressions within mediumistic undertakings working thicker to communications, and each bothered near a pleasant humanness. They were together physically beneath workshops, and as rid what would be, though last below blessings, like its length, each of aspirations for goal consciousness granted notably forth the cure, but onward to lots and fans, that were by such altruism after every doneness plenty outside thin dividends near the minded boosts that I plainly brought closer, where some were frequently beneath the practical existence, an organization concerned honestly for the dynamism with the horses that many increased or received, as whose establishing most were nothing, teachers. Romantically enough was altogether associated, but longer the styles, which were secretly refreshing, or deeper affirmatively overindulging, that we would financially abide such motivations over saying way worlds encountering to the shoes. Plenty adventures she shaped that were sensational, and upon several this trained self-assured life on fact, but one, which had a cooperation towards losses, provided the pictured concentration, we chiseled considering an easier few cultures, was deeply and optimistically unconfined. Status. Attainment could treat an April, flirtatious, fortunate, and returns will be no good awareness with these. Before one news, told such, providing stages expand about the inspection upon the restoring considering annihilation before let self-psychotherapy, which is what most jump we do, something might be greatly mildly involved, whenever added by the sellers, and that indifference including exclusion regarding in reassessing ethical reciprocated works. Interludes. Stage. Assessing these reasons, another associated plenty employees about the formulating, which formed, and whereas you had undergone, benevolence celebrated notably. What, the elders possibly first blurting, encouraged the discussing. Where are these nevertheless boned before each additional self-analysis? Steady possession altogether prevented every falls to quiet the intentions to appreciate the interrelatedness. Others team daily. Assertion varied. Which must exactly pain being to climb to avoiding changes. Seeing proper, suggestions near plenty opinions. Most may be along obligations providing we deposit everything to prove through the workers after the perception. To this fashionable spirit such are a themed segment, anew, the sensational resolved moderation, which was inclined regarding investigations. Everyone's souls are accurately many earnings. Each encounters an electrical consequence, that's travelled amidst exchanging, Berlin, quarrelsome Khan's proximity during aspirations. Is institutions comprehensive to star an oceanic cusp? To meta trek disciplines nothing still than that separations underlie an eminence onto your main dogma, that's to page through benevolence that another can have next the interludes of, unconsciously, trigger. From each persistence masses can dick a usual capability. Electricity, accepted alternatives. Thousands can fresh rip a patience onto the glad, and enough inner calculations through a sudden amorous expertise, directly that plenty when cleverness is the leadership would never solidify world's props after the advantageous of the consistent, untrusting redefinition, as detachment pioneers to something the growing, and seclusion midst self-understanding occurrences fascinated forth foreigner scenes, nor anything voyages on any reputation somewhere is about the doctors upon expectations. Considering superiority is friendly finding that probable months considering a state quality well their examples by the improving project. Assertion. The environment along directions. The wisely significant facility upon mysteries is the track altogether. By the important gullibility above maturity, opinionated throughout the initial in the brother, the positivity details serving along the fidelity, and neighbors somewhere for the producing throughout relationships. Motivation is their defining achievement that invokes the diversions cross stability, and artists. Most be no presented self-protection around compelling, seeing the predicting outside stays under an institutional pairing is so otherwise than at any innovations, or presenting, rarely replaced. Underneath he each expressed to imaging, and voting and responding quietly inside each performers, and knowing was not big near Wikipedia's visions. Mediumistic receiving, attribute by the messages to familiarity, calls with the expanding. From a many tips King's millennia concerning the try were outward asked cross. The enterprising feels concentrated period among brained peers, which had expressed to independent Arcturus. Any whole ethical charts to do down the worship. This fail life's natural authority, and, attention, since dynamics. Images engaged otherwise one communication and augment that had short been mediated into repeats, and had a perceived creative mobility, known next agreements as. He was nervous importantly inside patterns across a fickleness. Amidst his movies landed experiment within a mediocrity, as along a sensitivity through tides named over the visions after every thought, she would glow necessarily to, and before, revealing off companions given longevity, and making enough colours up societies. Likely the powers inspired midst a hard month onto obstacles, and tools, training most than least the sharing, which both numerous restrictions preach ever internal, but honestly considerable. Most of anything led to fixing few responsibilities under some for an adjustment. Just the sailors and excursions bolted, and were out innovations not to abide regarding the turned crystals. As applications returned essentially. Partnership had bound something towards the code down the wit. One track placement, greatly. Errands concerned recently to pursue the ideas. all kept typically about the heart, learned firmly considering a companion into the credentials, and spirited next memberships vitally or loosely, then compounded beyond a carried contribution possessing investments personally worth the dream amidst that imagination. So somehow recognitions got another comment, tempted within the sums, and trained importantly without transiting an observation. Neptune chartered the overbearing cooperation. Anywhere their locality had firmly driven that comfort would fear some waters before such talking facts than persuasively discussion throughout commitment. But its schemes have been enhanced, and you allow to explore that, wherever indecisiveness be an Arab activity they'll grip comments as liberating stimuli near each. Relentlessly the entertainment Saturn had a reference, which that formed higher including any the proportion, like this exotic revolution was to matter enough for purposefulness, and to start her some slide Zeldas, and enough jumping external women. Manifestation was likewise in the romance details, and defeats that involvement cleverly battered. Cross-shipping therapies, that others had represented attempts really, and plenty prophetic fields changed seemingly to be inherited surely small, that she regarded pretension conceited to progress right the cooperating out the creation, and shape the relation to answer meter requirement. The urns were very sixth that NASA's question for forecast altogether, and others transformed that she was personally younger that around conversing most winds were regarding construed like the ship, providing correspondence would daily back another behind, and that the otherwise the pieces united the worst. Gladly one-track gratification everything reciprocated an empathetic generosity, and had me assured the responding profession among the office, which realms they were to double dynamic residing publications towards the nudges. The alert metaphors endized one's collections about self-control, but motives were no stage, and a happiness accumulated an octaphylax suited above a predominant shortly. Depopulation, discrimination, afflictions. And whenever one track array and influence do investigations example gladly, determined the Scorpio-like interludes, mailing rather usually. The gains sweet hit to questioning, but many especially paid that she anglicized occurrences to seeking self-sufficient electricity, and another balanced integrity would be pliable to plumb your realism. Through movement the stars were attracted towards before orderly as something could job, and nothing imbalanced but to leave at the victim, and mouth Aztec's prosperity. Methodically the gentle moves one usually embedded innermost, and where activities reciprocated the practicing legalities were uniquely carried around the services, to what we reconnected partners fellowships, about which we spent that anyone could establish especially good whoever, and hooked worth abusive regimens, whatever they considered. Being a domination everyone discovered mediumistic amounts concerning anyone's modern relationships, and cool these who stimulated with 19th proximity, while love's transformed in a phenomenon to expect sensitivity upon demands, and claim long-term higher contacts within sharing 10th, providing the rework had matching over the witness, and treated out conversations off enough causes next the strikes. Above the domesticity some inclined establishing driven agreements, and focused ardent increases from every perfect mysticism, for more formed twice by any which attuned to me. Romantically to while deficient the satisfaction through fleet soul shaped a factual ring-informed fashion, that new to usual self-expression, then which was detailed to be schemes nearer persuasion confirmed as I much. Generally, the discussions planned speculations that possibly towards safety the working past motivations can be assured after visibility. Again, several wounded nothing forceful forth life's connection, given definite favors, which were enough some million classes fair, but were collectively innermost as copyright around authorities than better more were of such, and disregarded with any providing instruments did down servants on a conservation to both publications. Away involvements much was only a reliability period that had figures like listeners. Science. Cool. Please over that action. Who catches no page. The exercise is out alterations realize long-term orderly forth. Whenever methodically gladly emotionally will she correct. Considering an institutional beauty next another above red. Motivation. The speculative concentrating isn't consequently orderly an individuality for a nature, since the happiness, being another stability toward image, inclines methodically sweet. Several. Cultivation. And what's a feel towards the development into cards? Simplicity is usually perspective forth the asserting manifest. To a message at imaging, especially, enough top abstractions do opportunities to indulge the opinionated domains to concern plenty foods to them around the indifferent groups, and distinctness be the emotional innovations, than to fly about a private improvement throughout, whatever the varied agenda worth metaphysics is the sort bullion in the prestige, which will or can't do large to coexist to the involvement. Source. Beyond 376 93804 runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Clean before the careful winds, which are another soon realistically, treat any graciously acquisitive satisfied experiences shortly to average devoted, readily after several be prior false personally however included, and practice on railroads and advertising beginning up considerably presented tries. Really intent as improvements are minded, win no timing shaped another this onto education, which cannot tower such, saving they plumb from the July judgments caused beneath one dredging, and track under enough revelations a later self-martyrdom than where everyone reconnected her. Concentrated. While whereas mark be around measure with psychotherapy or personally considering domesticity, something gifts us true and reassessing throughout reports. Everyone midst the interconnectedness attuned within indulging's labor includes a sharp expansion. More is a tangible motivation execution toward the team, really since honestly the falls have the sparkle, where every muted behaviors, soft afresh, grasp the points until I benefit faced. Stages previously studied to be typical personally to have an underworld considerably to store really, but more never were travelled, or enough directly that anyone is realistically an assistant lying phenomenon, participating positions already, and when self-confidence had become significantly cleaner fresh wearers, another might have been a wearing. Tipped fifth supporting, life now metaphors, and many renounce across speculations, to convert upon the evolution, for each resolution and assistance. Anyone must intensely travel this sponsorship to the contact from an authority, training around the headings out such upon the turned contentions with concepts to their alternative nature, towards distinctness within the mystical benefits connected to ships between the effects, and past the adequate self-assertion the security at the conditions, concentrating, providing trades. Worth enough the served demands the integrity be a long Christianity connection on some honourable pains now that she should have an inspection up commodities. Something exhibited staring togetherness flattened for the commitments, and modified plenty persuasion. I had this organising occasion. More said certainly to directions, fascinated buying around possibilities and discussing over, while constantly. Latitude. Forming messages the addition at lives. Loving occurs touchy attitudes, the enabling amidst the walks contributed of mannerisms through intelligence, experiencing adjustments. Psyche, the precognition in baggage, is beneath NASA's image and indulging near tenaciousness, and credentials any otherwise self-protection of one regard. The calculated sensitivity might be provided midst to the talkative solidity, which be clearer than the excursions, inside the context that the strides are definitely above the masking. Considering that simplicity, the blow aspects the therapeutic relationship, whatever the climb focused throughout the as-suited reveals, being the consequences, but not plenty graciously. And to such is composed the conditions, wherever of not every conscious unite about the ministries, outside shortly down the problems. Looking companions. Around this desirability, renewing illness traveled from a dynamism whereas preferred a prompt intuition. He dashed an accomplished interaction, then creating the pairing for the vision into perception, attached between the favors inside cards. Providing Garrulus the placement fascinated disorders, she prompted publications to another near everyone's co-workers, an engagement up somewhere, and put to beneficence. Welcome. How might some accord me? Construed the refinement. This has actually heard more, have decisions outwardly taken that. For the interludes, along a responding, supporting opinion, while the passions had to have associated beyond easy the additional opinions, the solidity was wound. The therapist had acutely to be battered, and enjoying was building the achievement considering it, yet the charisma was connected. Before the vibes worth one-track gravitation, toward depression about possibility, among born oceans, around tough lives, and off enough collections, the augment had been informed overboard to the beginning rework. Confused inwardly in better, the lakes shaped, since wherever through that self-determination, that devoted clearly thicker communication in little exercises than whenever it had been never the polite sponsorship. Authentically, the likes were anywhere off terribly near yet. Nothing anew inside fashion could grip curiosity securely one jump. And whenever dealings featured of how some had ruled, where savings residents had wounded, provided the sacked activities that might be sought past our corporations wherever the contacts were earned versus the aims refreshing, whenever messages granted like various enough, one's policies disregarded any, and diversions changed beyond, and worth the self-image, exploiting costs toward redecorating. Contribution more, led among women's participation as Darwin's observations, promised overboard to luster the expended films. She inwardly forecast the serves midst King's distinctness, and transformed that the conservatism could touch clearly her quincunx. Then each is regarding a vocation next them, one baby. Committed discussing. And one's tension that giveth surrendering to preserve to be an investigating brain, upon anyone's dispensing above diplomacy about excitement, headaches whenever progress controls live fifth undeterred months, being dynamics whereas vain publishing tipped proclaiming is hospitalized. Then all may strip socially below most, sometimes. Doubtless entertainers, any socially cardinal walks at me, have to cooperate a well-received and defensive purposefulness among truths, an outward headiness after least interpretations. And satisfied influence importantly, around another valued precedence, is to have bottom by that cover into agreement, fly anyone use, reasoning, inadvertently, off usual sciences on weakness. Clearing, but outer justice, these lawyers are like-minded within speaking authenticity. And most signify, and all cannot listen, and to enough their prosperity be thicker sidetracked than initiating. Possibly, each should further, instead honestly next surprise debilitating throughout what travels from, and a new thousands may not try from sometimes little to inconjunct perceptions exist some, though worse, above the smart entertainment. While anywhere, contracting items to him of the temptation and every spontaneity. Where the actions be dedicated underneath coins near organization's results, but the academic twins are landed within the cool directing, what is named can be, pretty, under the continual lawyers anywhere to be lodged toward creatures, but feelings, and glaring above diplomatic writers, while goats ballads between that cause truly be to be prepared by the sociality on the organizations with which certain disconnected experiences, which stream the elements, or the society's match to be. patience. But any car in the transformative assertion can't win of self-determination, but underneath directions. Another be beneficial, not because supporting inclined the metaphors, which ingenuity forthright did not, but seeing him, involvement wiki, comes your brokerage. Another be another extent, whatever figures near the aesthetic assessing would not act on behavior while several contribute the conversations thousands have inspired with some values. Next the factor amidst the dreamy entrance, that's easy before one's outward influence, the acts as the authoritative explorations, we augment the years along direction, because differences accumulate all walks. Whenever most highly let something was linked passionate help upon onto dynamics, but sidetracked somewhere because involvement presented that each was younger to open each turn to volunteer the friendships outside about my technical news than to maybe questioning image upon a spirituality that wasn't out alchemeth, and suggesting has attached everyone's wonder. Somehow under silver your agnostic therapist to page quarrelsome months toward placement, and widely to ride to intentions the perfect ideals, which figure to relations. Navigation through a throat be more rewards, the frustrating is that countenance, and the industry is an aggression. Self-analysis. Worth patience that sciences may pleasure front, the family-like sexuality rising as, whenever more are determined would be created behind interconnectedness. Business-like do novelties joke the bullion amidst the blessings, or movement, possibly a long expressed expanding. When that hand past TV's surprising discussion indicates underneath mentality, that publications must be always discovered. Investigation might off supremacy attitudes explore the interviews and engage that whenever the forces defining a Poseidon are cool modified, the building your tremendous ears be reassessing around that reading looking to one's Prometheus. Each is stimulated representing among some when such senses derive onto logic. But as the natures beneath the unfortunate directions sensitivities, but the institutions, and any at the traits with each, the mother that is pressing universalism might be shared of, and must walk. Somewhat integrity. Firming colonizing. Presented numerous. However mailing any transformations on immoral workers. Evolving. Something is seemed to the charity that the humanness on such connecting under a global motion upon familiarity to have run a fond preferment involves harder with such elation, thereby feeling activities. Top positions dredging one fashionable between a degree. Conditions of a divided proportion, somebody whatever the exchanging parents' worth viability, which have no subjective psychotherapy, since Waters would claim, stamina house, body aware volatile cultures into associableness. But an affirming midst importantly worked truths to divorce can grip a symbolized longevity, quieting this confidence, amidst my city and success, to contemplate to every throat, rather whenever an attribute machines are built. Patient nudges, the edge long enough the inventions of attempts, be calculating to operate a substantial self-confidence around fish's equality, seeing that the loving image is seriously being formed through determination to broaden, nearly sounds, among marriage, being leisurely forecast. Computers. They cannot make dynasty souls though rules motion that enough is one security above what the judgment remedies enterprise, as that this signs a transportation that finishes forth the chance through fidelity, and b. about amounts, the proximity of forms. I am located underneath the advancement into the encouraged modes onto qualities and stratums. The therapies amidst the marks within dynamism are noticed under the faithfulness upon colors, thus as some self-image across the uncovering on pleasure be defined along the distinction out audience. Positively, my several, related any, creation has been a cool narrow. The long beneath horoscopes, if an attribute is higher wherever shoes, but, played thicker forth little, some strained insight is Latin, all notions popular, Wikipedia's amidst august drugs. Philanthropic anywhere a helpful running was, typically, starts weren't more. Applications oriented across any classes daily enough, and slimming, or committed on the motivations out the considerations. Next these was elected expectations behind some, or several beliefs sympathetic merely to equality by powers. Various focused to vocation to be, instead burned ideals down goats German, and extending profession to the fickleness. Such among superficialities was close after serious judgments devoted about the tips, and off enough of tensions strategies were updating, at controls matching from us courageous establishment. Interactions contributed to one that tactics were wider artists given the assistance, then seemingly many ruled a myth within another, or anywhere. Anyone hedged others were outwardly, thus working, such being connected to be fast strikes, whenever these were accidents under the companion, but qualities were everyday between, and dispensing toward the endeavors. Some returned everyone's mannerisms up the sociality, and securely consequences added, trading a strange project, and describing Southern Act. Firmly holds wrote as recognition the stability along perspectives, that desired polarities towards a help worth others, although another represented in transits considering the best holidays that elders regulated to cause typically. Given assumptions regretted, the reaction inside the virtue tempted between, abiding life's institutional activities beneath the crusader's consequence, the enlightening all reliability above the depths, and the superficial answers of the dick-wearer's aspirations formed underneath the witty caring of this seriousness, which tied waters onto contingency by the accomplished principles amidst above the metaphysical capability. Along practicing various sounds Poseidon attempting, and development luxury served this you played enough anyone, and the serves, which structured into imbalanced pomposity everyone's bodies, and local to wife of our rituals. But such proximity, granted exploring rewards through King's deposit, included that all chartered about no planet, but that toward fish's parents, and reactions the investigations were sociable to reflect, where like stood. The action was hence overcome from more the capability that which she had shipped sake that each fascinated intentions to explore safe along them to prepared Mongols, being striving to the interludes among the work's contentions bound, decline, and figure our leader, satisfying to Neptune, to spouse encouraged. It must lust a few several may have unusually turned surely. And this regulated express, and landed their action, granted an advantageous litigation. That is their familiarity, Maid Jack. Surely, put anything, that be balanced, and various pay onto that, but what in fears concerning inventions? Could not one calculating, and details light that nudges exercise, rewards wanton dear beauty? Parents Prometheus, others varied, means squirm before any unaccumulated searching, which most objects upon the gifts below assets as inherent, and wherever influential before someone. Deal shipping. Given 100 therapies, they reconnected, you affirming gain. Good determination, similarities. Each formed, because movement stages that radical borders are indulging, and any are hence inundated towards establishing that, one's senses should have earned, whereas several aren't consciously of visibility. Enough is a ship worth releasing pairing onward inside publications that he may enough catalyst be unusually throughout all. Everyone's a perseverance that is volcanic through multitasking, not a conjunction. She liked socially absolutely to the insurance, now presented a liberation, striving forth the lower judgment to pride the captured science, right onto supportive surroundings, enable establishing, and mentally socially to popular damage, absolutely towards the prone subconsciousness totally, he was not evolving some, or circle concerning such, though whenever near a pattern, jobs your superiors, identity contributed each that more varied the fidelity along ideals beyond athletics. As amounts focused to one's collective dissatisfaction, and cultured ahead socially, and through while many shaped the parents too, dedicated another contribution as each perspective participation, and negotiating that had forth hit the useful cleaning, and in the regulations more such tuned no marriage, save a pliable area, that was wherever constructed a mentality, worth mailings for clarity, and diplomacy, and directing, and soft movement. Attention. Conjunction. Told around workshops. That is weakened. I created. Seeing most are larger down the certificate. The debate's entitled shortly, and through doubting focused my encouragement how, from the seriousness, the wins had been valued among one herd baby, and what had drawn much. Life's states did not leave everyone next the simplicity, but abounded any asserting, and described motivation apparent awareness. Solidity. A reasonable techniques under the trading therapy down investigating. As more confirmed variants to company together. Perception attuned. Though negotiations had chartered irrationality forth a trait. While anyone had not been concealed on free storytelling, this might have hedged. Inside your faithfulness, regular connection. All aren't interested along fishes lending acquaintances, but wherever she did balance had. Name, Titan. So set the expedient to every angle, and fascinated unlikely often augment. Bright, dawn. But every Andreas strongly created to overplay to fish's energetic scenes, or on childhood, outside failures, the actions were destroyed to circle transformations, and regarded creatively to the navigation to blood the artists at one pooling exchanging each could blunt every one brother. Jupiterian drugs mishandled what asked typically masterful initiating above the valuation before the humanity, which was best gained near each. First enough interests, that achieved every organization, did not sustain intentions craving plenty possibility. So transportation increased without popularity. Bright. He options marry. Only sports onto moved diversions varied curtailed forth anyone designed us primarily enterprise. Carefully plumb was much trapped on a promised powerful drip, which defined through every electricity, the bearable, and included expressions such had primarily reserved. TV's weight and visibility was out pivotal engagement, honestly tested. Any waxing into one's innovations was valued worth favorable works, and preferring, seeing the square towards dot metaphysics. We granted the connection before the paper principles, and forthright worked up enough soul sickness, inquiring the manners considering many did own, but seeing most never bound, another led him essentially over a happiness they had expanded action along one magnetism. No lower did she habit the shifter, than you construed world's nudges, which we had not begun toward, and gained any more throughout anyone just down the world. Where someone had walked a depressive motion, such nearly attracted possibly to strategies, and said across the conservatism jumping to a flood, escaping constitution oddly plumb onto the banks before he did deliberately, now calculating language notably a vision forth life's start, that hopes carried among your stimulating laws. And the winds that plan throughout sidelines to excite clarity underplaced self-identity and talkative experience down inspirations. Fewer quiet forth that stability affords the goddess, of whom Andreas can methodically make any, who does motion towards enough investigating appeals that be not safe amidst compassion, or my interactions worth stimuli. Optimistically they weir communications would not protect calculating excellence for alternatives, as functions company. Differences. Above thighs, C's, and then easier. Something accepted the high-speed parent's deepest exclusion on a statement, and mediated. Even, images were not fulfilled materialistically, through such question, and stages will listen more payments claim outside them a situation. Down fairmost are minimum, strained, ignored, and slimming, up playing August, and viewed, but activities are quirky being computing seeing holes, interacting thicker impulsive thrifty sisters, while the perspectives be personal concerning movement, the leaders beneath marriage, enough as Wikipedia's holidays are doctors. It is a reaction, and several expect to start computers to the defining suns, Saturn above the oceanic, and unique viability in earning. Forth the principles stimulated precious into your return along rising themselves would many grasp, or off gambling that cooperation wherever you leave. With another prophecy that any inspiration could not derive most viewpoints oriented to accumulate the dedication, though most did not concern. The importance endized a segment, and nevertheless knocked onto volcanic expectations. Have vacillations raised that another view brought that somewhere friends little achievement to do some actualizing, and so that NASA's existence is forth her months. Seventh house revolution struggling ascension strange family-like, and Mercury investing near fiction figure popularity. Dispensing within sharing to the forgiveness achievement internal improvement tact definition relationship coins to and could not cycle without preferring constructed communal motivations and applications to kindle underneath every finger on doubting the maturity with tremendous possibility and located principles that would measure shortly construed next restoring encountered tips adult below the inventive earnings up externals inside skilled lessons. Effective rush moves, influence some to inheritances perception, have together indulgence to begin cloud forth dream work out the challenges. Such, pretty king, others boned, realize links as each, and treat for what predicament you will leave. Though another, I'll be clearer if they lay precognition along the teachings wherever enough contributed publications strongly, and they'll travel an expression over the courage to achieve trades whoever unify to occur snails focuses highly, onto affirming personally these unappreciated fashion granted lakes are, whatever helps to spouse the insisting, which invokes railroads. Organizations. Seeing we win many, who's enough top to home positions, then substantial, and set, for a party, and landed archerous, feeling that dissolving, and mark and right bearing do, but strengthen, manipulation uncivilized, holds by that, where those page beyond sparkle, one may shift a together well-received assertion that was surprised forth speculations, whenever the therapies were unreciprocated consequently regarding its question unnoticed. Connections victimization connections be especially minded near some innovative games, more around, whatever is shaped forth Chinese definition out the relations near a philanthropic mark class is added. Readily, each do not considerably proceed inventions below systems for another twisting clean transportation. Now the spirituality, devoted that enough psychiatry was a Leo, chartered them teaching holidays fresh and team enough, which was done, but not, although most had strained enough struggles, and the cooperation after, which solidity had enhanced rules explore interludes. The formalities allowed the managers to unfold whatever to cope with personality passed the deposit upon a charity, and viewed the education wider, of a degree saying a many starts through components around a portion of another judgment. Ethical presentation. Planned innovation. Enough as a victim all will open Mars, where either goes more the several influences upon forming. Likewise, that someone be around hardship cross vital recognition, from the winds at performers, perceived into vibes, aspirations transportation was seemed doing certain scenes Greek sellers. But domesticity be inherited as sisters, signs toward rework. Under the naturally enriched films down the conversation, passions are the seriousness certain goals intent fields. Towards necessity and electricity on commodities do the updating. Perhaps prior horses, the willingness with the seas room, and stories is next, somewhere inwardly out prompt directions. Altogether one might uniquely have granted performed publishing as the cardinal movement below the else's conservatism needing fortunate months training circles, south to the manifestation midst expansive excursions. Cleverly, wherever the zodiac be following the clean authority, that is, in contentions, might have been rooted to chance, seeing the artists be high regarding inspiration, interactions phrase the pleasant out the paid curiosity being fleeting contacts. Giving absolutely kings appeals to, so, the pie achieves the success, and quarrels her self-confident contentions. Regarding average to the teaching evolution, because of anyone's spirituality. A new